Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 here in Jay, Oklahoma, and MidAmerica Outdoors. We are about to get ready with some fantastic racing. A recap of yesterday. We're going to see it all over again. Check this out. Well, once again, welcome everybody. My name is Scott Rain, sitting alongside my buddy here, Matt Edmondson, and we were excited yesterday, but today there's something different. There's something different about this, and the track crew did a lot of work last night to get it prepped for this morning. We're going to check that out in just a moment. But Matt, what did you think about yesterday?
Well, you know, yesterday one of the things that was exciting was to see everybody try to figure out this new track layout for today. So it was really cool to see that. I think they've got it dialed. We saw some really strong lap times yesterday. We saw some drivers out there that had some issues in certain areas of the track. I got to talk to them last night in the pits. They're all trying to regroup. They know those spots now. They're ready for today. Today is the day that it all matters, right? Today's the day we race the second day, the final day. You had a good day yesterday or a bad day, whatever. Today's your day to make it up and do even better.
And one of the thing here that's going on, this track has been completely reconfigured.
Yep.
The whole thing has been changed. You can see right there on screen the back section going up and down, back and forth. We're talking about those banking turns upwards of almost being more so or as much as like the Bristol turns in the NASCAR track or Talladega. And the elevation change are just unreal here.
Yeah, we've talked about that for years, and now we've gone and changed up the track and made this elevation even more of a factor in this, especially with the off-cambers and things like that on the backside of the track. So it's just an incredible race facility. Yesterday was an incredible race day. I think everybody's excited to race on this track, and here we're gonna do it again today. I'm excited. I hope there's some guys yesterday that had some rough goes. We saw some cars on the roofs. And they're going to try to capitalize today and make today a better day, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
Well, race fans, we can't start any kind of racing here. You know what? Let's talk about some of the things that you're going to see on camera later on. First off, we got you and I up here in the booth. Later on this afternoon. We're going to have Dave Arnold and Pam Hall up here, and then we also have a couple of pit reporters. Yeah,
Erica and Tiffany will be here helping us out, so they'll be getting interviews for us. So, big shout out to all of our staff and everybody out here. So we got a great team. Hope this is a great show today and a great race day.
Well, this is a very, very, very special weekend. There's more going on in our hearts and minds right now than just this racing. Obviously, it's Memorial Day weekend. And with that being said, we can't start the racing action with first having an opening invocation or national anthem. Let's now go trackside to Joey Beck for our opening invocation.
Good morning. It's an honor for me to be able to say this prayer on this special weekend. If you will all please bow your heads with me. Lord, we come to you today, and we just want to remember in this weekend and in this moment, let us set everything in our minds aside and just savor the victory that was already fought and won by so many and the lives that were laid down. Lord, we thank you for the men and women across this country who stepped up to fight for our freedom and to continue to fight this day. Lord, we just always ask for favor in any conflict in all situations that threaten our liberty and our freedoms, Lord. And we thank you for always bringing us in America to victory. Lord, for all those who have lost loved ones and for all those that have gone on before us, we just want to have a moment of reflection where we all just unite. We all come to a place of just thankfulness. Lord, in this moment, in this time, as these guys get ready to go do battle on this track, I just ask for safety for each person that's going to be going out here and laying it all on the line. Let everyone make memories in this place and in this moment that they'll take for the rest of their lives. Lord, and just let all the positivity and the unity that surrounds MidAmerica and everything that we've pulled together for the great sport of off-road, just continue to grow that and bless that, Lord. We ask all these things, we pray, in Jesus' sweet and precious name. Amen.
Well, thank you so much, Joey. Another fantastic, just a beautiful, beautiful invocation. But before we get going, like we had mentioned a moment ago, that there's more going on this weekend than just this racing that's near and dear to our hearts and our minds and people that we're thinking about and remembering. And that's the thing about remembering. This is for the service people and our first responders that never made it home. They put their lives on the line. They chased those bullets. They tried to prevent anything from happening to our country. Ladies and gentlemen, keep those people in mind here today and forever. But for right now, please, everyone rise. Gentlemen, move your hats as we're about to hear the greatest song in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Jay, Oklahoma and MidAmerica Outdoors round 3 of our 2023 season, the side-by-side series, and round 2 of our MidAmerica Truck Series. Once again, I'm Scott Rain, joined by Matt Edmondson. Matt, awesome opening ceremonies, but now it's time to go racing.
Yeah, that one will kind of give you chills. You know, it's Memorial Day weekend up here and are everywhere, and we're up here doing it with all of our race family and having a good time. And man, seeing Old Glory flying up there on top of the hill, remembering all those servicemen and women, you know, that'll definitely give you chills. Amazing prayer from Joey Beck. He did a great job, and I see these drivers getting lined up in the gate down here, Scott. We're getting started with a U250 modified this morning. I'm pretty pumped for this one.
Yeah, we're all ready to go. They're coming up the line right now and staging. Here's our lineup, and this is the first race of day 2. On the pole, doesn't get any better than this. Yesterday's winner, the 63 of Code St. Peter. In the second position will be Declan Shields. He's going to be right there as well. Then we got Tanner Thompson. That kid is so active on the social medias. You'd think he'd be running NASCAR, boy. The kid is on it every single day. There's something about Tanner Thompson on social medias. Paxton Yoshimoto is right there as well, starting 4th. Kennedy Singleton, that name was mentioned a lot yesterday. And starting that 6th spot, Avery Sides, starting in the 56. So right now, we're ready to go. The cars are on the track. Let's go green flag racing.
All right, well, they are ready to go. I see that orange car, Code St. Peter. He's looking to get out there and check out again like he did yesterday. We'll see if he can do it. I have faith in him. There's that pink car, Kennedy Singleton.
The quality of talent at such a young age, and everybody says about go-karting and that kind of young form of racing, but in this, I like to call it 4-dimensional racing.
Yep.
Because they're turning left, right, and they're going up and down, and they're in the air. So I mean, to me, that's what takes true talent. Car control when there's nothing on the ground.
That's right. Well, we're about to see it because I can see my man TW right there making his way back to his safe place on the side of the track to wave that green flag.
He's not on the track today doing the starting.
Look at him.
He's off to the side.
Look, he looks so glorious with his green flag. Thumbs up. That's when he's making sure everybody's good to go on the starting line, and we are about to go green. There it is. Code St. Peter jumping out there to a big hole shot right here. We'll see if he can hold on to it. Declan Shields looks to be right next to him.
Down that straightaway up to the – and this is where the reconfiguration starts. They don't do that sharp left-hand turn coming down the hill like we're used to. They're going actually kind of straight over the hill, down into the chicane, and they're getting some big-time speed. That's the fastest part of the track right there.
Yeah, definitely was talking to Code and his team yesterday, and it was funny because he literally can just hold that car absolutely pinned to the floor through that whole first section, over the hill, back down the other side, and into that left. And as you can see right there, they've got that car on rails, and he is flying. Declan Shields looking real smooth, too. Tanner Thompson in a 3rd position. Tanner's a MidAmerica Outdoors ambassador. So look at this battle right here. So that's Tanner Thompson and Yoshimoto right there on the track. Yoshimoto making the move on the outside right now. U250 modified. These are all race 2s today. If you see that in the ticker on your screen up there, all that's basically telling you is we raced race 1 yesterday, and today is race 2.
Well, you're rolling into the kids' classes first right off the get-go this morning, and you're going to be getting into this kind of thing next year. So explain a little bit real quick, what is exactly is a U250 modified? So
in these youth cars, you're going to have stock, you're going to have modified, you're going to have age group classes, different things. This is the U250 modified is basically a modified car. So that they're getting them. These are the fastest youth cars on the track right here in this modified division. So obviously, I probably won't start my man in the modified. I think we'll run stock first, but nonetheless, these modified cars absolutely fly. And the thing that Scott, that's was super impressive to me as I've been learning more about these cars and getting in these programs is just how much it costs to race one of these smaller cars. So if you're racing one of these and you're thinking, oh man, it's going to be, a lot less expensive or it's a lot easier because it's a kid's car, there's just as much technology and just as much work that goes into these cars. I mean, you're looking at Code St. Peter's car right there. That thing's a work of art, so every one of these drivers out here, I had the chance to look at a bunch of these 170s out here just to kind of see how they're doing it, and they're all super nice. Once again, big shout out to moms, dads, and all the sponsors that help them make it happen. But man, these youth, they got it made out here right now.
Oh, and the thing that I like is we back in my world of off-road, you talk about the trophy carts, which is very, very similar to the 170s. You take the body off, it looks like a little Pro 2 or a little Pro Light. Same thing with these carts, the 170s. You take the body panels off, they look like outside the power plant, they look like a Pro Turbo.
Well, one thing we talked about yesterday, I want to bring it up again. Look at the lap times here. Code is absolutely flying. So he's about 2 seconds a lap faster than Paxton Yoshimoto. And Declan Shields is right behind that. So 114.5 for Code St. Peter out there on the track. And Code looking smooth right now. Heading through that off-camber section. Back coming down by the Barbie Jeep downhill. That's coming up later today.
Now there's a big smile just appeared on your face thinking about that.
I'm just really hoping that everybody has a good time and my counterpart over there, Joey, doesn't slip and fall this time. So
yeah.
Last time he told me he woke up to an angel. It wasn't me.
So once again, Code St. Peter crosses the line up front, and well up front, I should say. Paxton having a nice day so far. Yoshimoto's, he crosses the line as well. And again, I want to remind everybody, if you're home watching this, no matter where you're at, by the pool, on the lake, sitting in your living room, on the back deck, please let us know where you're watching from. Where's your hometown, where you're watching us from, and who your favorite driver is, who you're cheering on. And we'll do our best to call you out and give you some kudos for that. But then also, if you have any questions, what's going on here at MidAmerica Outdoors, or the racetrack, or the race facility itself, or the whole facility, and we're going to talk about this a lot this afternoon, visions.
That's right. Yep, we're going to talk a lot about visions. We also got some highlights we're going to show everybody from last night, too. We had our first round of the Pit Bike Series Championships last night. Had a big turnout, new track build up there for that as well, so we're going to show some highlights from that here at some point in time today.
Nicole Ferguson checks in just like that. She's at work on a cold and rainy North Carolina day, and Nicole Ferguson, Let's Go CT Raceworks Cars. And Shelly Yashimoto is going go Yoshi. Oh, no, see, you didn't have to tell us that. Hunter Davidson is checking in. He's on his way to Galveston for a cruise.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. There is the battle on the screen right now for 4th and 5th. That's Tanner Thompson and Avery Sides. Tanner looking very patriotic this Memorial Day weekend. Old Glory flying on top of that car.
Some of these kids get it without any prodding. You don't have to egg them on, or their parents have to remind them. A lot of these kids, I think almost all of them, are doing it on their own, which is such a refreshing thing to see.
Yeah, the U250 modified drivers, especially, Code St. Peter, Tanner Thompson, all these kids, they race so much in different places across the country. They're here all the time. They're so well-rounded, athletic, little drivers, and they're great sportsmen. They know exactly the things to do to promote themselves in their racing program and to look respectful of everything that's going around. And they do a great job of that. Tanner Thompson's awesome. And they're back out front with the 63 of Code St. Peter. Couple of laps left. Code's been charging out front all alone, Sunday driving.
This is all the races this weekend, or I should say today, are 6-lap races except for the pro classes. If it says pro right in front of that class, whatever it is, it's a 7-lap race. So that's what we're looking at today. Shannon Estes checks in from Arizona. Go Declan Shields. We got Marky Hutchison watching from Sanger, Texas. Kind of close
Texas,
to you. Yeah.
Not too far from me.
Yeah. And then also Kimberly Smith checking in from Oklahoma City. Go Avery.
We're still on board watching the 21 of Tanner Thompson right there, holding on, trying to hang into that 4th position. Tanner putting in a good race. Declan's still in that 3rd position, so great drive for Declan. And I just don't think Avery Sides is going to have enough time. The white flag came out that time around for Code St. Peter, so not too much time left for him, and he'll take the checkered here. So we'll see what moves can be made. Not a lot.
This has been a crazy fast race. Code St. Peter still running up front. Paxton in that 2nd spot. Declan 3rd. 4th is Tanner Thompson. Avery Sides is right there along with Kennedy. Watching for my grandson from the beach. From the beach, really? Now the people are just rubbing it in, a little bit. From Destin, Florida. Go Slade.
All right. Coming around right now, I do believe this is going to be checkered flag. There it is for my man Code St. Peter. Taking the win in Youth 250 Modified race number 2. That was a great drive, and this will show you right here just how fast Code was turning those laps. I mean, look at the gap right now between him to Paxton Yoshimoto. Code is on another planet right now. That dude's got it all figured out, and he is
right
flying.
there off to the side.
There's Yoshimoto. There comes Declan Shields.
There's our race winner, Code St. Peter. In fact, looking at his lap time, his fastest lap was on the last lap with a 1:13.8. Very cool to see. Very, very cool to see. It looks like the track is coming to these kids, and they're getting it on. So once again, we got somebody checking in from Lebanon, Tennessee, known for circle track racing, sprint cars. So Jeff Lee, thank you. In fact, you got to listen to this. Thank you guys for high-grade professional off-road racing. Thank you, Jeff, for those comments. It's not falling on deaf ears, I can tell you that right now.
Well, there you see Tanner Thompson crossing the finish line. We'll get Avery Sides around through there, and I do believe Miss Kennedy Singleton had an issue out there in her pink Team 360 car. So looks like their Sides also. Yep, they're getting the 56. That's Avery Sides. So they've got their Sides and Singleton ready to go right there, and there is our There's our unofficial results for Youth 250 Mod presented by Handy. So Code St. Peter with the win, Paxton Yoshimoto in 2nd, Declan Shields in 3rd, Tanner Thompson in 4th, Avery Sides 5th, and Kennedy Singleton rounding out the field in 6th.
So it sounds like in just a moment we're going to go down trackside with our first winner of the afternoon. Let's see.
Code St. Peter with Erica.
Code St. Peter putting on an absolute clinic in this Youth 250 Modified class. Code, wow, what a weekend of racing for you and your team as you pocket 1-1 finishes. What went into this successful weekend and this unofficial overall win?
I have no idea. I am so happy right now that my team's been working hard and getting all my cars set up for this win.
Happy as you should be. And now, Code, you raced 2 different classes and already have 3 wins under your belt. What's it going to take to get that 4th win here today?
Go fast.
Go fast. Short, sweet, and simple from Code St. Peter. We look forward to seeing you back out there later today, bud.
Code.
Thanks, Erica. Yeah. Go fast. Plain and simple. That's it.
He knows one speed, and that is go fast. So, Code, great job out there. Congrats to Code on that big win. There you see staging. We got our next group of cars getting ready to go. We still got to get this track cleared. Safety is top priority. So we'll get those drivers out of those cars, and they'll get them hauled back up to the top.
Well, let's step aside real quick after our first race. We'll be coming right back after this. Once again, we're in Jay, Oklahoma, home of MidAmerica Outdoors. More racing coming back after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job.
The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage.
Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for our next race, but before we go there, Joey's known for clowning around with the fans and having a lot of fun. You are known for clowning around with the fans and having fun, but you guys pulled something off yesterday that I don't think anybody else could do except you two. What was that yesterday?
You know, there's a thing going around here where it's like people pit me and Joey against each other to compete at stuff. So we did a race last year in Carsonville, side-by-sides out here on the track. Joey cheated. He beat me on that one, he says. So they challenged us. We had another race at the pool party. And it was probably one of the hardest things I've had to do out here, but we had a lot of fun with it. And I've been excited. I think we're getting ready to show this thing to everybody at home. But, yeah, so enjoy this at home if you've never been to the pool here. This is exactly what we do.
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah.
I've been waiting.
So we just have a good time. And, man, I definitely figured out exactly how long that lazy river is. And we had so much fun up there. Everybody at the pool. They have a water park in the middle of the pool for the kids. You got the lazy river, you've got shallow pools, you've got floating tubes, you've got, the playgrounds right there. Everything that you need is here at this place. You can have so much fun. Like, we got done yesterday, and, I told everybody on air I was going to the pool party.
Yep.
How cool is it to literally walk off the broadcast stage during racing and go to the pool like you see there on screen?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm telling you, that is the place to be. And what's super cool is if you see all those covered areas right there around the pool, you can actually sit right there, enjoy your nice seat at a table, catch a breeze up on top of the hill, and watch all the racing down in the valley right there behind you. There you see two coconuts right there. You can hang out by the pool and have some beverages. And I believe we're ready to show the race from Joey and I yesterday.
Yeah,
my man
let's
Trip
check
Pullen.
that out. I've been waiting for this. Check it out.
So y'all enjoy this.
We're here at MidAmerica at Coconuts. Got these two racer guys with me here. We got some stuff to settle. These guys got out last year and had a guy let them borrow two of his race cars. I'm talking about how cool it could do was that say, hey, I got two identical race cars. I want y'all two guys to get in there and do some stuff.
He ain't that cool.
And his cars broke. They weren't that good.
Well, look, let's just take this out of the equation. I got something right here at Coconuts. We can settle this right here. We don't have to have no cars. We can settle it right here. Y'all ain't, what do you?
I'm ready.
Bro, he can't beat me in nothing.
Look, so what I come up with, look, I got a lazy river. I enjoy the lazy river. I'm going to sit here. So, look, I can be the judge here. I don't really care who wins. But I think we need to have a race around the lazy river right here while I drink my drink.
Hey, man, anything with him and lazy is perfect. So.
You want to make a wager?
Woo! Listen, let's keep our.
We gonna wager those Amazon special Louis Vuittons on that face right now?
Ooh, the Louis.
My Louis for your chain.
It's gonna get good here at the lazy river. All right, gentlemen, go ahead and get in your rafts. The rate you get in is not gonna start till y'all get right here. Okay, y'all gonna jump in and go. Y'all girls, y'all, you good? They're just an obstacle. Man, we're gonna say 3, 2, 1, and then race. Not until we say race. All right, this is where it all goes down, the Lazy River race. Joey and Matt, 3, 2, 1, race. Oh, Joey's got a good start. Oh, look at the start Joey's got. What's Matt gonna do? Oh, look here. Oh, Matt, what are you doing? You got to get a teammate. Look at Joey. Joey's surfing. Joey's doing the surfing. Look at Joey's surfing. Look at that.
He's serious. I need help.
Matt, what are you going to do? Hey, knock him down. Knock him out. Singleton. Hey, lifeguard, blow your whistle at him. He's going too fast. He's going too fast. Get the lifeguard out. He's going too fast. Get the lifeguard. Oh, is it tied up? Oh, Matt's going to come around him. Where's the halfway point? Is it tied up? Oh, Matt's going to come around him. Where's the halfway point? Join herself. Oh, yeah. What's going to happen here? Oh, look at no, wait, get in there, run the ball. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Joey's the winner. Oh, my gosh. Joey pulled it out of there.
I love it when a plan comes together. You know what I'm saying? I went out there. I recruited a teammate. He came in clutch.
He cheated.
You cheated.
Again.
He got out of the water,
Year
didn't he?
1, he cut the track. Year 2, he recruited some guy to
He got out of the water. You didn't say I couldn't. The rules were, gotta have your float, gotta stay in the water. You technically cheated. I didn't break a rule.
I didn't see it. I don't know if he did or not.
That's right.
I don't know if
That's
he
right.
did.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Oh, man. Well, I hope everybody at home thought that was as funny as I did, because I was dying
There's
laughing
two
over
things
here.
I remember from yesterday. As we get ready with our Ultimax starting grid, Slade Dowden starting on the pole right now. Tucker Burrs is right there in the 44. Declan Shields in the 158. Carson Hill in the 126. Triton Lawrence in the 110. Avery Sides in the 56. Kennedy Singleton's out there again in the 71. Alexandra Easton in the 190. Case Beam in the 3C. And Stefano Calagru is out there along with Kennedy Singleton once again in the 71. 11 cars ready to take the green flag in our 9 to 12-year-old Youth Limited. There they are, getting ready to go.
That's right. We're going to get them blocked and loaded right here, and we'll get these Youth Limited 9 to 12-year-old drivers out here. Slade Dowden, Tucker Burza, Declan Shields yesterday putting on a show. Want to see if they can do it again today in race number 2. Dowden looks like jumping out to the early lead right there in that Progressive Power Sports blue machine right there. Burza in second.
Boy, you wouldn't know these are limited cars from that start.
No, not at all.
And go.
Yeah. Dowden's car was flying yesterday, so was Burza. And look, there's Hill running that 4th spot. Good to see my man Carson Hill out there having some fun.
Now, they're running on an abbreviated track, just like they did last year.
Yep.
But this track, what we didn't mention, in length, last year it was like just a little over, 2.2 miles, I think, in length. This year, so it's a tick over 1 mile in length, but they're still running on an abbreviated track.
Yeah, for sure, and you'll see that later. Well, like we said earlier, we're starting at the top of the morning right now with all of our youth divisions and things like that. Once we get into the big cars, you'll see the rest of the track. They'll put it all together, and that'll be coming up here in just a little bit when we get to Expert NA. But right now, Youth Limited 9 to 12. 6 laps right now on the track.
Starting to stretch up that lead a bit, yeah.
Burza, Lawrence, and Sides. Apparently, Hill has dropped back to 6th spot right now on the track. There's Easton running that 7th spot. Beeman in 8th. Calagru in 9th. Ledbetter in 10th. And Singleton doesn't look like, I'm not sure if I don't believe Kennedy Singleton actually started the race.
Yeah. But those names up front are nothing new to this racetrack. Dowden, Shields, Burza.
Yeah, look at this battle right here, Scott.
Yeah, look at this. Wow.
That looks like that's going to be Declan. Well, let's see. What do we got there? So that's Carson Hill, Lawrence, and Sides. So 5th, 6th, 4th, 5th, and 6th right now on the track. There's a battle right there. We'll see if anybody can make a move. When they come to this back section of the course right here, it's funny to watch these guys. They're going so fast in these little cars, and the bumps out there as it gets rougher throughout the day. That's why I think it's great that they're running first today after these big cars run. Yesterday we saw conditions on the far side of the track over there got a little rough. And in these cars, just not the same as running a big car. So suspension setups are a little bit different. So it's nice to have them out there first, getting this nice smooth track.
Yeah, one of our better racers in the side-by-side divisions up in the pro classes. Owen Van Eperen is watching us from back in the pit. So, Owen, I got to ask you, bud, Are you taking any mental notes and seeing where the track is, what the conditions are like? He's probably the youth limited guys could probably teach you a few things, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of people right now tuned in watching this, the future of our sport. You know, these youngsters right here out there having a good time, and one of these days we're going to be up calling their action just like Owen's up there in that class. So look at this battle right here. That looks like Lawrence and Hill. Hill's trying to find his way around Lawrence, goes outside. Now he's going to dive back inside. This may be the spot where he gets the move.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at the lap time. Slade Dowden, his lap time is the only driver to duck into that 41-second bracket. Everybody else is 42 seconds on up, 42, 43, 45. So, yeah, Slade Dowden has found that setup, whether it be tire pressures, the right tire, the shock setup, or he's just a fast little kid, yeah.
Well, still out in front, nothing changing there. That car looking nice and clean. The Progressive Power Sports back, number 8 machine of Dowden on the gas and charging. Couple laps left in this youth limited. There's an extra white flag coming out right there for the number 8. Declan Shields crosses over that finish line also and takes the white flag. And there you are on board. We are literally watching Carson Hills trying to find a spot anywhere he can to get around Lawrence in front of him. He's probably going to try to dive low right here and go underneath. Lawrence protects that line really well.
Yeah, this is the white flag lap last time around for these drivers.
There you see.
There it is. But, okay, he just learned something right there. He tried to pitch it into the inside. It's scrubbed up. He got sideways, scrubbed off all that speed, and that's not what this class is about. You can't drag race from one turn to the next turn. You have to keep that momentum, nice smooth turn, and keep that momentum and the speed up, and he just learned something valuable there.
Well, the number 8 machine right there making his way through lap traffic and taking the checkered flag right there. So Slade Dowden, number 8, with the win. And there you see the rest of the field coming through. Looks like Declan Shields is going to be in your unofficial second place, as well as Berza in the third spot, rounding it out. So let's see. There's 110. Hill's got an inside line. Let's see if he can make a move right at the end. Lawrence is going to block that line, and I don't believe Hill's going to be able to get the drive to get around him. Lawrence takes that 4th position. There's Hill in 5th.
Avery Sides will be the next car. I'm sorry, Case Beeman will be the next car across the line in that 7th spot.
There we are on board watching the 85 of Calagrew make his way around up over the tabletop, representing Johnny Kays. Checkered flag. Calagrew taking that checkered flag right there. And then we've got Sides. So great race for your youth limited 9 to 12-year-olds. We're going to get
just clicking off the race action
man,
today,
we're getting it done today, Scott.
Man, these kids are getting on it.
We have a plan. We have a schedule. It involves pool and Barbie Jeep downhill.
I like how you said pool first.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to.
I happen to know, as we look at the unofficial results, the handy unofficial results. Slade Dowden in that top spot, Declan Shields, Tucker Berza. That rounds out the top 3 in the podium. Triton Lawrence is 4th. Carson Hill will round out the top 5 along with Alexandra Easton, Case Beeman, Stefano Calagrew, Avery Sides, and Camden Ledbetter will round out the field, as well as Kennedy Singleton, that we don't think took
I'm not
the
sure
green
she
flag.
started that race. Yeah, we saw her have a car issue in the race before.
Issue. Yeah.
So not really sure what happened right there, but there you see the 56. I believe that is Sides right there, and they're going to get it all cleared off. But while we're hanging out right here, let's send it down to our reporter with an interview with our winner.
Slade Dowden with 1-1 finishes for this unofficial overall. Slade, you said you had so much fun out there this weekend, so what were you finding out on course that helped you put together those dominant performances?
I found out some better lines. It was fun out there, a little bit slick, but I found some better lines and took inside and stayed on the gas a little bit.
And who would you like to thank for this weekend's performances?
Jesus Christ, my mom and dad, and my sponsors.
Well, congratulations, Slade. We look forward to seeing you in our next round.
Well, nice job. Congratulations to that young driver. Another win, and I believe he may be, Erica might be on to something with the unofficial overall winner here this weekend.
Yeah, that was that was pretty impressive, and got to give it up to Slade right there. He did, the thing that I think everybody should do when they get up there, and he thanked the man above for keeping him safe and helping him have a good race out there. So big shout out to Slade on that win right there. Incredible driving in that Youth Limited 9 to 12. And it looks like we're lining up our next class, Youth Limited 6 to 8. There is the Ultimax grid lineup. Easton Helms, Lariat Lawrence, Alexander Walraven, Paxton Shamblin, Harper Willis, Luke Anderson, Braxton Furnell, Blaine Singleton, Damian Nava, Atlee Yoshimoto,
So
all
that
ready
should be
to go.
A lineup for 10 drivers.
10 drivers. 10 drivers, 6 laps, race number 2. There you see all the look at the race dads right there. You see John Singleton there getting everybody lined up and ready to go. There's TW. There's Billy Champion.
Next year. You and your young boy.
So it looks like we're going to get to see some action coming up in just a moment. They've got all these drivers lined up and ready to go. This is going to be, like I said, our Youth Limited 6 to 8-year-olds.
Our youngest drivers out there. A lot of these drivers, all you're going to see is the tip of their helmet, the very, very top of their helmet above the window, and probably the knuckles on the steering wheel, and that's just about it.
That's right. And then what's crazy is, we have youth stock coming up next, and one of the things that we talk about is, obviously, if my little man starts in youth stock, I've asked Mom, I was like, are you going to ride with him? So there is some times where we do see some of these kids riding with Mom in the car, or someone like that, a passenger. And it's pretty cool, especially in youth stock. Like for me, I would worry about my little man seeing a mud puddle and just thinking that was more fun at the moment. But right now we got green flag. We're sending them the Youth Limited 6 to 8 charging right now. We'll see who's got the whole shot on that. Wow, is that 3 wide
at the start?
3 wide. Looks like, 2 wide going up the hill. Looks like Easton Helms may have jumped out to the early lead there.
Hey, I got to call out my Vietnam veteran cousin from Chicago's tuned in. He's a NASCAR guy, but he's slowly getting into the off-road scene.
Well, I'm telling you right now, Lawrence and Helms, we got a spin out right there. That's the 144 of Lawrence. I think he came in real hot on Helms in that corner. May have bumped him a little bit, spun around, not sure. We didn't see it. But back on the track, all is good. The 144 machine is still in the race. Youth Limited 6 to 8. Helms on the gas out in front right now. And I do believe we have an Amsoil instant replay of what happened right with the 144 just then. Came in real hot, actually checked up.
Yeah.
So I think he realized that he was coming in just a little too hot, hit the brakes, the car spun. Safely got back out there on the track, though. That was nice.
Another opportunity we learned something is like, there's 4 cars in the same picture, and when you have that, that's a tight battle going on in an off-road track, especially at this young age. And the speeds that they're going, it doesn't take a whole lot for one driver in the back to catch up to the lead driver in case something happens. It doesn't take much at all.
So that's the 98 of Blaine Singleton right there. You see that car. Team 360 MidAmerica Ambassador car right there. There you see Easton Helms, your 111 driver, leading the charge right now on the track. Easton looking nice and smooth, spinning it right around that corner, getting some good traction.
Yeah, it's sometimes on a dry track like this, it's a lot easier for these kids to handle. When you're talking about a skinny car with a tight wheelbase and it's a slick track, they're all over the place trying to handle this thing. They're not quite getting into it just yet, but right now with these track conditions, these kids got it nailed.
Well, I'm looking at this running order on the left side, and I see Luke Anderson has moved into that second spot. Big shout out to Luke right there, and Willis running in the 3rd spot. Luke Anderson's probably the happiest young kid out here. I say that every time, but I don't think y'all understand. If you've ever met him and you've hung out with him, he is one of the coolest little kids out here at the track. So no change out in front. Youth Limited 6 to 8. Easton Helms, the 111, still on the gas. There you see on board we got a battle going down. 3 drivers. We'll get a little bit closer to see the numbers on those cars.
Yeah, Easton Helms just crossed the line with a 53.33 as far as his lap time goes as they cross the line.
Oh, look at this, look at this. So there's Singleton.
Whoa.
Singleton goes inside, is able to hold on right there. So he's got Shamblin right behind him trying to get around Blaine Singleton, but wasn't able to do it right there.
Another one of those races that's nice and tight. Look at that, 4 cars in the same picture.
And there you see your leader, Easton Helms, working his way through lap traffic right there, going inside out to get around the 21
Split
of Nava
middle.
right there. Clean and clear, makes his way around to the finish line. Got a few more laps left to go. There you see the 98, the 144, and the 118.
Larry Lawrence
Yeah, making
and
their way through the
Alexander
field right
Walraven
there.
in that picture.
The battle is on. There's still time, so we'll see if anybody can make any position changes out there. You see one driver trying to get some
Is that
momentum
Easton? Yeah,
going around. That's Easton. Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
he's
Easton's
just
still
threading the
working
needle
his way
back and
through the
forth.
field.
Yeah, through lap traffic is making it look almost too easy.
Youth limited 6 to 8. Scott, is this everything you thought it was going to be in these youth races?
Now we got 5 cars in the picture, man. Look at
Yeah.
that. The whole field's in the picture.
They're tightening up, that's for sure.
Should be this time by the flag. It'll be 1 lap to go this time by.
So there's 111, your leader, taking that white flag.
Man, oh man, look at this. This is all you could ask for, man, when you're watching racing of any class, any age group, this tight of racing.
So Helms, Anderson, and Lawrence 1, 2, and 3 with 1 lap left. Scott, we'll see if Anderson. I don't believe Anderson's going to be able to catch up to Helms. Helms is he's got a whole nother speed out in front. He's checked out in this thing. Nice lead right now for Helms, about 13 seconds back to Anderson.
Yep, exactly.
So we're going to follow Helms, the 111 right here to the checkers. Big congrats right here to your driver, the 111 of Easton Helms. There it is. Checkered flag is out. Here's my man, Luke Anderson.
Yeah, not all that far behind for
Team
second.
Baco driver right here. He's got to be stoked. I saw him this morning getting that car ready, and here he comes. Second spot right now, youth limited 6 to 8, Luke Anderson. And there's Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence should be crossing the line. Harper Willis and Blaine Singleton will be, Willis will cross the line, then Alexander Walraven, Paxton Shamblin, Blaine Singleton right behind. Very close finish right there.
What a race. 6 to 8-year-olds, man. It's just incredible to see these young kids out here having so much fun and doing what they do.
What did you and I do at 6 years old? I sure wasn't. Were you on a bike?
Yeah, probably. I started racing moto when I was 4. So.
Okay. All right. Yeah, not me.
Well, there's the handy unofficial results. Easton Helms with the top spot. Luke Anderson in that second position. Lariat Lawrence in third. Harper Willis fourth. Alexander Walraven fifth. Paxton Shamblin in the sixth spot. Blaine Singleton in seventh. Braxton Furnell eighth. Atlee Yoshimoto in ninth. Damian Nava in the 10th position. And that is your handy unofficial results for youth limited 6 to 8. So that was an impressive race. Up next, we've got youth stock. We talked about this. So we've got that stock class that's going to be coming up in just a second. But right now, we've got Erica with our winner. Take it away, Erica.
Easton Helms, our unofficial race winner. Easton, you led both races this weekend from hole shot to checkers. Just how important was it for you to get out front right away and ride this one home to victory?
It was fun. I liked the track.
And did you have fun out there this weekend?
Yes.
All right, that's Easton Helms, our unofficial race winner, guys.
Thanks a lot, Erica. And once again, another driver.
Yeah, man of many words right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
He says, all I know how to do is go fast and drive this car.
It's like
Not worried about the interviews. I'm here for the trophies.
We got a bunch of young Clint Eastwoods out there. So we got some live shot of some of the fans out here this afternoon. And once again, we want to thank everybody for tuning in and watching us. Hope you're enjoying the racing action. And just beautiful weather. I think we're expecting low 80s, super sunny skies, not a cloud in the air, nothing going on except really cool racing out here on the track.
So we are getting ready to go. Coming up here just shortly, we're going to jump into youth stock. And we're going to have all the action. Look at the track. Track crew worked out here last night. They worked real hard to get it re-prepped and ready to go for today. There you see the water truck out there throwing some water. And I believe that while we're getting everybody ready to go here, I see some drivers coming down the hill right now. We are going to send it to a break real fast while we get everybody staged up. When we return, all the racing action will be right back.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Once again, we're at MidAmerica Outdoors here in Jay, Oklahoma. This is day number 2 of the third round of our season here this weekend. And Matt, so far, we've had a couple of races, and all of them have been dead spot on as far as speed.
Yeah, for sure. And there's the Ultimax starting grid. Hill, Fowler, Callan, Coates, Vanover, Hess, Ewing, Hess, Ballinger, Plummer, Doublehead, Brazino, and Lindemood all on the line, ready to do battle. There's TW. He's got that green flag in his hand, and I am waiting to hear that he is about to send these drivers. This is your youth stock class getting ready to do battle. Oh, got one ready. A little overexcited there. TW caught him. He's going to push him back just a little bit.
This is our largest class of the field, all the racing so far this morning.
13 drivers.
Yeah, this is going to be
there. It is, green flag.
There it is.
Look at that jump right there.
Wow, 3 wide.
Oh.
You know, Matt, we saw that one coming.
Got
they were
pinched
3
together.
wide.
Unfortunately, that's my man, the 126 of Carson Hill, too. But he's up back on all fours. Looks good. Yep, looks good. Hopefully that car's okay.
They were rubbing sidewalls. You could just see it coming. It was just a matter of time, probably 2-3 seconds in the making, and back on his wheels. It looks like he might be trying to move. If not, he's back underway.
Yeah, so that looks like the 723 of Fowler moves into that front spot. We'll get a transponder reading here in just a minute, but what a tough break for Hill right there on the front. Hopefully that car's all good. There's your leader, the 723.
How many times did we see issues
Emily
yesterday?
Fowler showing us how to get it done.
Ended up back underway again.
All right, I do see a red flag waving right there. Diving to the inside. That's 22 still racing right here. Not really sure. So we'll get Vanover and 06. That's going to be Ewing will get everybody re-racked and ready since this is a red flag situation on the track. So they're going to stop him right there. Unfortunately, TW didn't get him stopped in time. He's going to have to push all those cars back to the top of the hill.
Yeah, the kids did a really good job of seeing that yellow flag and then realizing through it looks like communication with our flaggers that it's actually a red flag condition. So they all came to a stop in pretty good order.
Yeah, they're going to get them back. They're going to get everybody back up there and lined up and ready to go. Well, we are going to get everybody ready to go, make sure that we've got the track cleared, everybody's ready, all of our safety crews back in there, and we got to give a big shout out while we're doing this. This is something that at this time of the day we typically like to give these guys a shout out because they work so hard to make sure that all these kids and all the racers and everybody out here are safe and they're having a good time on the track. So big shout out to the track crew, the medical teams, the guys that are out here in water trucks, equipment, whatever it is, our flaggers, our finish line flagger, everybody. It takes a lot of us to make this happen, and big shout out to them and what they do out here. Sounds like we've got an Amsoil replay right here from the start right here with Carson Hill. So there you see him. Just pushed him all the way into the wall. He got pinched, and as soon as he hit that little wall right there, it kind of bounced him off and rolled him over. Luckily, he ended right back up on all four wheels, so hopefully everything's good.
He might have left front damage. He might not be able to continue. We were wondering about that, if he was going to be able to take off again. Then not exactly sure.
Well, I don't see him back in the line up there, so I'm not thinking that he's going to make it back out in this one.
Hey, one of our buddies from the Crossbar Ranch is checking in, watching live from Crossbar. That's a pretty cool facility up there in Texas. No, wait, it's in here in Oklahoma, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, there you see TW, the man with the master plan. He who holds the green flag gets everything started, so.
And don't you forget it.
You better not. Yeah, TW and Billy and their team. Yesterday we had to make sure and give a big shout out to Aunt Jenny. It was her birthday, and big shout out to everybody being here Memorial Day weekend, having a good time.
You know, there was something happened last night that you were a major part of, and every time you mentioned it earlier in the day, you got a big old grin on your face. It's that pit bike race last night.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're going to show some of that in a little bit, but right now, while we've got everybody out on the track, getting everybody locked and loaded, we're going to send it to a commercial. When we come back, we got some more action for you.
There's truly something for everybody here at MidAmerica Outdoors this weekend. We finally kicked off our Pit Bike Championship Series. The track is absolutely insane, and the racing is living up to all the hype. We're seeing that all is fair in love and war, and the Pit Bike Championship at MAO.
And we're back here live.
Man, that was so much fun last night.
And I totally missed it when our producer actually was up there and took a few laps himself.
I feel like he might have strategically cut all that footage out of what we just saw in that highlight video. We call those highlight videos for a reason. So. Oh, man. You know, I mean, I was up there last night just trying to walk around and not fall down. That new track they built up there is awesome, and we had some great guys. You're at Sailor, you know, Caleb Carter, Joe Dirt. You might have seen him racing with Travis Pastrana and the boys. They were all out there. Jed Underwood out of Colorado, he killed it. So it was a good time last night. But right now we've got it restarted. This is the green flag for our youth production stock class. So back out on the track, everything's good. We had that red flag incident, and now we're back racing.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if Carson Hill actually was able to make it back out after that first lap incident on the
I don't
prior
see
race.
his car in the field right there. I see Fowler back out in the front,
Yep.
Cowan running in that second spot, and there's Coates in third. So right now everybody's still bunched together. One of the things, Scott, that you'll see with this class too is this is really a it's really a test of the driver. This is a stock class, so all these cars are pretty much the same bone stock cars with little bits of tweaks, most of it in what you see visually.
I think all you can do is like work on the shocks a little
That's about
bit
it, yeah.
and maybe the clutch springs and the clutch a little bit, and that might be about it.
You can't do much. Oh, Fowler getting a little squirrely there, coming through the corner, spins out. That's going to allow Vanover to catch up. Vanover's moved into that second position, so it's Fowler, Vanover, and Cowan. And in that fourth spot, there's Claire Ewing. And Coach rounding out your top five right now. Right behind Coach, you got Hess, and then Ballinger, Plummer, Doublehead, Brazino, Lindemood, and I do believe Carson Hill is out after that wreck. Bummer for him. Carson's had a great weekend of racing. Got the coolest hairdo on property for sure. So
it's not the first time you've said that.
I know. I mean, I'm proud of him. They hit me up, you know, probably 2 weeks before this last race and asked me if I wanted to come up and go get a haircut with him and make some videos and stuff. So we're going to definitely try to make that happen. I think me and Carson are what we call trendsetters, you know.
Oh, you're going back on that again.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to do some cool hairs.
I'll let you have that.
Emily Fowler right now showing us how to get it done. The yellow car of Vanover in the second position, the number 22, and there's the 121 of Cowan still running in third. Four laps left in this production
Good afternoon
stop.
so far. Good morning, I should say. Caroline Ewing, like you said, is running in that 4-spot, fifth. Waylon Coates. But yeah, we don't do it enough. But it's like there's young ladies out here that are racing with the guys, and those numbers are growing, which is neat to see as well.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive the other day when we first got here, the day we were watching practice, when the women's practice went out. There was a lot of ladies out there driving, and there's a lot of ladies getting into racing. So if you're at home and you're thinking about it, come on out. Come racing with us. Jump in here. There is a women's class. We do have the ladies driving in some of the other divisions with the men. And you know what? I'm not even going to lie. We have Kendra Hoop is one of our one of our women drivers out here, and she's as fast as most of the guys out here. She runs in some of those classes, and we see her at the front all the time. She's a MidAmerica Outdoors ambassador and just incredible racer, driver, individual out here at the track. So Fowler still leading right now. Vanover still in second. Cowan in third. No changes right now to any positions in the field.
I got to call out a buddy of mine, Jaden Gerber's checked in, watching the races, so that's kind of cool to see. Said had to tune in for the youth races.
That's right. Everybody wants to watch the kids. The kids are always fun. Another thing to keep an eye out for if you're at home watching, as you're seeing these logos flash through the top right of your screen. Those are our sponsors. They're the ones that help us make it all happen out here. Big shout out to all those sponsors. Make sure and give them a follow. Support those that support us. And also make sure you're following MidAmerica Outdoors on all of our social media platforms and anywhere you can, because you want to stay up to speed with all the information. We also have a handy little app you can download when you're here, and that'll help you with everything you need to know when you're here or what's coming up. But look at that. It looks like Vanover and Cowan are in a battle now. So
that's actually podium race right there, second and third.
Yeah, Cowan is all over the back tire of the 22 of Vanover, trying to make the move right here on the outside. Let's see. Not close enough right here. We'll see if Cowan can dive down low right here, dive underneath, but then right back to another right-hander. So
sometimes it's hard to forget, or hard to remember, I'm sorry, where these drivers are just a little, I mean, they're youngest, they're as young as 6 years old. They're in there trying to muscle these cars around at that speed. So when you come into these corners and the car's bouncing around, that's not the easiest thing for those little hands, those little forearms to be kind of muscling that car around.
Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. All I know is Vanover and Cowan better get ready, because I see Claire Ewing and Coates moving right in there. And Claire Ewing's got the inside line right now, may be able to make a move on the 22 here pretty quick.
Yeah, this is the white flag lap, so check this. Oh, there
lap.
It is.
Oh, look at this is exactly what we talked about yesterday, Scott. If you're in Claire Ewing's position, you're following behind those two in a battle, and you are just waiting because the opportunity is going to present itself for you to make a move. And there you see it right there. It looks like Claire Ewing is going to get a two-spot pass right there potentially, right? Tucks in right behind Vanover, doesn't quite make the pass. We'll see if Claire Ewing can.
Getting a nice run off that corner.
That's
what it's all
down the hill
about.
right there. There's Fowler still out in front. Over the tabletop, one more turn.
Going right for the checkers.
And I do believe the 723 of Fowler this time around will be taking the checkers, yep. So Fowler looks like crosses the finish line, and here we go. Let's see. There is the 121 of Cowan in that second spot. There's Vanover on the outside trying to make a move, not going to be able to do it. In the 06 of Claire Ewing rounding out that right there with the fourth position. Coates is going to be in your fifth spot. So Fowler, Vanover, Cowan, Claire Ewing, and Coates. 1 through 5. What a race.
Go on a limb and say that could be or should be probably the closest finish
super
today.
Close. Yeah, so far today for sure. Yesterday there was a few that I don't think you and I could actually call, and we were very impatiently waiting on someone to give us the official results on stuff like that. But, man, unofficial right here. You're seeing it on your screen. So Fowler, Vanover, and Cowan, 1, 2, and 3. Great drives for them. Claire Ewing, Hess, and Hess. And we still got a few drivers out there to get clear on the track. You know what I'm excited about? We are moving into big cars next.
Okay.
I love watching all the youth race, but one of the cool things is we're going to open up the whole entire track, and we're going to turn them loose. Coming up next with Expert NA.
Still have a few cars to cross that line. But another great aerial shot. You can see the concrete right there. That is going to be an over and under. This track is far from done.
Well, there's our handy unofficial results right here for youth production stock. So we've got Emily Fowler top spot, Vanover second, Cowan in third, Claire Ewing in fourth, Harper Hess in fifth, Heston Hess in sixth, Ballinger seventh, Coates eighth, Plummer ninth, Doublehead in 10th, Lindemood in 11th, Brazino in 12th, and Carson Hill rounding out the field in that 13th position. So your handy youth production stock unofficial results. Now we have, I believe we got Erica with our winner.
Yeah,
let's send it down to Erica.
Let's go down to our winner and Erica.
Emily Fowler with our unofficial win. Emily, you were able to string together 2-1 finishes for this overall. Take me through that race and win from your perspective.
Okay, so when I did my first lap, and I didn't know that there was a big crash, and so Carson Hill, he's a really good driver, and when he got taken out, I was kind of sad that I wouldn't be having to have a good run with him. but at the same time I was good because I knew that nobody else is better than me and him, and so I was really happy because I knew that I would be taking the win.
Well, you two are certainly very strong in this class, and I know you mentioned you have some special people behind you that you want to thank today.
2JM Fab, because my dad works there and he made my car to how it is now. He helped me get to where I could win and do better. Because when I first started, I was getting 12th and 14th, and now I'm getting 1st and 2nd every race.
That is an awesome progression for you and your team. Congratulations, Emily. We look forward to seeing you in our next round.
So do I. I look forward to getting another interview.
Man, that's a good one. That was the best interview we've had so far, for sure.
That's the best interview in a long time, and I think, well, definitely she just gained a fan of me.
Oh yeah,
after
for
that.
sure. I
Wow.
mean, the confidence in Emily's voice, like there's no one faster than me and Carson. So that was impressive. There was definitely some rocks thrown at other people out there, but.
Before we get to the next race, let's step aside real quick for a few words from our sponsors as racing continues here at MidAmerica Outdoors.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Carson Vell. Carson's been racing for quite some time. Carson, give us a little bit of a background on your racing history.
So we started in about 2016. We've been racing since then. I started going to a fair with my buddies, and I seen these things start out in the 170 class, and then I was hooked on it from there.
And you're racing in the Pro NA class. Last year you were racing in multiple classes, so give us a little bit of a rundown of how last year went compared to this year.
So this year right now we're not doing the hottest, but it's a whole new ball game. We have to learn drivers. We have to learn everything all new. We're trying a bunch of new stuff on the cars that we haven't done before. So expert last year we had the cars pretty dialed and everything was going all right, but this year it's a whole new ball game.
And you're also a MidAmerica ambassador out here at the park. Give us a little rundown of what that means to you and what it means to be an ambassador out here at MidAmerica.
Being an ambassador out here at MidAmerica is like helping other people when they need it. If they're lost, go help them. If they need help on a car, go out and help them. If you are not busy, go help them wrench on anything they can.
And you saying that, let's go into this. Out at Winoka, I know that you had a lot of kids coming up to you. You are growing into being basically a role model for everybody. You're a young yourself, but you're becoming this role model. What do you think about that?
I think it's super cool because I used to be one of those kids who looked up to all the other pro drivers, and now that I get to be in that position, it's super cool.
It is pretty awesome, and to hear that, and I know you've helped me out personally also with a few things out here on the track, but becoming the role model that you are, being an ambassador out here at MidAmerica is pretty cool, seeing you out on the track with your beautiful cars. You have your, they're Pro RS1s, I'm sorry, Pro RS1s is what you're racing in.
Yes, ma'am, and they're all custom hand painted. Bunch of extra stuff goes into them all.
And you wrench on these cars, so not only just get out here and race them, you're actually wrenching on them.
Yes, ma'am. We were in here wrenching until about 1 a.m. last night. We got all new brakes that we just put on all the cars. So, yeah.
And that makes you a better driver, being able to wrench on the car and know what you need to change or whatnot. Are you excited to get onto the new track today?
Yeah, we're going to go out there, practice. We've done some changes to each one of these cars, so they're both different in how they're set up. So we'll just see which one handles it better and see what happens.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there, and we'll see you on the track.
Thank you.
The man, Carson Vale.
Yeah, he's one of the cool cats out there. There's no doubt about that. Very, very, very sharp cars. As we get ready for our next race, Expert NA, our lineup is ready to go. They're end staging.
Yeah,
another one. This is going to be our largest race so far today, and that's 15 entries.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one. There's the Ultimax grid lineup on your screen. Safrit brothers, Luke and Landon, Helms, Shamblin, Green, Clifton, Seek, Schroeder, Philbin, Isabella, all out here ready to do battle. Linda Mood, Harris, Keegan Cummings, Rankmeyer, and Justin Moore. Expert in a full track, big car action right now. If you're at home watching, this is going to be a lot of fun. This is one step down from pro. There's TW. He's got that green flag waving. Expert NA on the track and headed out.
Man, lots of contact going on up that hill. They'll go straight down the backside.
Well, it looks like the Safer brothers have got out front, but I believe they're actually separated right now by one car. We'll see as they come around. They threw some water down out there on the track, so you see those drivers sliding through those corners right now. Nope. So you've got both Safer brothers out in front. Well, that looks like first and third. We got one driver that's gone off the track right here.
I think that was Darren Green, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like.
I thought I saw a 42 in that.
So Luke is leading Landon right now on the track. And we'll see if he can hold on right now. Yesterday, the Safer brothers put on a show. They ran away with this race together out front.
Yeah, we talked about that quite a bit yesterday during the race. See if they can pull it off again today.
Right now, everybody's still packed in tight, headed over the tabletop right in front of the spectator area. There you see the hill, one of the most popular places to hang out here.
No, that camera's from the backside, from the other side of the racetrack, opposite where we're at, so it's kind of cool to get that perspective.
There's Bree Seek, the 431 right there.
Kind of surprised
drivers making their way around still.
She's in the top 10, but I'm kind of surprised she's that far back.
Great drive right now, so it looks like Luke Safrit leading the way, and that is Blake Helms that's in the second position. And then there's Landon Safrit running in that third spot. So Blake separating the brothers right now. We'll see if he can stay in that second spot or advance a position. Safrit brothers back out there doing it again today in race number 2, the second day of racing here, Memorial Day weekend. Oh, the 431, that looks like Seek spun around coming down the hill.
Oh, two cars got around. I missed what the second car was.
That's the 19 of Cummings. And there you see the 777 yesterday.
Whoa, car over.
Oh, there we go. That is the 37. That's Shamblin. Yeah, Shamblin's got up on the wall. We'll get the track crew over there. The local caution is out.
That might not be too easy to get back on its wheels as that left, right rear is actually up over the K-rail.
One of the things I just noticed, I want to bring this up. If you're looking at our leaders out here right now, Luke Safrit with a 113, Blake Helms with a 113, Landon Seyfried with a 113.1. So Landon's actually fastest on last lap around right now. So we'll see if Landon can make some moves and get back up there and catch his brother Luke and get around Blake Helms right now. So it's Seyfried, Helms, Seyfried, Green, and Isabella are your top 5. There's Schroeder in that 6th position, Lindemood in 7th. And I do believe we have an Amsoil instant replay of.
And the yellow just come up, and here we go. Yeah, our production crew is just on it.
We're about to see what happens right here. You come down that hill, throws it into the corner there, and it looks like clips that corner right there and sends that car into a little bit of a roll. We hope they can get that car going, get everybody good. Looks like the driver's coming out right now. Everything looks good to go there. Big shout out to our track team and everybody there. The driver's standing on his own 2 feet, talking to staff. Everything looks good. We'll get the car cleaned up and continue racing.
There's something that with the safety side of things we failed to mention so far this morning is the fact that we got the corner flaggers scattered all around the racetrack in very important places where they need to be. But also we've got 4 light systems out there on the racetrack.
Yep.
You got the green. It's just like a giant stoplight.
Yep.
So that's what the drivers see as well. So not only are they hearing in their headset from USAC, the yellow flag out guys slow down. It's a listen-only radio. Then not only do you have the flag guys helping them out, keeping them slow and safe, but also those lights now. The drivers can see those lights, whether it be a yellow or a green or even a red at times.
Well, look at this. We've been talking about it there. Seyfried, he's trying to make a move and get into that 2nd position. But if you watch, Darren Green Darren Green touches a little bit, gets in there. Here they come. They're going to slow down.
Yep.
This is that caution zone, so they're going to slow down. You cannot advance a position.
20-mile-an-hour speed limit, and they're watching through that zone. And then once they get the instant sight, just past it, they'll get back on the gas, full race speed.
So it looks like Luke Seyfried still in front. Helms is in 2nd. Landon Seyfried has bumped back into the 3rd position. That looked like that might have been a position change under caution right there. Not sure. That's up to our track team. But let's see right here. So back out on board with the 28 of Luke Seyfried. There's Helms, as you see him going up the hill.
Now keep in mind this is a 6-lap race, so there'll be 1 to go next time by.
Expert in A action, 2 laps left. Seyfried, Helms, Green, and Seyfried right now on the track.
Caden Isabella will round out the top 5 with Rick Schroeder back in 6th, Jaden Lindemood, Randy Clift,
look at this.
Keegan Cummings, and
making
Sean
moves
Philbin on
up
top
here.
10.
Here they come back into that zone.
Another yellow, yeah.
Another yellow right here. Well, this is the same yellow we've been looking at. They still haven't got that car clear, but it looks like no change right here. Still got Seyfried, Helms, Green, and Seyfried. They're going to restack them in right here. There you see.
They clipped that tire. They put a bunch of tire markers out there on the course on the inside of these turns because yesterday we had a few
they
drivers
were cutting through the corners.
Turns.
Yep.
So the track crew went out there and strategically placed tire markers inside some of these corners that they were cutting, and it looked like one of the cars, as a white flag comes out, actually clipped one of the tires and ended up on its side.
White flag is out for Luke Seyfried, leading the way right now. Helms still in 2nd, Green in 3rd. And it looks like Landon may have had another problem. He dropped back a few spots, so he was running that 4th position. Now you've got Isabella in 4th, Lindemood in 5th, Schroeder in 6th, and then there's Landon right there in that 7th spot. So let's see if he can make some moves and get back up to the front. Great drive for Luke so far, still holding on to the lead.
Yeah, from the drop of the green flag, he's been on a line. Well, here they come to that.
Back in that caution. Everybody's going to tighten up and slow down.
See, this is a tough break for Luke.
It actually looks like
they actually gained ground on him. They should keep that gap between 1st and 2nd and 3rd on back, and they're not. They're letting him group right back up.
Well, as you see right there, the 242 of Green has actually gotten around Helms and is challenging now Luke Seyfried for the lead. So this is the last lap. Not a lot of time left. We'll see as they come over the tabletop right here in front of the fan zone. Seyfried still out front. There's Green running in second. And I do believe that is Checkers. So
yeah,
we're going to give it to Luke Seyfried, Darren Green in the second position, Blake Helms, Caden Isabella, and Linda Mood in your top 5. These are the unofficial results right here, so we'll see what happens out there. There is some question on the track. We might have possibly seen some position changes during the caution. We'll let our track staff, race director all work through that, but great race for your Expert NA race number 2.
And Rick Schroeder crosses the line in that 6th spot with Landon Safford in that 7th. Clifton will be 8th. 9th is Keegan Cummings, Sean Philbin in that top 10, along with Bree Seek. 11th, 12th, Renkmeyer, and the rest of the field a few laps down.
There it is, your handy unofficial results. So Luke Seyfried out in front, holds on. Darren Green in second, Blake Helms in third, Isabella, Linda Mood, Schroeder, there's Seyfried, Clifton, Cummings, Philbin, Seek, Rankmeyer, Shamblin, Harris, and Moore unofficially in those positions. So we got our track team out there right now moving everybody. And I do believe we have Tiffany right now with Luke Seyfried. Let's hear what Luke has to say about that race.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Luke. Now, Luke, before we had those local yellow cautions, you were on a faster pace than yesterday, 108.678. Did you change anything with the setup, or are you just feeling a little bit better with the car setup that you have and the track and the way the conditions are?
Yeah, I didn't change the car at all. The track was the same. I just felt a little bit better with the track.
Well, talking about that, you had Helms in between you and your brother, and with that being said, you always like going a little bit faster than him, and you've done it this weekend. Unofficially, you're taking that top spot. Who would you like to thank, and what's going on?
Definitely my mom and dad for getting me out here. DFS engines, Trey with 3P, Ultimax belts, and everyone else. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, buddy, it's been a great day for you. It's been a great weekend. Now you get to go enjoy the pool, enjoy the Barbie Jeep races later on. Is there anything else that you're looking forward to before we hit Visions in a few weeks?
No, not really.
Awesome. Well, you get your car all up there. Make sure everything's all good to go. It's going to be a great day of racing. We've got lots going on. I know Luke is pretty excited to take that top spot over his brother. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Congratulations one more time to Luke. And in the meantime, as we get ready for our next race, which is Amateur NA, let's step aside real quick. Once again, we're here at MidAmerica Outdoors. We'll be right back after this.
Everybody, this is Tyler Remreed. We're out here at MidAmerica Outdoors. It's already Memorial Day weekend, and man, this season's already going by super fast. We were just at Wheeling, Missouri at the Lucas Oil Speedway. We've got beautiful weather here this weekend. You know, everybody's having fun, jumping in the pool, you know, staying cool for sure.
Welcome back, everybody. A little technical difficulties we're working on, no doubt, as we get ready for the next race. And that is Amateur NA. Here we go with our starting grid. We've got TJ Sewers out there in the 101 on the pole. Ryder Van Beekem. You hear that Van Beekem name a lot in a single day of racing between Ryder and his dad, Robert. Dakota Medlin's out there in the 432. Colin Greenfield in the 513. Nick Slinkard in the 927. Doug Summers in the 211. Rowdy Speaks in the 42. Ashley Rowden is out there in the 15, along with Crichton Jordan, the 417. Mike McClure in the 53, and Josie Watkins will round out the 11-car field as we get ready to go. Once again, that is a handy Amateur NA starting grid. Another great shot of the fans out here on a beautiful, beautiful day here, Memorial Day weekend. And again, just to emphasize the fact there's more going on here than racing. Our thoughts, our prayers, and our memories for our fallen soldiers, our first responders, and please keep that in the back of your mind throughout this weekend.
There's the
flag
green
is out.
flag.
We're underway. Here we go.
Amateur NA action on the track right now.
Is that Van Beekem with the whole shot?
Looks like Severs and Van Beekem already out front battling. It looks like you might have Van Beekem on the inside line right there.
Yeah, Van Beekem with the whole shot. That the young kid is awfully big. He's kind of like the Shaq of off-road.
Yeah, and they are probably the most patriotic.
So the battle goes on for that top spot. Nice tight race in between Van Beekem and Sewers. Or is that Medlin? Can't quite.
We will see as they come around right here. So
nice to have you back.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back. That's the 101 right there. So that is Severs. Yeah, 64 and 101. So that is Van Beekem and Severs. There's Medlin, looks like is in third. There's Greenfield in fourth, and Slinkard rounding out your top five. But look at this battle right here. Van Beekem and Severs. Severs is all over the backside of that car. He's going to come down the hill, get into that good dirt. See, as you see Severs, he's trying to stay in the line. Van Beekem got a little bit outside right there, and you get into that soft stuff and lose a little bit of traction, but
he's kind of taking a peek to the inside, and he's making that line a little bit wider as he's doing so, which is a great thing.
Look at this battle.
3 wide there for a moment. This is a little bit further back in the pack.
Going through that off-camber section there.
Man, some nice tight racing going on between these 4 cars.
There you are back out front with Van Beekem still holding on. Severs charging. Severs, from what I see right here, it looks like Severs is following Van Beekem, trying to figure out where he's going to make a move. Severs looks to be faster on the track right now.
Yeah, he kind of has that look because he's so easily going inside and outside and staying on the back bumper.
That's right. And actually now we're looking at it, you can see that Van Beekem's been able to put a little bit of distance between himself and Severs. A little bit of breathing room.
Yeah.
A little bit of comfort there. Still a lot of race left here. 4 laps left in your Amateur NA, race number 2. So Van Beekem, Severs, Medlin, Watkins in the 4th position, and Slinkard right there, top 5. We've got Summers in 6th, Jordan in 7th, Speaks in 8th, Rowden in 9th. We've got Greenfield and McClure rounding out the field. There you see some still good battles right there.
Yeah, these 4 cars have been going at it now since the start of the race. It's still battling it out. There's no separation outside of the groups. And again, here you go.
Back out front.
He fell back a little bit, but now he's pulling back in. So we're going to have a nice, 2-car gap from first to second. So that's a great battle going on for the top spot.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's certain parts of the track that Severs is able to make up some speed, and then there's other parts that Van Beekem's able to pull away a little bit, like right here in the straightaway. The last 2 laps around, we've seen Van Beekem be able to gap Severs by a couple of cars right here. And it seems like to me that Severs is making up time on the back section of the track in those off-camber corners.
Yeah, the tight turns, yeah. Absolutely. 3-car battle still going on right now. As it's Van Beekem up front. Severs is in that second spot. Josie Watkins up into third. We haven't mentioned that name yet. But
Josie Watkins absolutely flying moving into that position.
Great run for her.
Yep.
Dakota Medlin in that 4th spot, top 5. Nick Slinkard. We got Michael McClure in that 6th. 7th is Doug Summers, Crichton Jordan, and Ashley Rowden with Rowdy Speaks and Colin Greenfield a little bit further back.
Yeah, Van Beekem has definitely found really good traction on the track right now, and he is pulling away a little bit out front. Severs was right on the rear end of that car, but as we see now, he's definitely put a little bit of gap between them, heading over the tabletop right before the finish line. Van Beekem on the gas and charging.
It's nice to see that race team out here. They got multiple cars out here on the racetrack. I want to say 4 different cars. And it's nice to see one of them out there actually dominating so far. I should say dominating, but running a very good race, running up front.
Yeah, that's a... Oh, we got one car going off the track, it looks like. Just running down to the bottom, checking things out real fast. Everything's good here. I'm getting back on the track. No harm, no foul. There we are, back out front with your leader, Van Beekem. Clicking off laps, looking comfortable in that 64 machine.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier they're probably the most patriotic team out here all season long, but then this weekend, MidAmerica Outdoors had that most patriotic pit contest, and they won it pretty easily. And Robert didn't even know it until I guess Jason walked up to him.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Van Beekem's been able to put a little bit of a gap. It looks like about 2 seconds back to Severs right now. We got a car on its side. Not sure who that is. We'll get a shot of it. Track staff out there to make sure everybody's good.
We're up in front of that rollover.
There is your leader.
On the white flag lap.
So that is the 927s.
Damn, you can see that? I want to say Nick Slinkard.
So that is Slinkard. They'll get Slinkard rolled over there. Hopefully everything's good. White flag is out. White flag is out. Van Beekem still leading the way. Severs. And there's Josie Watkins, the 237, running in that 3rd position right now on the track.
Nice run by her. She's very active in the social medias as well, so look for her on Facebook. Lots of entries, lots of posts about her racing
Sounds
program.
like we have a Amsoil instant replay of Slinkard's wreck right here. Let's check this out, Scott, and see what happened. All right, coming down the hill. Not sure what happened. We lost it there, but we're back out front with Van Beekem.
That Severs made up a lot of ground. This is a white flag lap, but might be too little too late.
Van Beekem flying it right here over the tabletop. Looks like he's giving a thumbs up right there. The checkered flag is out.
So Ryder Van Beekem, the Van Beekem racing team out of the Phoenix, Arizona area will take the win with TJ Severs on that 2nd spot.
So Van Beekem, Severs, and Josie Watkins. We talked about the ladies earlier getting in here in some of these classes and dicing it up with the guys.
That is
well,
so
guess
sweet
what?
to see.
Josie Watkins, we had Ashley Rowden down in this class. There's a ton of fast ladies, and some of them we just got to see right here. Congrats to Josie Watkins getting on the podium right here in race number 2. Ryder Van Beekem continues to lead the pack up at the front. TJ Severs and Josie Watkins.
Those are our top 3 podium finishers. Dakota Medlin 4th. Top 5 for Doug Summers in that 5th spot. Michael McClure crosses line in 6th. There's our handy unofficial results for the amateur NA class. As we mentioned before, Ryder Van Beekem top spot. 2nd, TJ Severs. Josie Watkins rounds out the podium along with Dakota Medlin, Doug Summers, Michael McClure, Ashley Rowden, Crichton Jordan, Rowdy Speaks, and Colin Greenfield round out the top 10. So that was a fun race right there.
Yeah, unfortunate for Slinkard there. Had that little rollover. We'll get them all squared away. And we still got lots of action, so we're just getting through our amateur NA. And you know what's next, Scott?
The first pro class of the day.
That's right. Pro NA coming up next. The fastest guys on the property, Pro NA and Pro Turbo. We're going to get to see Pro NA coming up next. Pro Turbo will be coming up a little bit later. And then we're going to have Pro Light Trucks on this Sunday, race day number 2 up here. And it sounds like we've got Ryder Van Beekum with Tiffany post-race interview.
Thanks, guys. Down here with the number 64 of Ryder Van Beekum. Ryder, your face right now has the biggest smile. We were talking about the race, and we had to let your car cool down just a little bit. You were overheating. Walk me through what your perspective was from that race, and especially keeping TJ off your tail since you were trying to catch him yesterday.
Yeah, it was kind of rough because TJ's really good competition. For the most part, I just drove as hard as I physically could, to the point where my car literally got to 241 degrees Fahrenheit right off the race line bottom hill. But yeah, I held him off and brought him the win.
Well, I know you got to thank a lot of people for getting that top spot today. We're still going over everything and going over the entire weekend, but who would you like to thank for this interview?
I would like to thank my mom and dad, Kevin and Matt for help working on my car, and Kevin for spotting me. R&R Steel Racing, Rob Muzzy, E2R Racing, and everyone else that helped me.
Awesome. Well, it's a good battle for the last 2 days between you and TJ, and this is what it's all about, creating battles, creating friendships, and of course, creating those smiles here at MidAmerica Outdoors. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany, and once again, congratulations to Ryder out there taking the win. That's going to make the drive back to Phoenix a little bit sweeter, but Robert's going to come out here later on today, so he's going to be racing in his class as well.
Well, I think we're going to go back real fast and try to check out exactly what happened to Slinkard, and it sounds like we may have the Amsoil instant replay that we were trying to show a minute ago. So we'll see exactly what happens. They come down this hill yesterday, Scott. We saw a lot of drivers getting down here and doing exactly that. There is some holes in the track down there at the bottom. I've been hearing from drivers it's getting rough down there in the ruts. And when you're coming down the bottom and throwing that thing into a slide, sometimes you're catching that wheel, and those cars are rolling over down there. So unfortunate for Slinkard. Glad everything's good. And guess what? We're going to send it to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we got the Pro NA races. Race day number 2 here at MidAmerica Outdoors.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
What would you give your husband to get you a canopy for the golf cart right about now?
No matter what, it's never an easy event, and it never will be, and that's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Tire choice is everything. I mean, to have a tire that's reliable and consistent and drives well out in the desert, but yet when we get to these crazy rock sections, still has grip and performs, and we can hit these sharp, jagged edge rocks and not have a problem, is what we need. And the Rockzilla is definitely our second to none when it comes to the UTV tires. And it just speaks traction. It's got big lugs hanging off the side. It's got big lugs down the side of the sidewall of the tire. If you're gonna look for something that makes traction and is gonna grip in rocks and dirt and everything, you look at a Rockzilla and go, man, that thing looks like it's gonna do the job right there.
Well, welcome back here once again to Jay, Oklahoma, and the beautiful weather here at MidAmerica Outdoors. Once again, my name is Scott Rain, joined here with Matt Edmondson, and it's been unreal today. We've been whipping through these races so fast. Every one, there's been race action up front, the top 3, 4, 5, and then in the mid-pack, there's also race action going on.
Yeah, I mean, from front to back, everybody's battling today. We've heard this several times in interviews where people have said that now they're feeling way more comfortable on the track, right? So we're seeing these groups pack up pack up tighter. They're going to race a lot harder. And there you see it. We're getting into this Pro NA. One of the things, if you're just joining us at home, that's going to be different than what you might have seen if you watched a few races before or something like that, is this is going to be a rolling start. So we're going to stack these drivers side by side. We're going to give them one lead lap with our pace car right there in front. That's our man TW. And no positions can be changed. We're going to bunch them up together, and they got to wait for that green. And when they drop that green, you know what that means, Scott?
Oh, boy.
It's go time.
Loud pedal. Loud
right.
pedal.
Loud.
So there's our Ultimax Pro NA starting grid. On the pole will be Chase Carr in the 913. Alongside of him will be Cross Kirchmeier in the 75. Second row inside will be Colin Truitt in the 17. Outside of Colin will be Eddie Ensign in the 95. Third row inside, Sean Hess in the 22. Robert Van Beekum. There we go. Ryder won last race. Let's see what Dad can do now. That would be Robert in the 64. Fourth row inside, Kyler Holcomb in the 99. Lake Edwards in the 172. And we have row 5 inside. Alanya Baker moves into the pro classes this year along with Ray Barnes alongside of her. And then row 6, Curtis Kirchmeier, Chad Mayo make up row 6, Carson Vale. We had a chance to talk to him a little earlier in his segment, the triple nines, alongside of Aaron Cuevas in the 16. Row 8, Tyler Remereed is out there. We had a chance to talk to him as well as Brody Moses in the 43, and it sounds like Tyler's going to be running an inboard camera.
That's right.
For this race. Owen Van Eperen, one of the fastest drivers out in this class, all the way from Green Bay, is starting way back in the pack. Tough break for him in his starting spot in the 17th. Kanan Baker, another very fast driver, had mechanical issues yesterday. Will be in the back of the pack in the 21. And Reese Harris rounds out the field of 19 easily. 19 cars, easily the largest race we've got so far today. This is going to be good. Thank God for the rolling start, because I don't think we'd survive a land rush.
Well, I'm excited to see this one. We see all those drivers getting ready to go. There you see TW. He's bunching them all together. He's telling them, get tight, get tight.
I'm telling you right now, keep your eye on Kanan Baker. Starting in the second to the back row, that kid is fast. Keep your eye on him and how he works his way through the field. I'll bet you he tries different lines that are just outrageous.
Well, we're about to get to see this. I see TW getting out of the way. There's the 17 up front. That's Truitt. And then you see Chase Carr on the inside right there. Let's see what's going to happen as they come around to the starting line, and they're getting ready to take the green flag in Pro NA race number 2, MidAmerica Outdoors. There it is.
Nice clean start on the front row as they controlled ultimately. And Van Beekum
side by side.
Right in the middle in row 2. 5 cars heading up that hill right together.
Everybody's clean heading up the hill. I see Kanan Baker in the middle of the group dashing from side to side trying to find a line and get around, but looks like everything right now is smooth sailing out front for the 17.
Man, a lot of swinging back and forth as this track just looks really, really tacky right now, even though you see dust. I can't help but think the way those cars were just leaning over
look at these drivers.
Side.
That looked like it might have been someone got a little bit out there on the track. So that was a 17 and Chase Carr able to save it, but someone trying to dice in these corners. We saw that yesterday. Some of these drivers were trying to cut these corners real tight. The track crew came out today. They threw tires in there. We've seen some unfortunate incidents today where some people have tried to do the same thing, caught a tire and landed on their roof. That is not what we want to see, but we also want them to go around the corner. The 17 right now, Truitt showing us how to get it done. He's got a battle on his hands with Chase Carr right there in the 913. And that was Kirchmeier, the 75, running in 3rd position.
Wow.
Ensign in 4th.
Robert Van Beekum's falling back to that 5th spot. He's dropped down. He was running 3rd there earlier in the lap.
Moving back in the field a little bit, I see Baker, Aliana Baker and Kanan Baker right there together, brother and sister. So we will see if they can advance up in the field. Both are extremely fast drivers. In the 7th position right now, we've got Kyler Holcomb, the Kenny Bobby Racing Team, the 99.
Wow.
He had a great season so far. Wanting to keep that going. But look out front right here at this battle. Chase Carr trying to show Colin Truitt a wheel. Not able to do it, but you got to be careful because right there in the 3rd position, you've got Kirchmeier waiting to capitalize on any mistake that these 1 and 2 make right here. There you see 17's got the inside line. That's
and this
Colin
is a 7-lap race. Keep that in mind.
7-lap pro race.
Yeah.
Look at this. Chase Carr trying to get drive on the outside. I'm not sure he does do it. Makes that position change up into the front.
And nice clean pass for that top spot. Kirchmeier right there trying to find a spot. Where can he get through? He's waiting for something to happen with our top 2.
So Carr, Truitt, and Kirchmeier 1, 2, and 3. Ensign and Lake Edwards rounding out your top 5. Holcomb in 6th, Hess in 7th. There's our man Carson Vale in that 8th position. Then you've got Aliana Baker in 9th. Kanan Baker in 10th.
Kanan has moved up 9 spots.
Kanan's on the gas right here. Looks like we got an incident on the track. Can't see the number on that car. We'll figure out who it is. That is Van Beekum. Yep, that's Van Beekum right there having an issue. Looks like car might have turned off, got it going again. He's back out there. So chase car, oh, look at this. They still got a battle on his hands. That's actually Colin Truitt trying to fend off Kirchmeyer in that 3rd position. So chase car right there, the 913 still out front, leading the way. The 17 of Truitt trying its best to hold off the 75 of Kirchmeyer. We'll see when we come down the other side. Kirchmeyer had a drive there. There's the 21 of Kanan Baker getting a little squirrely off the track there at the bottom by our finish line flagger.
And there's a yellow out obviously somewhere. We don't see the yellow. But
I don't see the caution, but they're definitely at caution speeds.
The speeds are showing us that there is a caution.
And it looks like
maybe it's for Kanan.
Kanan
he's
Baker.
off the track still.
Maybe he's having some issues. Not sure what's going on right here.
Oh, tough break for him.
Kanan's going to pull off to the side safely there and stop. It looks like our leaders have cleared the caution. No changes. Chase car still out front. And it looks like Kirchmeyer has made the move actually and is now in the 2nd position on the track. Truitt in the 3rd spot right now. Truitt working super hard to hold off Kirchmeyer. Wasn't able to do it, so that puts him in the 2nd spot. Holcomb, Kyler Holcomb has moved up also. Kyler Holcomb is running in 4th now.
I see another yellow coming out. Yeah, there's a yellow out right now. We're not exactly
I believe this will be the yellow for Kanan Baker on the side of the track right here.
Still, I thought he pulled front enough off. We're in our round number 3, so we got to start talking points for the season. We got to start thinking about that, and that's what these guys are racing for. Colin Truitt, he really needs a good run. He needs a podium finish at least to keep him up. Oh, there's Kanan Baker on the left side. Yeah, there's Kanan. Still, he's just off the race line, but still on the track. So tough break. He had a bad day yesterday too. I think it was the left front was actually tore off, the whole suspension.
Yep.
The hub, the wheel, everything. So not exactly sure.
Kanan is super fast. The one thing we do know for sure is that he will push that car absolutely to its limits every time. You'll get to see Kanan in Pro Turbo and the Pro Light trucks coming up here in a little bit.
Pro Light driver.
Yep.
Don't have too many of those in Oklahoma. So good job by that family getting into the truck classes.
And there is the onboard camera right there. We've been waiting to see this. That is Rimmer Reed flying around the track right there. What a cool shot. That'll give you exactly what they're getting to see. So check it out right there. You can see exactly how much he's having to work that steering wheel.
I'm looking at how violent it is inside that whole cockpit between the body and the belts jumping around, his head going side to side. Like you said, the steering wheel going side to side. Yeah, this is not a Sunday drive. This is not the Indy 500 on pavement, that's for sure.
Yeah, and there you got to fly along board with Rimmer Reed as he went over that big tabletop. That was a sweet in-car cam view right there. Back out front, and it looks like Kirchmeyer has made the move on Chase Carr. Now we've got Kirchmeyer in the lead. Chase Carr trying to get back into that top spot. We'll see if he can make it happen. Truitt has dropped back. They've gapped out a little bit on our 3rd place driver, the 17 Truitt. Look at this, diving to the inside.
Whoa,
little questionable right there.
Yeah.
Fast line, but not sure that was completely on the track.
We're coming to the white flag this time by.
Hanging it all out right here. 2 laps left. Kirchmeyer leading Carr. Carr wanting to try to get that position back and take the win.
Man,
trying to show Kirchmeyer a will.
I'm looking something at you right now.
What?
Could this be the first Honda to win a race?
That might be the first one, but I'm telling you right now, Chase Carr's got the inside line, and if he can make it happen, not close enough. Kirchmeyer got a ton of drive right there. Kirchmeyer with the win yesterday in qualifying, so Kirchmeyer, Carr, Truitt, Holcomb in the 4th spot. My man Carson Vale's moved up into the top 5. Great drive for Carson Vale. Super awesome to see him. It seems like it wasn't very long ago. Carson was in a totally different car. We were announcing for a different class. Now he's up here in the front of the pack. Dyson with these guys in Pro NA. Great race right now for Carson Vale.
This is a white flag lap. This is the last time around for our drivers.
Yeah, if you're going to make any changes right now, is the time to do it. And it doesn't look like Carr is going to be able to run down Kirchmeier. Kirchmeier putting in a great drive coming from the 3rd position all the way to the front of the pack to take the checkered flag right here. So Kirchmeier with the win. Carr in the 2nd position. There's Truitt in the 3rd spot, the 17. And we'll get the rest of our drivers coming around. It looks like Kyler Holcomb is going to be in our 4th position.
Carson Vale, top 5.
Carson Vale, top 5 Pro NA. What a race right there. There you see the 401. That's Chad Mayo flying over the tabletop, making that corner and hitting the finish line right there. So absolutely incredible race for your Pro NA drivers.
Boy, some fast drivers are back in the pack. Owen Van Eperen, Chad Mayo, Sean Hess. Yeah, usually they're top 3, 4 almost every single race, but had issues obviously today. But Lake Edwards will come across the line, that 7th spot. Owen Van Eperen, 8th, 9th. Curtis Kirchmeier, Chad Mayo, top 10 finish. Ray Barnes, Aaron Cuevas, Tyler Remereed in the 13th spot. Brody Moses, Robert Van Beekum back in 15th. As it looks like we're getting ready for the unofficial finishing order.
That's Aliana Baker trying to get the track cleared.
Let's see. Yeah, she wasn't been able to cross the finish line, so she's going to finish, it looks like, possibly 1 lap down in that 16th spot. So tough break for her. Actually, Baco Racing didn't have a very good race today.
Well, they still got a lot of racing left, and there is the Handy Pro NA unofficial results right there. Kirchmeier with the win. Chase Carr in 2nd, Colin Truitt in 3rd, Kyler Holcomb in the 4th spot, Carson Vale rounding out your top 5, Hess in 6th, Lake Edwards 7th, Owen Van Eperen in 8th, Curtis Kirchmeier in 9th. Your top 10, Chad Mayo, the 401. There's Ray Barnes in 11th, Aaron Cuevas 12th. Remereed, we saw that in-car cam with him, is in the 13th position. Brody Moses in 14th. Van Beekum in the 15th spot. There's Aliana Baker, we just saw on camera, in the 16th spot. And there's Kanan Baker, both of them having car trouble out there. Eddie Ensign in 18th, and Reese Harris rounding out your field. And I do believe that we have Tiffany with our winner for an interview right now. Take it away, Tiffany.
A big congratulations to the number 75 Cross Kirchmeier. Now, we were just talking about positions and where you wanted to pick, and you said you had the option of picking one or the other, and you picked a certain one. Walk me through what the idea was behind that.
So I finished 2nd in the heat, so I get the opportunity for the front row, but basically it's 2nd pick. So instead of opting to park next to Chase, I decided to get behind him. This start, it's a little bit of a gamble on the outside. If the inside guy wants to push you wide, you're in the rocks, and can be a bad situation. So I took the safe bet. Didn't work out. I didn't really capitalize. Colin got a free hole shot out of that, which, I mean, great for him. But I did what I thought was best, and in the long run, it ended up working out.
Well, talking about that a lot, when 1 and 2 are battling, they were so close, about 0.3 of a second off each other on certain laps. You kind of just wait, you sit back, and then that's when you capitalize on what they are about to do, and it seemed like it worked very, very well for you this weekend. 2 weeks we go into Visions. Obviously, things are going to change, but coming off of this top spot over here for round 3 has got to give you a lot of encouragement. Who would you like to thank for the day?
Yeah, always, first and foremost, Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior. He blesses my family and our businesses to allow us to do this. I mean, it's not easy, our family traveling doing this. So them first and foremost, Brian Crowder Cams, PPI, Red Camel Racing, Hess Motorsports. We've really worked with them a lot this year, and that's worked really well. There's just a bunch of people part of the program, and it's great to finally, put it where, we should be at. We should be on the podium consistently. So after the first race break, I'm glad to be here, and a lot of boost and confidence there.
Well, you've said it right, Cross. Consistency wins championships, and that's what you're going for. Round 3 has been very well to you. Looking forward to round 4 in a few weeks. Back up to Scott and Matt.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Oh, there it is, right there. That picture right there, that's what today's about.
Yep.
How can you not get choked up?
Yeah.
Thinking about what we remember today, what's important to us all. Thank you to all those service people and our first responders that didn't make it home today.
One of the things we would definitely want to talk about real fast while we're getting ready for our Vet 40 Plus Turbo. We got Visions coming up. That's going to be June 12th to the 18th. It's going to be a really, really good time. We got everything from round 4 of the Side-by-Side Championship Series, Ultra 4 Racing, Nitro Rallycross, Nitro Circus, the Nitro Circus Pit Bike Championship, the Truck Championship Round 2, America Pro Rock Racing Pit Bike Series Round 2. We've got bull riding and fighting, Barbie Jeep races, nightly live music and entertainment, and so much more to be announced. So you guys got to get on social media, follow MidAmerica Outdoors, get the app, get everything you got to have so that you know everything that's going on.
Make a booklet at home,
telling you,
print it up.
FOMO is real out here at the park. You have a fear of missing out when you're here because there's so much going on. Just like today. Right now we're running through this race order, and here in a little bit today we're going to have Barbie Jeep downhill. We've got a live performer again tonight at Coconuts. There's so much going on out here. The food truck court right above us. I'm going to make my way up there and probably get me a funnel cake from Ginger Jake's.
Why, Matt, why do you get a goofy grin on your face when every time Barbie Jeep comes up?
It's just pure carnage. I have so much fun. It's so entertaining. I mean, if you're at home and you've never seen it, you're definitely going to want to try to catch that. We show some highlights of this stuff on social media, and everybody gets to see it. We have such a good time. It's entertainment to the highest level for sure right there.
Well, in about 2 races, I think that's where you're going to be right there at the top of our screen up there in that pool area. Hopefully one of our drones can zoom up over it and zoom in on you having a good time.
Well, I can tell you what I'm not going to do at the pool today, and that's race around the lazy river. Still kind of recovering from that one. Joey cheated once again and beat me, but hey, I'm glad everybody at home got to see that. You know what? Now I just want you guys to all come up here and hang out with us and go to that pool. Look at that pool right there. Looks so inviting.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting ready now for our next race, which is a Vet 40 Plus Turbo. Ooh.
One of the things I want to talk about looking at this shot is look how full the park is, and you can't even see it. So you go up there, you go through the main pits, you hang another left, and you head back up to the shop, and there's a whole nother row of campers and rigs and stuff everywhere. And this is a shot of down in the fan area, the spectator area. That's where everybody hangs out to watch the races. It looks like Joey Beck and Trip Pullen right there sitting down there hanging out. And I think we're about to head to the starting line right now.
Here's our lineup real quick with the Vet 40 Plus Turbo. Race number 2 on that pole will be Harley Holland in the 14H, Pablo Jimenez, Dan Hill, Jeff Johnson, Sean Murphy as the green flag is out, Mike Buccafusco, Rusty Pipes is out there. Actually, Rusty isn't. Lee Knowles will be. And Kevin Hall's out there along with Michael Pritchard and Derek Steven, Vet 40 Plus Turbo.
Well, there's a battle at the front right now. That looks like Harley Holland and Jimenez. I can't tell for sure. But Harley Holland, your winner yesterday.
Yeah.
We're going to see if he can get back up front up there and do some work. I heard Harley got to celebrate his win yesterday on the lake. Mighty jealous. I hope he got a really good suntan.
Yeah, you're definitely a water guy. There's no doubt about that. I hope to join you later on this summer when I bring my boat out here, but it's nothing compared to what you guys have.
Well, I can tell you right now, this Vet 40 Plus Turbo class, Murphy's out in front right now. That's actually who we're seeing in the yellow car. And then there is Lee Knowles right behind him, the 41. Lee Knowles, an absolute, just incredible individual. Yesterday had a great race and always about helping the others around him. A great MidAmerica Outdoors ambassador. And right now, Lee Knowles is charging in second. So looks like we got Murphy, Knowles, and Jimenez. Holland's in the 4th spot, and there is Hall running in 5th.
Yeah, Lee Knowles started back in that 8th position, so a great first lap for him, now running, like you said, in that 2nd spot.
So this is your Vet 40 Plus Turbo, 40 plus years of age.
There you go.
You have to be over 40 to race this class. Murphy, Knowles, Jimenez, 1, 2, and 3. Holland still in 4th. Hall in 5th. Johnson in the 6th spot. There's Hill in 7th. Pritchard in 8th. Buccafusco in 9th. And it looks like Lee Knowles is trying to show Murphy a wheel right there. He's going to try to get around him any minute now. I think he's just looking for that spot. He wants to cleanly get around Murphy, and I think he's trying to find that section.
You know, a lot of times this race here, both of the Vet 40 Plus classes are some of the best racing in the afternoon.
They are. These are, seasoned veteran drivers. They've raced a lot of other things. One of the cool things to think about is a lot of these guys that are coming out here come from, many different forms of racing, and They've raced dirt bikes. They've raced all kinds of different stuff growing up, you know, and the saying is, with age comes a cage. And now they're out here in a short course car and having a good time racing. Right now, Murphy trying to hold off the 41 of Lee Knowles right there. Jimenez still running that third position. It looks like, actually, it looks like Harley Holland's moved into the third position.
We got a car stopped out just inside the race course right now.
That looks like it might actually be. Oh, there's Lee Knowles coming in, bumping Murphy a little bit at the bottom, letting him know, I'm back here. I'm trying to get around you.
Well, here's what I'm noticing about our battle for our top spot. Our leader is driving the racetrack. He's driving like it's almost like pavement, driving in, not pitching it sideways, not getting squirrely, coming out of the corner. Meanwhile, Lee, he's just out there hanging out, trying to find a line, trying to find a way to inside, outside. He's not afraid to take chances, and that's, I think, what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's very obvious watching this right now on screen that Lee Knowles has the speed to get around Murphy. He's just looking for that spot. Like we said, Lee is a true sportsman. He's not going to get in there and do any bumping. He wants to keep it clean, and that's what he's doing right now. So Lee Knowles, the 41, charging, trying to get around Murphy, not able to make it happen yet. There we see him coming down the back section. Oh, and Murphy spun out. Murphy spun out, allowed Lee Knowles to go around. That moves Harley Holland up into the third position as well.
Matt, did he lose steering maybe?
He might have lost steering because he went way off the track.
Yeah.
There you see him coming back around the other side. He's going to try to safely get back on. And he has dropped back into what I believe is the fourth position on the track. There you see Jimenez in that 73. He was running up front. We noticed he wasn't out there. We thought that was him a second ago.
You see something underneath the front end of that car? Kind of.
It looks like it might be a tree kicker that was hanging off the side of that thing.
But, yeah, that fell right into Lee Knowles' hands.
Yeah, Lee Knowles had the speed. He was looking for that spot to make the move, and now he did. He's out front. Few laps left for your Vet 40-plus turbo race right here, so Knowles and Holland, looks like there is a caution right there as they come around from where Jimenez is. Wow, what are we seeing right here, Scott? It looks like Jimenez might have hit the rock pile there coming into the corner, and there are massive rock boulders all over the track down there. So that could definitely be what we see. Maybe that's why whatever's hanging off the side of that car is hanging off the side of that car. Do we have an Amsoil instant replay of that? If we're going to get one of those, yep, here it is right here. We'll see exactly what happened as Jimenez comes around, decides to blow out the rock pile and go right over the top. At that point in time, he realized that the front of his car would like to do the stanky leg, so that didn't work out very well. He hit that rock pile pretty hard. We hope he's okay, but back out front with Lee Knowles now.
Looks like the white flag should be coming out this time by for our leader. And this is exactly what that race team needed today, I think, to kind of put a stamp on the weekend.
So Lee Knowles will slow down. He'll come around that corner under checkers and take the white flag, I believe, on this lap. One lap left for Lee. There you see him hitting that acceleration.
Yeah, our top five right now, Dan Hill's in that fifth spot with one lap to go. Sean Murphy back in third.
Murphy's actually back off the track right there. There you see him on the side.
Somebody's driving up. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, Harley Holland definitely is in that second spot. Dan Hill's moved up into that third. Kevin Hall fourth. I think that'll put Bucca Fusco in that top five position. So we're on the white flag lap. One more time, Ralph, for our leader, our top three actually, Knowles, Holland, and Hill.
Yeah, big shout out to Holland yesterday, sliding in there, getting that win in the second spot today. It's a great drive for him. Knowles yesterday in race number one did not get the finish he wanted. Today he's out front leading the way, hitting this caution, it looks like for the last time. And then it'll be the checkered flag for Lee Knowles, MidAmerica Outdoors ambassador, the Super ATV car right there. The 4-1. Our favorite dad jokes guy, Lee Knowles, takes the checkered right there. There's Harley Holland in that second position. Well, let's see as we get them all through here right now. So we've got, looks like Knowles, Holland, Hill, Hall, Buckafusco, rounding out your top 5 in Vet 40 plus turbo. What a day. We're moving to there is the Jimenez car, 73, that cybertizing car. He decided to take a little rough ride through the corner right there, and you can see the remnants of what's left on the front end of that car.
But if you remember, he was coming up on a car in front of him, and he dodged it, either smacked the car in front or dodged it by going up over that rock pile, and I think he did it was a costly move, but yet very sportsmanlike.
Yeah, true. Very sportsmanlike. It's definitely going to take some work to get that car. Luckily, this all went down on day number 2. Not exactly sure what he's got left in his schedule for the rest of the day, but here it is. The handy unofficial results for Vet 40 Plus Turbo. Lee Knowles with the top spot. Harley Holland in second. Dan Hill in third. And Kevin Hall, we're hearing actually that the 888 of Dan Hill will actually be docked a position. So that would probably put Kevin Hall into that third position and him in the fourth. Mike Buckafusco, the 901 in the fifth spot. Jeff Johnson in sixth. Michael Pritchard in seventh. Sean Murphy in eighth. Pablo Jimenez, we saw him coming off the track in ninth right there. Rusty Pipes, I don't believe Rusty Pipes made the field. And Derek Stevens, I'm not sure he made the field either. So that is your handy unofficial results. And it sounds like we have an awesome interview with Erica right now and our man Lee Knowles.
Joining me is Lee Knowles, our unofficial Race 2 winner. Lee, wow, what a drive. This track is getting treacherous. You had to handle lappers and battles with ease. So just take me through that race from your perspective, and how was your car handling?
The car was handling unbelievable. The track is super fast. You stay in the blue groove. It handles, and you can take the corners, hug them tight, or you can take them wide, whatever you need to do to get around your lap traffic. Beautiful car setup. Thank you, Super ATV, MidAmerica Outdoors, Raceline wheels, and rugged radios.
And how does this performance help you kind of going in divisions? Because this one must feel good.
It does, and I have another race today with the Expert Turbo class, so it gives me a little confidence booster right now, which I really need.
Well, we look forward to seeing you in Expert Turbo later on. Congratulations on this Race 2 win.
Thank y'all.
Well, man, let me tell you something. That guy right there is probably one of the most awesome individuals out here, and I was excited to get to call that as my last race of the day. Scott, I've had fun with you. Pam Hall's going to step in. Y'all going to continue the action. I'm going to move on to other things, including barbecue downhill in the pool. Thank you, guys. I'll see you at the next round.
Matt, it's been an awesome. I have had a great time here Memorial Day weekend with you and your family. Go have some fun, man. I'll catch you in a bit.
One of my favorite products for 2023 is the Pitbull Lift from Handy. Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Handy is once again changing the game. Pitbull helps us put in the work here, so we can do the work out there. Handy creates badass American-made products.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, this is round 3 of the 2023 season here at MidAmerica Outdoors for the MidAmerica Side-by-Side Championship, as well as round 2 of the MAO Pro Light Trucks. Joined right now by Pam Hall. Welcome back to the booth as you're going to take us for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much. It's been awesome out here watching you guys and all the races this morning. I'm super excited for the rest of the afternoon. It's been another amazing day of racing out here.
And it's only going to get better. It's going to get a little quicker. In fact, we're about to be joined by one of our other broadcast buddies a little bit later on. Let's go talk to Dave Arnold right now.
Hey guys, Dave Arnold here, standing on the hillside overlooking the valley of the racetrack here at MidAmerica Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. We're getting ready to have some great racing action this afternoon. We got racing going on, but I'll be joining Pam Hall in the booth very shortly. Well, we got some great racing when we go into the booth, of course, with the Youth 800s, the Youth 1000s. Also, we've got the experts, we've got the women classes, and of course, the Pro Turbos. Cody Miller looking to get his 3rd straight win with a great pass to pull it off over his brother Hunter Miller yesterday. And of course, and Pro Light, man, I'll tell you, Kyle Greaves, he's looking for his 3rd straight. Will he bring the broom out? Will he sweep the weekend? Well, we'll have to find out.
Well, thanks a lot, Dave. And again, he'll be coming up here in just a moment to join you for the rest of the afternoon and the rest of the pro races. But everyone's starting to talk about that Pro Light, those trucks that are here for the second time.
Yes, yesterday was a great race by them, and I can't wait to see them back out on the track. But right now we're doing a little bit of track maintenance right before we get our Vet 40-plus NA class going here in just a moment.
Yeah, we got 9 entries in that Vet 40-plus NA, naturally aspirated. On the pole will be Terry Lackey in the 4 alongside of Rick Schroer. You've heard that name before in the 978. Austin Sides is out there in the 112 alongside Jason Everhart in a Razor. In the 16. Mitch Trude is out there and also in a Razor, number 19. Jeff Johnson is in a Yamaha on the 27. Todd Remereed, I hope he's coming back out here because I know his car last night was not in too good a shape after yesterday's race. So hopefully he makes a call. And Michael Moore is out there starting 8th in the number 53. And Justin Moore rounds out the field in the number 82. Once again, we got 9 cars making the call, hopefully. Definitely 8 for sure, and this is the Vet 40-plus NA. So as we get ready to go, Pam, what have you noticed that stands out today a little bit differently than possibly yesterday?
Well, one of the biggest things that I've noticed is walking out here, there is now a hill covered for the Barbie Jeeps tonight. No, but the track maintenance, the water on the track is awesome out there. The track's looking really awesome. But the Barbie Jeep, that's later on this evening. It's going to be super fun to watch, as always, but we have to get our racing done first, and then we all get to go have some fun.
You do realize I'm monitoring the blog on the side of the Facebook page of all the people that are tuned in and watching us. You sit down, and a second later, this guy Christian Hall checks in.
Oh, of course.
What's that about? I mean,
he's my stalker, my lifetime stalker.
But yeah, that just shows me how much this is a truly a family-oriented race series environment. This whole facility. The off-road racing, I mean, it's you and your son and your husband out here every race weekend from North Carolina.
Yes, all the way from North Carolina. They fly in. I have the pleasure of driving in because I allows Hank to stay in school a little bit longer and miss less days. So I do my drive-in, they fly in. So they've got the luxury life right now, except they're working in the pits the whole entire time. I don't get to do that, obviously, because I'm doing my job. You swing by
fast
I swing by and say hi, hey.
Yeah, see you hopefully for dinner. Well, we're going to step aside one more time before our next race, which again is the Vet 40-plus NA. We'll be right back. Once again, we're at MidAmerica Outdoors here in Jay, Oklahoma. Welcome back again, everybody. Like I said earlier, we're in Jay, Oklahoma, and beautiful, beautiful, beautiful weather here Memorial Day weekend.
Yes, it is. It's not too hot. It's not too cool in the evenings, but it's absolutely beautiful. The pool has been packed all weekend. The park is packed. There's so many people here. You could drive down, and there are no open camping spots. It's just completely packed, and I love seeing all the people out here having fun. Last night we had the pit bike races. Tonight we have the Barbie Jeep. We also have Wild Aces playing tonight. That is probably my favorite band that comes out here and plays, and I can't wait to see them play again.
Aren't they from Texas, I think?
No, Memphis area.
Memphis? Okay, I knew it was a long drive, wherever they were from, but yeah. They're here, I think, almost every race weekend, at least for one night. But yeah, they're very, very good.
They're very good. They were at Wheatland, Missouri, so they were our band that we had. But we do have the Barbie Jeeps. Last night we celebrated a little bit of Aunt Jenny's birthday, and super fun. But let's talk about this. We have so many people that are a part of MidAmerica Outdoors and the whole AOE family. We have a lot of sponsors that have been coming on. We have Good Boy Vodka that has came on this year, and actually just recently they came in, and they have an amazing what they do for the veterans and everything. The Good Boy Vodka, they're dedicated to helping both humans and animals in need of both local communities and across the nation. So it's really super awesome. They are a 100% nonprofit and non-salary organization, and they came on board just recently. They also sponsor one of our women's in the women turbo class and in the amateur, Miss Brittany Crisco. So it's really cool to have all these companies coming on board. But Raceline Wheels, amazing.
Yeah, very cool. You see some of the branding around this racetrack, and you'll also see them, I think, right before you come down the hill past the pool. Huge supporters of this facility and this series.
Exactly. And then Amsoil. Amsoil is a huge part of not only the side-by-side series, but they're also sponsoring the whole park and our Ultra 4 USA as well.
Which we should also mention, before you head home, wherever you're driving home to, make sure and stop by. If you think you're going through very, very hot area, for driving through Southern California, through Arizona, through Southern Texas, pick up a quart or two, because guaranteed in that heat, man, it's going to be nice to have something on backup.
Yes.
But as we get ready once again for the Vet 40 Plus NA, here's our Ultimax grid lineup. On that pole will be number 4 of Terry Lackey alongside of Rick Schroeder in the 978. Austin Sides, who's got fans online right now checking in, cheering him on, who's starting 3rd in the 112. Jason Everhart in the 16 will start 4th. 5th is Mitch Truitt. Out there in the 19, Jeff Johnson will start 6th in the 27. Todd Remereed will start, 7th in the 95. Michael McClure will start the 8th in the 53. And Justin Moore will start 9th in the 82. They're at the line. You can see them right there on camera getting ready to go. Our flagman's in place.
See Mr. TW giving them the thumbs up.
And we're underway. Green flag is out. Here we go.
And today we also have the Whole Shot Award that actually happens during all of our main events. You can see right there, that was the Rimreed getting off a little bit to the left there, Mr. Todd Rimreed.
It's nice to see him on the track.
And right there, they just now went down that Raceline Ridge. So sorry, we lost your audio for a minute, so I was told to pick up, but here we are right now. That is the Project X Turn 1.
Wow, 3 wide, and they make contact. Somebody goes around and on its side.
They actually ended up spinning out in the rock section right there, getting back on course, but just getting a little spun out in that section.
I think they pulled a gravedigger move up there. They got up on its side, turned the left front, turned into it, stayed on the throttle, and brought back up on all 4.
And that is a perfect example right there. Yesterday we were talking about when they do go and they're trying to save it. Turning into it is the best thing to do to try to save that bicycle.
One of those gravedigger moves. But as we go back to the racing action, it looks like Terry Lackey has pulled the whole shot. Schroeder still running in that 2nd spot.
Actually, Todd Rimreed actually bumped up Jason Everhart in 3rd.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we have Rick Schroeder in that 4th position, so a little bit of a change-up already out on race course.
So our top 5 right now is Jeff Johnson, Rick Schroeder, Jason Everhart in that 3rd spot. Remereed jumped up in the 2nd, and Terry Lackey, who's had the point from the drop of the green flag.
And Terry Lackey taking the win yesterday in race 1, and now out here in race 2 leading the pack. He is definitely the one that they are chasing down.
And they're starting to separate quite a bit. And this is a 6-lap race. But, Pam, what is it about I don't know what you'd want to call it, but it's like the green flag drops. All of a sudden, they're run together for maybe half a lap or a lap. Then they start to separate. There's that big gap between almost every single car. Then with like 2 laps to go, somehow, for whatever reason, algorithms or whatever, they come back together, and we got tight racing right up to the checkered flag.
Yes, and you can see there are 2 different groups. We have a group of 4, and then we have a group of 3 out there. And it's very interesting that you do say that, because it's all about driving skill out here as well. And the Vet 40 Plus class is an awesome class to be running in, and they have to be an amateur and expert level drivers only. So if you are a pro driver, you can't bump down and race with our 40 Plus class.
So let's check out, we've got the AMSOIL instant replay of what took place earlier in the race right here. See if we can see exactly what happens. Got pinched off the inside, up on 2 wheels, was able to save it and drive right out. I didn't catch who that was though.
That was a great save right there. Not sure exactly who that was, but we do have Terry Lackey still out front, and it looks like he's checking out just a little bit with Todd Rimreed in that number 2 spot. Kind of a gap between, well, you see right there now Jason Everhart is closing in a little bit on Rimreed. And Jason Everhart, he does build his own cars out here, so one of those things, it's like, if you work on your own car, you know what to expect. Building your own car, you know what you need to change.
I mean, that's what's neat about this class is like you can design and fabricate your own chassis, get your own thought in your head. You know who Kurt Leduc is,
yes,
obviously.
I do. Yes.
He built his last Pro 4 with never, ever, all it took was a piece of paper toweling and a pencil, and he started drawing on this paper toweling. And that's how he started.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that about his last vehicle he built, but that is pretty cool. We do have now 4 laps remaining in the race out here for our Vet 40 NA class out here for race 2 of Memorial Day weekend.
Nice close shot of Terry Lackey, our leader, going by. Nice looking Polaris right there. And he's basically, I want to say, probably 6 seconds lead right now over Todd Rimreed.
He actually, it's a 2.5 second lead is what when he went through timing. But it's pretty cool to see Terry Lackey, Todd Rimreed, Jason Everhart out there 1, 2, and 3 battling out. But they're all closing back in. If you look, that the 4th and 5th is catching up of the 1 through 3 class, and that is Rick Schroeder in that 4th position, who's closing the gap.
We got to really throw the kudos out to the Rimreed race team, as that car was messed up after yesterday's race, and I really didn't think they're going to make it out here for today. But as we go back a little further back in the pack for 4th, 5th, and 6th, that's Schroeder, Truitt, and Johnson, it looks like.
And if we look, we do not see Truitt actually right up there. I think he's having a little bit of issues going on behind us physically on the race course, but there's Rimreed leading the pack through.
There's a run, there might be a pass, and just to the inside. I think he may have caught Todd napping a little bit.
Oh, and that
is that Todd that pulled off? It looked like he kind of got shoved to the outside off the track. So, Jason Everhart moves up in that 2nd spot. I believe Todd was able to hang on to that 3rd position.
So 1 through 5 right now coming through. We do have Terry Lackey, Jason Everhart, Todd Rimreed, Rick Schroeder, and Mitch Truitt in that 5th position. And this is a great race going on here between our Vet 40 NA classes.
And I'm sorry, but I'm going to call out both the Vet 40 plus classes, as they are oftentimes some of the best racing we're going to see all day long, even more so than the pros oftentimes.
Exactly, and some of these guys in the pro classes and stuff, they race also in other classes like the amateur and the expert. But as we were saying earlier, if you are in this class and any of the Vet 40 plus classes, you have to be an amateur or an expert level driver only. And it's really awesome too, like they can't go up into the pro classes as well.
Once again, here's another AMSOIL replay. Wow, no place to go. That was a Joey Chitwood move. About 2-3 seconds, he was up on the bike and turned into it, saved it as a white flag comes out. And another strong run by Terry Lackey, but he's getting heat right now by Jason Everhart. 1 lap to go. Let's watch this right now.
That is a great battle going on between Jason and Terry Lackey. Terry Lackey coming in with the race 1 win yesterday, out here trying to make it again, but it looks like a pass is going on the race line bridge.
Are we going to talk about outside pass?
And it looks like he did. Jason Everhart has taken the lead.
That is the fastest part of the racetrack, bar none. They were talking about some of these guys were looking at their readings after the race. They were going almost 90 miles an hour coming down the hill into that little chicane. But what a move by Everhart.
That was an amazing move by him. And you know, Terry Lackey right now is like, what did I do? What did I do wrong to lose that number 1 spot? But he did have the win yesterday. But Jason Everhart right there, number 1 on the course for race 2 of Memorial Day weekend.
Just a few turns remaining, and I can't help but think that Lackey's going, oh man, what happened?
And Lackey's car's already been proven. He actually had Colin Truitt out racing, like I said, with the Outlaw Series, and he won in the Pro NA class and the Expert or the Turbo class as well. But there is the checkered flag. Jason Everhart in that number 1 spot. Terry Lackey in number 2. Todd Rimmereid coming in that 3rd position. Austin Sides 4th. Rick Schroeder 5th. What a great race that was.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth. It was almost hard for us to keep up with what was going on, not only up front, but like mid-pack as well, as the mid-pack drivers were working their way towards the front.
Yeah, it wasn't just a race for the top 3 spots. It was another race for itself on the 4th through 7th positions.
So as we wait for our unofficial results, some nice shots of these guys in their cool-down lap.
And that's Jeff Johnson right there in the number 27.
I'm really glad to say that so far today we've been seeing very, very clean racing and really not a whole lot, if any, incidences on the race course. So
it's going by quick.
Yeah,
today is going by so fast.
By. I think everybody wants to clean race it so they can jump up in that pool later on today. There's the motivation, huh?
Yeah. We can see all the cars coming off the track, getting their speed limit sign right there. And there are the unofficial results brought to you by Handy.
We got Terry Lackey obviously taking the win. Rick Schroeder second. Austin Sides will be the last driver on the podium. And Tanya Sides was checking in. Go, hubby. So that's going to be kind of cool back in the pits later on. 4th spot will be Jason Everhart, Mitch Truitt, Jeff Johnson, Todd Rimmereid, Michael McClure, and Justin Moore round out the field. Let's now go trackside. And I believe is it Tiffany that has our winner. So as we wait them to get ready, I mean, we got to get the drivers up there in spot, get them looking good in the right position. So that sounds like we're going to grab 2 drivers. That's what the hang-up is right at the moment.
Yes.
Get 2 drivers, not only the race winner, but also the weekend winner
overall.
for points. Yeah, the overall winner.
And that right there is our Good Boy Vodka viewing area. It's all nice and shaded for everybody. And it's a nice little cool area, especially with the heat today. It's a little warm out there when you're standing in the sun.
Yeah, it looks like we're all ready for the next race as well. They're back there in staging, getting ready to go. So it looks like we're going to have the Youth 800cc race coming up in a little bit. So it sounds like the race 2 winner and overall winner, Erica, has them both down trackside. Erica, it's all yours. We're starting to get a really, really beautiful view of the race facility right here. As we kind of pan away a little bit, you start to see, if you remember right, when we were here for round 1, things were still not grown. Things were still had that winter feel to it, and everything is kind of on the brown side. Nothing was buttoned up yet, but look at it now.
It's
the grass, beautiful. The greenery, the leaves are in full. I mean, it's What a beautiful, beautiful spot.
It definitely is. And Scott, you bring up a good point. We were talking about that at round one, and everything being green here, it just gives it that summery feel, and it's beautiful. The weather's not too hot. I love it. It's absolutely beautiful here. The green grass coming through. That green grass you can see over on the left upper corner, that's our old Barbie Jeep, and we have moved it. So that grass is still going to be there, but it sounds like we are going to have our trackside interview in just a moment. We're having some audio going on, but we are going to take it away down there at
He's helped
trackside.
me a lot with his advice and all that. He knows more about suspension setup than anybody out here. But Jody Hickman with DFS, that motor in this thing is just absolutely gave me 2 hole shots, 2 back-to-back days, and it was just, the track was slick because it was wet, and I was not going too fast around the downhill corner, and that's where Jason got me, and I was like, you know what? I don't have to pass him. I don't have to have that spot for the overall. So, I just let him kind of backed off and, just followed him to see if I could learn anything because he knows a lot more than me.
Well, 2 incredible drives for you. And how do these give you confidence going into Visions next month?
Well, we've had, the first round, this car wasn't finished in time, so I had to borrow a car, and it was a stock car. And luckily, I ended up with a second place. And then Wheatland, I couldn't drive. I do not know why. I just did not drive very well. So this is just something to come back in. I think I should leave here with the points lead, so I'm stoked about that.
I would say a good redemption ride indeed. We look forward to seeing you out there next month. Congratulations on this unofficial overall.
Thank y'all, man. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Erica. And again, another visual shot of the race facility. And what's crazy about this, all the changes that have been taking place here since the last round of racing and even last year, they're still not done. The track crew is far from done before we come back here for Visions. I mean, you can see all the concrete work right there. That's going to be an over and under.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, you know what, we're getting ready to go trackside. Actually, no, we're going to step aside real quick for some more words from our sponsors. Once again, beautiful weather here at MidAmerica Outdoors as we get ready for our next round of racing.
Welcome back. We are out here for round 3 of the MidAmerica Outdoors Side-by-Side Championship. It was time for Scott to go on out of the booth, and here I am now joined by Dave Arnold. We're getting ready to go racing, Dave.
Yeah, definitely had a great seat up on the hill watching all the action unfold below, but right now it's time for the 800cc, the Ultimax belts, and we're going to have Code St. Peter in the 63, Kennedy Singleton, Cole Warner, Riley Letts, Michael Green, Tillman Ewing, Alice Inferno, Case Bremen, Kaylee Hill, and Ella Warner.
All right, they will be going here in just a moment, but Dave, welcome to the booth. It's been a great morning of racing so far.
Oh, I mean, I heard Scott say several times, beautiful day. He was not kidding. Blue skies, white puffy clouds, and there it is. We're green, 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 and the Youth 800s.
And Code St. Peter has already hopped out front on the left-hand side there. This is the race line ridge that they are going up and over. All of them out there, the 10 cars that have taken the green flag. Amazing day of racing so far.
Yeah, Coach St. Peter right where he left off yesterday, right back up to the front, looking to sweep this one, race 1 and 2. But he's got a lot of drivers right now clipping at his heels, feeling a little pressure.
And it looks like he's actually dropped back into that number 2 position right now.
Oh, yeah, looks like he did coming up that hill.
And that right there is one of our awesome hairpin turns that we have, our Speed Sport turn. And there they come down. That is turn number 5. Headed into the Ultimax belt, turn number 6. Code has taken that lead over, so he is back out in front. He was our race winner yesterday in race number 1, out in front again.
Yeah, I saw him, the red card. I was like, okay, there's Code again, right where he started, like you were talking about. Looks like, I do believe, Singleton right behind him there with Cole Warner. And then you got Briley Lutz, Michael Green.
So it's Code St. Peter, Cole Warner, Kennedy Singleton, Allison Furnell in the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 positions right now.
Yeah, Warner's able to get by Singleton there.
Yes, and it is, they have the horsepower to get up this hill very easy. They do have an 800cc. But we do have Code St. Peter, Cole Warner, Kennedy Singleton, Allison Furnell, Michael Green, Briley Lutz, Case Beeman, Tillman Ewing, Kaylee Hill, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10. We do have Ella Warner has not came across for completing lap number 1 so far.
Yeah, Code drive, man, I'll tell you, once you get that kid out front, he starts to walk away with it. He gets that freedom, drive his lines, doesn't have to worry about mess with anybody. He's got about, I'd say, about 6 car length now, going back to Cole Warner. Singleton still sitting back in that 3rd place, but trying to cut some corners, get real close, get down right on the apex.
Yes, and he is definitely getting trained. His dad's a truck racer in the desert. Oh, and we can see Singleton getting a little sideways there, coming down that Ultimax turn 6.
I do believe he has a spec truck.
That was a great save
Yes.
by Kennedy Singleton. One of our grassroots racers, been racing since the 170 class as well. The whole family seems to be racing, and right there's a great shot of Code St. Peter going through turn number 10 up the raceline ridge.
Yeah, Pound, it's so important to see how these kids starting in the 170s, they move up through the ranks there. They definitely, get their skills honed in the small classes and move their way around. And I do believe, hearing chatter on the rugged radios, that there's a car slowing in one of the corners there. Is that the Ultimax? Coming off the Ultimax turn?
Yeah,
there?
so we
Yep.
just, visually, I saw this driver right here. I believe it's the 122 of Kaylee Hill. She kind of bumped the wall, making that turn right there, but still moving along. And Code St. Peter out front.
About equal spacing now between P1, P2, and P3 there, as Warner makes his right turn up there in pursuit of St. Peter through the Ultimax turn.
And he's one of those kids that you see out here on the track, always going for that number 1 spot. But in the pits, whenever they're done, they're all out there riding their bikes, having fun, playing, going to the pool. All these kids have a blast.
I always say it's like frenemies.
Right.
They're like, all right, they're tough. They throw elbows on the track. They get out. They're riding their scooters, their one wheels. Just causing, what kids do and having fun here. Hanging out with the families, and inside it's a safe environment. But these kids just live to race. They love this. And, they pretty much, I always call it the golden carrot. You do well in school, and their parents are going to reward them.
Exactly. And that right there, that is our mile marker jump right there, mile marker winch. That is the number 75 of Michael Green and Briley Lutz going through. Amazing driving by these young kids. A lot of them, like we were saying earlier, have started out in the 170 classes. But the 800cc, that's just one stepping stone to getting them up into the Youth 1000 class, which is mainly all RS1s that race in that class, and it's a great class for our young kids to get into.
Yeah, I remember when it got started a couple years ago, and they said, hey, we'll just leave them bone stock, let them run it out there. They got to learn. They've been running, either it was the 170s, the 570, or an 800. And just to see that gradual, and they said, hey, these kids are already handling these vehicles, 1,800, not much difference.
Exactly. And Code St. Peter right there, always trying to check out as much as he can, going over that mile marker winch jump.
I have a feeling we're going to see Code St. Peter move up pretty quick through the ranks there. And, one day maybe Pro NA, Pro Turbo, And, hey, one of the pro trucks, doing pro light eventually. I'm sure the kid's got a plan.
Yeah, it's these kids are awesome to see. And you know what they're going to be doing later? They're going to be over there watching the Barbie Jeeps.
Oh, yeah.
I
know I'm going to be watching the Barbie Jeeps going off.
I wonder if any of them will actually have a Barbie Jeep out there. I know last year there was one of our youth racers that they brought a Barbie Jeep for me to race. And after watching it, I said, I think I am going to pass on this one.
Come on, Pam, I was just going to offer. I'll pay your entry. I'll buy you a Barbie Jeep there.
All right.
Christian, your husband and I will be sitting there, drink some, adult beverages.
All right, that was a great battle that we just saw going between Michael Green, Briley Lutz, and Case Beeman. And there again, we do have Code St. Peter out front. Look at the great drone shot right there.
Just incredible. Our drone team is just, one of the best out there by far. And look at this action they're catching here. So we got some dicing going on, coming off the hillside. Love seeing these lines that these kids are taking right now. You can see the choices trying to hit that correct fast entry, get the fast exit. You really get a lot of strategy going into it at this young age.
Yeah, that was Cole Warner making a pass on Briley Lutz. So they are actually one lap ahead. So Briley's running one lap down right here, but Code St. Peter has not even looked back. He is definitely one that does not want to be chasing anybody's dust nor the mud. So he got out front, checked out, and he'll probably be the cleanest car when they come off the racetrack.
I'm looking at about a second and a half faster than Cole Warner right now, so you can see why he's slowly stretching that lead out. And I think it comes down to lines, and this is a good way to look. You can watch his lines. That drone was right there. You can see he's in the quick exit. He's down low in the turn and a fast entry into the second turn.
And Dave, I have to say the battle going on the racetrack is the 5 through 7 position. Michael Green, Briley Lutz, and Case Beeman, they have been running neck and neck the whole entire race. So running for 5th through 7th position, and that's where the race is going on right now. It's not always at the front of the pack.
Yeah, and you can see what you're talking about. You can see the times right there, a 10th of a second, a 10th of a second, and another 10th of a second. It might be a little bit quicker. We can see Fennell right now and also Green that we were watching on the timing. But back to St. Peter. This kid is just tearing the track up.
Yes, he is. He's trying to clear that jump, it looks like. But we have 1 lap remaining. So the white flag, that actually was the checkered flag just came out. So the checkered flag just came out for the young gentleman of Code St. Peter. Cole Warner coming through in 2nd position. And these are all unofficial results.
So it looks like Singleton's going to come across in 3rd there unofficially. So St. Peter, Warner, and Singleton, so far the top 3, they've crossed the stripe. The rest of the field should be coming in.
And Tillman Ewing, he was having some car issues this weekend, but he's been racing since the 170 class. He's actually getting coached by one of our Ultra 4 drivers who's been racing for quite a while. Our Mr. Papa Poe, he helps Tillman out, Miss Carolina Clare. Tillman actually runs the 06, which was his number. Nice. So people that know our Ultra 4 world have heard those names before. And there's Tillman right there. Super nice young kid. He's the one that always has a smile on his face. Him and his sister both.
I'd like to see him also compete in some of the Ultra 4 USA youth classes.
He's taller than me, too. Tillman, I think he's 12 or 13. I can't remember how old he is, but he's taller than me. And you can see right there it says Papa Poe Racing right there on his roof. MRT tires on the side door. As he's getting ready to go through the MRT Can-Am finish line.
I was just going there. Thank you. That worked out. Nice
Teamwork.
segue, Pam. Yes,
Teamwork.
That's right. Great minds think alike.
Exactly. It's a great race by our youth 800 class.
So we're going to take a look at the handy unofficial results right now. Code St. Peter, of course, first across is sweeping so far race 1 and 2. Cole Warner is going to cross in 2nd with Kennedy Singleton, Allison Fernell, and Michael Green. Then you got Briley Lutz, Case Beeman, Tillman Ewing, Kaylee Hill, and Ella Warner. So we've got our drivers now pulling up down there, and I do believe Code St. Peter is standing by with Erica.
Code St. Peter continuing his dominance in these youth classes. Code, you had 4 races this weekend and won all 4 of them by a long shot. Just how happy are you with these drives?
I am so happy. I had to work hard to get through Kennedy and Cole Warner. He got the whole shot, and he swung it a little bit too wide on like the third corner, first lap. I had to go full speed. That was a good race. He was doing good. I can't even speak right now.
Just so happy he can't even speak. You certainly had to work for this one, as you didn't get the luxury of getting that whole shot. But I know there's so many different people behind you that you want to thank for these wins here this weekend.
Car One Fabrication, Ultimax Belts, Car One Fabrication, Velocity Vehicles, Stonebill Racing, HMF Exhaust, PPEI, Raceline Wheels, Maxxis Tires, RK Chains, Maximum Racing Oils, and yeah, that's it.
Well, congratulations on these performances, Colt. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Guys, that's 4 for 4 for Colt St. Peter.
What an awesome interview from Coach St. Peter. He has really evolved just in this past year of myself announcing out here on his interviews. He's always one up there in front, but again, he's got his dad who is racing in trucks out in the desert races. I mean, he's got his dad coaching him racing. What a great interview by Mr. Coach St. Peter.
Yeah, I got to say, it's pretty cool, and Erica, she's so easy to talk to with the kids down there, and it's one of the things that you get the kids to talk to you is always a difficult task. I've done it for many years, and it's really just, treating them like, just like what they're not a little kid. You got to treat them like a racer, and that's what they appreciate.
Exactly.
And they get comfortable talking to you.
Yes, they're out here. They're racing. They're making their way up in the ranks, and we have age limits and everything as our youth classes. But he's been out here. He has been racing in the 170 class, and he's one to reckon with.
Yeah, that's so cool to see. I mean, like we talked about, the grassroots racing, that's what it's all about, is moving up to the ranks, learning the skills, and, eventually moving up into the pro classes. And, we've seen over the years yourself, Mike, and, the Haley Deegans, and even Hayden Deegan, who just got second at the pro motocross, he's, used to race trophy carts. There's a lot of things these kids, it's Jeremy McGrath's kids. They raced with us for many years. We see that, and they kind of progress up through the ranks there. But let's talk about the Sheldon Creed racing NASCAR now. He came from off-road racing, and that's where he started. He was a 6-year-old little kid that I was interviewing at one time, and now he's crushing it.
I know. It is amazing. You've seen a lot of these kids, like you're saying, the Deegans and all of them, from the beginning, and it's super cool. And it's super cool to be out here with a whole new generation of racers getting ready to work their way up in the ranks. And speaking of, our next class that we're coming up to is our Youth 1K class,
which is another stepping stone.
Exactly. It's another stepping stone, and then you can see we have quite the list of, quite the grid right there. We do have 12 cars that will be taking the green flag here today, and this is our Ultimax Youth 1K starting grid lineup.
Well, TJ Sievers will be up on the front row there. Ryder Van Beekum right behind him. RJ Tremblay, Damian Shamblin, Riley Jones, Mia Cotto, Dylan Jacobson, Zoe Easton, Ty Lukenmeyer, and Quentin Arnold.
And then we have the 111 of Chance Bowden and the 16 of Caden Everhart, which his dad was just out on the track and won in the Vet 40 plus NA class. So now we have Caden coming out, getting ready to take the green flag. Here in just a moment, we have TW over there. He gives them all a thumbs up like you see there, puts the green flag up in the air, and then he'll drop it when he is ready to go.
And I like how he gets into it. So green, green, green once again. Youth 1000 off and running.
And starting position is definitely key. Speaking with some of the drivers yesterday, they chose a line off the start all the way to the far right of the starting grid, and they were like, that was not the right line to pick, because they get to go down, they usually pick their line. And here we can see they all just came down that ridge line, race line ridge, going through the Project X turn too.
And a great shot as they come down. I see Ryder Van Beekum was right there. You can always find that red, white, and blue. He's an easy one to spot.
I love that, exactly what you just said about the red, white, and blue. And his dad, Robert, runs the same scheme.
And it looks like that's Severs out front there, 101. And then you got Ryder Van Beekum running in second. See if we can get an eye on third as they come down. There's our two leaders.
And they've already checked out.
Yes. These two kids have really found their own. They've really stepped their game up. They're getting ready to that point. They've been racing, since they were 5 years old. And now they're ready to we're going to see him in a Pro NA pretty soon, probably, or a Pro Turbos.
Exactly.
Who
That's
knows?
a great shot right there. TJ Sievers going through turn 10, going up Raceline Ridge with Ryder Van Beekem chasing him down. And there is quite a gap. There is actually a gap of 4 seconds, almost 4.5 seconds between second and third position. But we do have, between TJ Sievers and Ryder Van Beekem, it is a 1.7 second gap. And TJ Sievers is actually pulling away from Ryder Van Beekem, and you can see towards the back of the race, that's where it's really going on. That's where the rest of the cars, oh, we have 106 off the line. That is Quentin Arnold,
yes.
off to the side.
I believe Quentin had some problems before, too. And looking down there, it looks like R.J. Tremblay and Riley Jones running third and fourth. And look at this little group back here. I think we're going to see a good little battle going between these drivers here. It's got the train going.
Yeah, that train, that's definitely the battle right there between everybody. Like we were saying earlier, Dave, it's not always at the front of the pack. Sometimes that's where your race is on, but it's sometimes mid-pack or towards the end. And right here, as you can see, they're all pretty well spaced apart, but we know by the time they get towards the end of the race, they're all going to be bunched up together because they're all trying to fight for position right now.
Well, I'm waiting for one of them to break out of the train there and start looking for a little daylight, looking to the inside, looking for little slide jobs. And that's what I always get excited when I see the click with these kids and we're able to put that nose of the car down. Looks like we had a local caution there.
And that caution, I believe, was for the
for Quentin Arnold?
106 of Quentin Arnold, yes. But let's talk about this. TJ Sievers came through, and there is now a 4.6 second lap difference between Ryder Van Beekem and TJ Sievers.
Yeah, TJ's really stepped his game up for sure. And Ryder's trying to catch back up. And you got to know, once you get into that position, you don't want to overdrive the car. And that's what you'll tend to do. You're trying to chase up to it. You got to actually slow down, kind of breathe, and collect yourself and be smooth. And not try to I'm just going to mash that throttle. You still got to keep that feather-like throttle, keep playing with it.
Yes, and that was a great battle that we were seeing going on between Riley Jones and Damian Shamblin, and they are running in the fourth and fifth position, so they're battling it out right there. You see them again battling it out for that number 4 spot.
Yeah, it looks like they broke away a little bit from the train there, too. They're all got their own little battle going on there. Back up front, we see Sievers go a little back deep in the field there. Seeing Jones and I believe Shamblin.
And there they are going over that mile marker winch jump. That is a great jump right there. Last year it was a little bit of a shorter jump. They've widened that jump out for a smoother landing. But you can see them going through the MRT Can-Am finish line right now, going through turn number 10. Up that very steep hill. The drone kind of catches it right there, but that is a super steep hill right there that they go up over the Raceline Ridge. And there we do have the number 16. That is Caden Everhart. So great battle going on between all of the cars towards the back of the pack of Ty Lukemeyer, Miyakato, Caden Everhart as well.
And it looks like Sievers through the Speed Sport left-hander there with Van Beekem in tow.
And they have right there that jump. So this is turn number 6. This is our Ultimax turn 6. They actually, you can either stay high and you can basically drift that turn or take the inside line, and you can see what Sievers did is he did take the inside line. It's a little bit of a hop. So, but if you do take it wide, you can get up into what we call the marbles, and that can make you spin out.
There's a lot of traction. I'm waiting for the track slowly as it comes in and develops over the season, and I know we're going to change a little bit, but I really do like this section. 2 laps to go at this point for Sievers as he comes by, but getting back to that thought is, I could see guys going up high and using kind of like a little slingshot down the hill to get a little extra speed. Now, the only problem is getting back on the binders to make that right-hander.
Exactly.
So it's kind of that give and take.
Exactly. You're 100% correct on that. And that was the Miyakato and Caden Everhart going through the MRT Can-Am start finish line. There's another battle going on right here. That is the 91 of Miyakato and the 16 of Caden Everhart.
Pam, an interesting fact, we just saw that 4 seconds slower this time for Sievers than Van Beekem. Van Beekem in second. He was starting to gap him. Now he's starting to reel him in. He's got lap traffic. That could be an issue, too. We'll have to see how he negotiates through that.
Definitely lap traffic is always, or can always be an issue, like you were just saying. And what it is, too, is he's got such a commanding lead. They're on the last lap. You can push it so hard to where you might make a mistake, but you do not want to make a mistake on the last lap, as we do see some drivers do because they're still pushing it super hard to the end. But here we have TJ Sievers coming through for the white flag.
And Van Beekem only about a second behind now from that 4 seconds, so he's starting to do it. Now 2.9 seconds. knocked a 1/10 of a second off.
So it sounds like TJ Sievers has gone back to his normal race time, as we're seeing on our Optima leaderboard here on our screen. You can see that he's now 2.9 seconds behind, but Ryder Van Beekom is not going to give up.
No, he's going to run that all the way to the checkered. He's going to try and hunt him down. You can actually see that gap has decreased, not only on the clock, but visually, and that's what we want to see. That makes for some good racing. Sievers, though, kind of like he's all right, got to calm back down. I know his dad's probably spotting for him and tell him to collect himself. And likewise for Van Beekom. I'm sure Robert's up there giving him a few thoughts. But look at this battle, Pam. We've got, someone got the door slammed in their face.
Yes. Nope, it's not open for you, sir. All right, and we have TJ Sievers doing our mile marker winch, getting ready to come to the checkered flag, and there he goes.
And it's going to be TJ Sievers.
His fastest lap of the day was a 1:05.076. That is an amazing time, because if we look at all of our other races, super close. But Van Beekom has just crossed as well with a 1:06.
And there's the battle for third and fourth. Let's see who's going to get it here. And crosses there. It's going to be Tremblay. Then Easton. Good to see Zoe Easton up there. Good spot for her. And Dylan Jacobson, Ty Lukenmeyer, and Damian Shamblin, as well as Mia Koda, all across the stripe.
What an amazing race by these young drivers out there. I love seeing the talent that's out there. TJ Sievers, he's no stranger. He was on the podium at Wheatland as well. He's no stranger to that #1 spot. He's definitely making a name for himself out here at MidAmerica Outdoors.
And there's some of the kids that like TJ Sievers, who's on top of the handy unofficial results. Van Beekom's, of course, going to be second with RJ Tremblay, Zoe Easton, and Dylan Jacobson.
And then Ty Lukenmeyer, Damian Shamblin, Mia Cotto, Caden Everhart, and Riley Jones.
Chance Bowden and Quentin Arnold.
All right, it sounds like we have Miss Tiffany Stone down there with our #1 spot of TJ Sievers. And it's going to be an awesome interview because he's definitely well seasoned. So, Tiffany, you are going to get an amazing interview by TJ. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. Down here with TJ Sievers. Now, TJ, you are unofficially the overall winner for round 3 here. You and Ryder Van Beekom just go back and forth and battle in different classes, and this time you kind of got him on that. You kept closing the gap. We had that local caution. He caught back up, but then you kind of just took it away. Walk me through your weekend, and who would you like to thank?
So for all, I'm just really thankful for the track crew for making this track very great, and it's just a really good track. Me and Ryder have been battling for years, as long as I can remember. We've been battling for every single series, and finally came back out on top.
Well, we always talk about it, you know, if you want to be the best, sometimes you got to beat the best. And Ryder Van Beekom, of course, is one of the best drivers out here in this class and the other classes that you guys get to race. So seeing that overall, visions, 2 weeks. Are we prepping the car a little bit different? Because we know we're going to be on a not this type of track. It's going to be a little bit expanded. This is a shortened version of it. So what are your thoughts for that?
So what my thoughts are is just trying to get the car ready and running as great as we can, and we're just going to try our best.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. Congratulations on that unofficial overall. We're going to make sure everything's all good. But Dave, Pam, just like you guys were saying, this is the future of our sport. These two guys, I can't wait to watch TJ and Ryder just continue their battle throughout the entire season. Back up to you guys.
Pam, I can't agree with Tiffany anymore. She agreed with us anyways because we were right, because they are the future.
Oh, that's such a great view right there. That American flag last year, they put it up. It's gigantic. I love seeing it. But we are going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back right after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy. All right, so Moto 1 went pretty good yesterday. Today, Sunday morning, we've got the big race. It'll be a little later on in the afternoon, so you know, I'm going to be front row inside. It's definitely going to give me a good advantage in the whole shot. I'm going to try and run a fairly conservative race after that, but I absolutely know that Hunter and Kyle are going to be slamming the rear of my car in every other S-turn out there. So I'm going to do my best to try and keep the thing in the middle of the track and stay in their way. Hopefully come out with a win and hopefully maybe gain a points lead.
Welcome back. Very cool to hear from them about that. And man, we're going to have to see what's going to go on here because we've got Expert Turbo coming up next. And what a great race yesterday.
Yes, it was an amazing race yesterday. Our Expert Turbo class is huge. We have so many racers in it. We do have 24 racers. We do have one that will not be able to race because an incident yesterday, his car is not able to get back out on the track today. So we will have 23 out on the race course out of the 24 that entered for the weekend.
And of course, be able to check out the Miller boys battling each other again. And man, that's just a little crazy. You know, I gotta say, yesterday in the Expert Turbo, when that pass was going on with, you know, of course, Hunter's out front, and Cody's right up on him. He comes in last lap, last turn, makes the pass. I mean, how do you top that one coming into today?
I know. We'll see what will happen with that in our pro class later on. We do have an amazing group of guys, though, in our expert turbo class. We do have, a lot of talent that's moving up. We've had a lot of our racers that were in our amateur class last year that have moved up into this expert turbo, and it's going to be a great race to watch.
Well, these are the guys that eventually will move into pro turbo, so that's why I was kind of bringing it up, because this is another stepping stone, as we say. You move up the ranks, the kids, the 170s, the 570, 800s, the 1000s. All right, next we're going to go production in A, maybe, or maybe an expert turbo. Well, here it is.
Here it is, exactly.
That's another stepping stone.
And the expert turbo class, they do a rolling start, which like we were saying yesterday, personally is my favorite. I love the rolling starts. The land rush, you have that rush inside because you want to, make sure you get out front, the rush start. But the rolling starts is just a completely different ball game.
Yeah, I'm always in a toss-up. I mean, there's certain tracks that really works well, and other places that, a rolling start in front of the crowds, and when they get on it, it just makes it just so much more incredible. But, folks, don't go anywhere. We've got Expert Turbo coming up. Pam, we're going to get this going here in a second. We're going to clean up the track, get it ready for them. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
No matter what, it's never an easy event, and it never will be, and that's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Tire choice is everything. I mean, to have a tire that's reliable and consistent and drives well out in the desert, but yet when we get to these crazy rock sections, still has grip and performs, and we can hit these sharp, jagged edge rocks and not have a problem, is what we need. And the Rockzilla is definitely our second to none when it comes to the UTV tires. And it just speaks traction. It's got big lugs hanging off the side. It's got big lugs down the side of the sidewall of the tire. If you're gonna look for something that makes traction and is gonna grip in rocks and dirt and everything, you look at a Rockzilla and go, man, that thing looks like it's gonna do the job right there.
Welcome back to round 3 of the MidAmerica Outdoors Side-by-Side Championship Series. I'm Pam Hall. Alongside of me, Dave Arnold. We're out here for Memorial Day weekend. It is Memorial Weekend Mayhem. On the track right now, we do see our Expert Turbo class getting ready to go out. And here's our Ultimax grid lineup.
Well, it looks like we got Mickey Schroeder up front in the 444s there. Donovan Willis is on the 86. The 2061 will be the Grand Skiffin. We got Austin Braden, Chase Kemp, Jake Frederick, Kendra Hoop, Lee Knowles, Jason Roper, and John Kellegrew.
And then Max Fullman, Blake Helms, Bree Seek, Stephen Mokel, Randy Clifton, Pablo Jimenez, Chris Adelot, Andrew Shipman, Kyle Arkenau, and Michael Green.
And to round it off here, we've got Austin Dinger, Cooper Stewart, and Joel Smith. Unfortunately, Rice T. Pipes not making the call today, and we'll hope to see him back at the round number 4.
And that will be our Visions weekend. But right now they are cutting to where our 170s raced earlier on. We don't do this full lap to get them around to do this rolling start, but I love it. I love the rolling start. This is another completely different kind of adrenaline compared to when we do the land rush start.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll tell you, the folks down at the Good Boy Vodka viewing area always have the greatest seat in the house. They get to watch this start.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's going to be super cool. It sounds like we are going to possibly have some in-car camera of Maxwell Fullman in the 137. How cool is that to have in-car out here at round 3?
Yeah, hopefully we get a good shot when they come around. I love to see when they're sawing the wheel coming around the corners, trying to keep that car straight. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go, waiting for that green flag.
We're sitting there waiting for the green flag at the MRT Can-Am start line, and you can see we have TW right there. Actually, I believe that is Robin. putting the red flag up for just a moment.
Not liking the way they're lined up, I'm thinking. They don't like the lineup. They want to have them side by side, even.
Yes.
And what they're going to do is when they come up, the green flag, they're going to start on it. Anybody outside in the back starts for that green flag, it's a no-go.
Right. They want them, like you were just saying, super close. They were just a little not bunched up quite a bit, or quite like they were wanting them to be. And so they're stopping them right now. They'll tell them, hey, you guys, keep it close. We want to get you guys started, get you going, and make sure you stay close. But like you just said, too, when the green flag drops, it's all fun. It's all game on, I should say. Race on.
Gloves off. In their case, gloves are on the wheel. But
right.
And I'll tell you, sometimes with these drivers, we got to re-rack them, restack them, but it's like herding cats sometimes. Especially when it comes to the kids, when we used to do a lot of that with the rolling starts.
Yes, so here we are going up. They did do some...
Great on board there.
That is the 137 that has our onboard camera of Maxwell Fullman. How awesome is that to have the in-car down in the corner while we're watching the starting line getting all lined up on their grid. Going down that race line ridge.
Definitely a very steep race line ridge, I tell you, man. Hopefully you got the good race line wheels, so good MRT tires on there to make it happen.
Yes, and what we will see once the race starts, they actually have a little bit of a jump at the top of it. So when they get a little bit of air, so hopefully they're, set up properly on that downhill slope.
And that's something we don't see in, of course, the less horsepower classes.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see some of the turbos that catch a little air, the pro turbos, and of course the pro lights.
Yes, our pro light classes later on. I mean, yesterday we saw Kyle Greaves. He was actually launching and he was kind of clearing that whole jump and landing perfectly on the other side.
Just stepping it up on top.
Stepping it up on the step up.
Yeah.
But you can see right there, they're getting lined up. It's almost perfectly lined up for them to come around. They will go over a rolling start over here on the mile marker winch hill, and then they'll come around to their right-hand turn to take that green flag. And there we do see Donovan Willis right there and Austin Braden leading the pack through. We see Lee Knowles stepping out just a little bit, but what they're doing right here too is they've watered, and typically when you're racing in the dirt and they're watering, you don't want to get mud on your face right off the start.
Well, also it's getting the tires, sometimes you want to shake some the mud out of your grooves of your tires too.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But yeah, you don't want to get mud. You don't want to drive directly behind some of these tires. So they're creeping up here, coming up to the MRT Can-Am start. And we're green.
And we see Donovan Willis has already stepped out. He is our second place starter.
4 and 5 wide, making it up as they head up the race line ridge.
What an amazing view right there. What an amazing start. Wow, that was pretty darn cool right there to see them going up into turn number 2 right now. That is our Project X turn 2.
One thing I did notice, a little splash of water where they made that right-hander there. So it's still a little wet and a little moist in certain sections there, and that could cause some irritation. You got to wonder how the guys in the back of the pack, how many tear-offs they're running there.
Right. You can't stack them on there too thick, but you definitely want to make sure you have enough to get you through the race. But as we saw yesterday, the track will start coming in. It'll start drying up. It's warm out here. There is a breeze. So right now it might not be what they want, but by the end of this race, they're all going to have better lap times, but we have to do the watering of the track. But right there we do have, it was Donovan Willis that was out front, but we can see that he did not have the start line. Donovan Willis is, you can see right there, not out front anymore. They're going over that mile marker winch.
And we're going to get an actual correct running order as they come across the stripe here. And it's going to be Austin Braden, Mickey Schroeder, Grant Stephen, and Donovan Willis.
Oh my goodness. Look at this. We can see he is closing his eyes because the mud is so bad. He's already ran out of his tear-offs, and that's what we were just talking about, Dave.
I was wondering how many are doing it. Some of the drivers use the manual tear-offs, and they also remember the mud munchers. Yeah,
wow.
You can see his visor is not all the way up. It's cracked enough so he can still see, but you can see him tip his head down every once in a while. And you can see the chunks of mud flying in the car. You can see the front of his instrument panel just caked in mud right now.
You know, this is a perfect example. Back in the day, I remember when Brian Deegan would come off race course when he was racing in the trucks, he would have like a motorcycle visor perfectly placed on his helmet so he could put his head down, have his visor up.
Yep.
Yes, and because of that very reason right there, and that's something that, you know, you learn throughout the years of racing and everything. But yeah, putting like that motorcycle style.
Well, you know who's not worrying about it? Austin Brady.
Exactly.
He's out front. He's got the clean track. He's got the clean visor, and that's what matters. You have a lot of vision. There's a lot of vehicles out there.
And our race winner from yesterday, Mickey Schroeder, is running in that number 2 spot behind Austin Braden by 1.4 seconds.
Now, I don't have my notes in front of me to Austin Braden. What was his placement yesterday?
I don't have that note right here in front of me, but I do know.
That's going to come down to the overalls.
Exactly.
As we combine the two. Schrader's still sitting in a great position. Pam's getting our great notes up here, see if she can pull up there, because it's going to come down trying to figure out here. But back to the action, though. Braden still out front. Schroeder in that second position.
Yesterday he was at... We'll find that out in just a minute, but look at that amazing view right there.
And a little bit higher in the turn that time. Did you notice that?
I did notice that.
Yeah.
That is the 894 of Austin Braden going through that Ultimax turn 6. He has his line down right now. He's staying out of the wet spots of the track so he can keep that traction. He is running wide open right now, and he's sending it on the jumps. Coming around for lap number 2 of our Expert Turbo class. There's 4 laps remaining of this race.
And of course 6 laps, I do believe, as we stepped it up from in the amateur classes, and we're going to go to more laps when we get to the pros. I'm sorry, 6 for these and 7 for the rest of them.
Yeah, so our pro classes will be doing 7 laps today. Our pro light trucks, they will be doing 10, and they also have a competition yellow bit right there. Number 93, Hall in the Mill. Oh, and it looks like we have the 242 right there off the course, and that will be the 242 of Michael Green. Unfortunate right there.
Green had a good position in the start there, but unfortunately ran into some problems as we go around the Ultimax sweeper turn here.
I love that turn right there. It's
Yeah.
like, as long as they have it properly set up in that corner, they're doing amazing. But we do have Austin Braden in that number 1 spot, Mickey Schroeder number 2, Grant Stevens in number 3, and it looks like right there they are running 1, 2, and 3, super close. There is a yellow flag
I was
out.
going to say, they look like they're off pace. There's got to be something going on because they're not at race pace right now.
Yes, and that was the race car that was off to the side of the race course.
And I do believe I'm hearing on the rugged radios right now that it's been cleared. So we're going to pull those yellows back in and get back to racing.
And we have another car off pace right there. Not sure
That's
who
a right rear flat.
that is.
Yeah, it's got a right rear flat tire is what it's saying right now.
Oh, such a bummer.
That's our onboard camera guy.
That is the number 137 of Maxwell Fullman. Off pace there. Look at that amazing view right there. It's kind of like they're in sequence. It's like watching, Formula
Drifting.
Drift.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Get out of my head, Pam.
Oh, no, and another one
53.
off, the number 53 of Randy Clifton.
Oh, attrition. The most overused word in motorsports come into effect. And when you have this many cars on a rough course, it's going to happen, Pam.
You know what I was getting ready to say, too, is it could be attrition setting in, or it could be because they had their visors up. They might have ran out of tear-offs as well. Such a bummer, but who knows?
With an umbrella. You pull off.
Right? And we have 3 laps remaining in our Expert Turbo class. They have 6 laps that they are racing today.
Austin Braden still up front, leading the class with Mickey Schroeder in that second position, Grant Steffen and Donovan Willis, and it looks like Austin Dinger.
Yeah, Austin Dinger, he was out front yesterday and ended up having an issue and pulling off course and didn't get to finish.
Off course. Yeah, that's correct.
I didn't get a chance to go talk to him to find out what happened, but it's good to see him back out here on race course, and he is running in that 5th position.
Great overhead shot there, showing the perspective of the gap between them. There's turn 3 down there. There's that speed sport turn coming around up into the Ultimax turn.
Austin Braden, Mickey Schroeder, and Grant Stevens, 1, 2, and 3 running on race course right now. But the battle is going on between second and third. Mickey Schroeder and Grant Stevens, they're not too far apart. Austin Braden, he's kind of checked out just a tick, but he's running his own race up front. And what we were talking about too, Dave, is what happens when you're battling for a spot. You start
slowing down.
You start slowing down.
Yeah.
The first place guy or whoever's in front of you, they start checking out.
Yeah, because he's able to drive his lines, not worry about having to hold somebody off, going with your head, even though you think you got to change your lines when you're battling somebody, but that's it.
In the top 3,
8 1,000ths of a second, the top 3 right now. I mean, that's just so close.
So this is our Expert Turbo class. They have a maximum weight of 1,750 pounds that they have to run. Their class, they have to be a level driver of 18 years or older unless they are approved from Race Direction to be in this class. And that all comes down to our kids that are working their way up in our Expert Turbo class. They're 1,750 pounds is what they have to be minimum. And so it's pretty cool to see them out here racing. Almost catching that tire.
I was going to say a little contact there.
But that number 444, Mickey Schroeder, and the 261 of Grant Stevens still battling it out. 1 lap remaining.
Oh, look at this, getting a little close there. Had to get back on the binders there as he rotates and straightens it out. Coming around the left-hander. Brings us down in front. Heading towards that Good Boy Vodka. That was the mile marker winch jump. You can always see the Good Boy Vodka viewing area. They always have the best seat in the house.
And they're all under shade. It's awesome down there. There is our checkered flag out for Austin Braden in that number 1 spot. Mickey Schroeder and Grant Stevens unofficially 1, 2, and 3. Donovan Willis coming in 4th position. Austin Dinger in 5th. Chase Kemp 6th. And we'll see where Mr. Lee Knowles comes in here. He was running 7th position, which he still is in 7th. Blake Helms 8th. What a great race we just had.
Oh, definitely. It was interesting. I love that onboard that we had, seeing how much mud was coming in there. He went through his tear-offs, had to flip up his visor, had to close his eyes, driving by the force, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yes, those are the, I mean, I shouldn't say it's the best, but those are the best photos that you get when you come in after racing like this, and all you can see is just the whites of their eyes. And they're just covered in mud. I absolutely love those photos.
And it's amazing, you know, they got with the full face helmets on, they got the dust, shield on, keeps mud out. Still, it gets up into there. And look at these cars, just caked.
And I'm not sure who that just came in behind Kyle Arkenau, but there he had a right rear. It looked like they might have had a tie rod broken or something. And there, Miss Breesy coming in, getting that checkered flag as our last racer out on race course today. But what an amazing race we had out there. It looks like Pablo Jimenez, Cooper Stewart, Joel Smith, and Rusty Pipes. We know Rusty Pipes had issues with his car from yesterday, so he wasn't out on course. But Pablo, Cooper, and Joel not have 1 spot.
And here's your handy unofficial result. Austin Braden in the 894 takes the top honors with Mickey Schroeder in the 444s in 2nd. 3rd is Grant Steffen in the 261, followed by Donovan Willis, Austin Dinger, Chase Kemp, Lee Knowles, Blake Helms, Jake Frederick, and John Kellegrew.
And then in the 11th position, Kyle Arkenau, Kendra Hoop, Andrew Shipman, Jason Roper, Chris Adelot, Bree Seek, Randy Clifton, Maxwell Fullman, Stephen Mokel, Michael Green. And then we have in the 21st position
Pablo Jimenez, Cooper Stewart, and Joel Smith.
What a great
I'm saying, unfortunately, Cooper Stewart and Joel Smith not making it either. I'm seeing 0 laps on that.
And there's a great view right there of our Good Boy Vodka viewing section. And they are under the shade, having their cold waters. But it sounds like we are going to have Miss Tiffany Stone down there with Austin Braden. So, Tiffany, take it away.
Austin Braden, so good to chat with you down here. You were started in the 2nd row, but once the race kind of started, you were out there, you were checked out. You did have Schroeder and Steven right behind you. What was your spotter saying to you when we were trying to navigate these track conditions?
Just be patient, just slow roll. The track was super slick. I mean, you were sliding all over the place, so just driving smart, and just not trying to spin out. That was the biggest key on all that right there.
Well, we kept talking about track conditions being a little muddy. You did say it was muddy, but with that clean air, that kept you out there. There was quite a battle for second and third right behind you. How do you keep yourself calm in situations like this, knowing you have a good gap on them and you don't want to lose it, so they capitalize on that?
Somehow I kept really calm during all that and just drive. Just drive, stay smart, and have some fun.
Space smart. Is it play smart or space smart?
Play smart.
But keep the spacing smart as well. Awesome. Well, we keep talking about Visions in a few weeks. That's a quick turnaround for you guys. The track's going to be a little bit different going into that week. Do you feel like you have the correct setup with the tire and the suspension?
Yes, I'm ready for Visions. It's going to be an awesome week. I mean, they got so many events going on out here. If you're not coming, you should look at coming.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here from the man of the hour in his class. If you're not going to be here for Visions, you need to be here. His car is dialed in. It's going to be an epic race. I'm going to go let you hop in the pool now because you've done what you needed to do this weekend. Ready for that pool? Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Miss Tiffany Stone. Austin Braden, awesome race by him.
Yes, definitely.
And like she said, he's going to go hop in the pool and enjoy.
Look how clean he was. He didn't know go jump in the pool. Everybody else, you should pay for everybody else to get into the pool and clean off because I'm clean.
But make sure you go hop in. We do have outdoor showers out here. Go hop in those outdoor showers before you go hop in the pool. But we do have some viewers over in our Good Boy Vodka area viewing the race. And I see somebody familiar right there just hopped in on the motorcycle getting ready to spot.
It's like, where's Waldo? Where's Christian? Pam's husband there. Well, you know what, Pam? I know he wants to sit here and be ready. Of course, we got Hank coming up, but he's going to be getting the best seat in the house for the pro lights. And 4 more races, we're going to be seeing them at the track.
Exactly. I cannot wait for that race. That's a very exciting race. But we are coming up here in just one moment. We have the amateur turbo class. They will be doing 6 laps today. And we have roughly, I'm not sure exactly how many we have in that class quite yet, but you can see them all lined up right there on our MRT Can-Am start line.
Well, you see them all lined up, ready to go here, getting off stage there. Looks like they're making sure everybody's ready in the last minute getting into that position. This is not going to be a rolling start. This is going to be a regular land rush.
Yes, and so our expert and our pro classes are the ones that we're doing the rolling starts this weekend, and also our pro lights as well. Pro lights yesterday actually did a land rush start. I've never seen that except at like Crandon, having a land rush start. So it's pretty cool to see them do that out here.
I love seeing it. And of course, how they run up the race line ridge there and keeping the speeds.
You can see that the track is in pristine conditions for our amateur turbo class. It's going to be super cool to see. Yesterday they had a little bit of mud like we've seen because they went out right after the water truck came out. But that just happens. It's just the luck of the draw. We have to keep the water down on the track, and it makes it really good. But there's an amazing shot right there of our starting line. That is the 811. I don't have my starting grid right up here quite yet, but amazing shot of our starting line right there. You can see him saying hi. I feel like number 26 right there going back and forth with the with the wheels.
For some reason, always that's the thing the drivers do, whether you're driving and scrubbing the tires, but you're just trying to feel the steering wheel, seeing the play. You want to feel that steering blocks is nice and tight and good. But, we're still waiting for one more driver there, and I think it's a great time to go to a break. So, folks, so we're not going to go to a break. We're going to go actually. Oh my gosh, you said break.
But right there we can see they are getting the drivers all set up. We do have some drivers that are crossover classes, so that could be what we're waiting for right now. But they're getting them all on the line. Make sure they're all lined up perfectly straight out there.
And it looks like here he comes. I do believe that driver's going to come in and get into the staging position there.
All right, and what they do when they come down that hill, they come down, but you get the person that is in the first in points coming down that hill, they get first pick of the gate. So that's how it happens. And as you're filtering down, you get to pick your gate. And I can see right now that the gate picks have been changed up just a little bit, but we do have some people right there that watching and waving. And there's Rusty Pipes right there giving us a thumbs up.
He's got a great seat in the house there.
Great to see you out here. Bummer about your car, but we will see you next round. But that is our Good Boy Vodka viewing area. That is also our spotter section as well. So he's out spotting. I'm not sure who he's spotting for right now, but that's pretty cool. I love it out here seeing everybody spot for each other. He's actually probably spotting, I think it's Randy Bointer that's out there will be racing. That's another one of their buddies. Great overview of our starting grid.
And you can see there's 2 rows there, so they both will start at the same time. Somebody might get a little nerf action going on.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, this is where the nerves are going for me every race. But you can see TW already gave him the thumbs up, getting ready to wave that green flag, and off we go.
Amateur Turbo off and running.
All right, so we have Justice Schmieder, that is in the number 26, Charlie Stewart, Hank Hall, Parker Frank, Rich Raby, Ariel Byarski, Damon Langley, Mitch Frank, Jace Chilson, Jeff Gorshitz, Brittany Dunn-Crisco, Randy Bointer, Sean Murphy, Kevin Hall, and Bruce Davidson out on the race course.
And look, everybody made through the Project X turn 2 with no issues whatsoever. Thought there was going to be a little contact as they come around here. They're going to be serpentining their way up through the Speed Sport turn.
And we'll get some numbers here in a minute. This race course, we do not have a double loop like we have in the past. We're still in progress. The course will be changed up a little bit for visions as well. So right now we only have 1 timing loop out there, so we can only give it to you once they come around. They will be doing 6 laps today. And that's a great overview. And right now that is Justice Schmieder in that number 2nd position just now going through. I think Charlie Stewart is setting number 1, Justice Schmieder 2nd, Hank Hall in that 3rd position. And look at the times. We have Justice Schmieder's only 0.6 seconds behind Charlie Stewart.
And what I'm really paying attention is how the suspension set up as they come around those corners, how they're sucking the bumps up there. You know, dialing your suspension is so critical, especially on this track right now. It's a temporary track. They've done a great job just getting this track to be in race condition right now is a great job.
Oh,
and
that's
looks
Brittany.
like a door has flown open, but they do have window nets there, so I'm wondering if the opening there, they're going to make her pull over and get that latch closed.
Yes, or maybe she can notice it and reach around and get it, but that was Brittany Dunn-Crisco. But we do have already battles going on between 1, 2, and 3. That is Charlie Stewart and Justice Schmieder in the 1 and 2 position. Hank Hall running in that 3rd spot. Damon Langley in 4th, but 1 and 2, Charlie Stewart and Justice Schmieder, and they are always out there battling it out on race course. They just went over our mile marker winch jump.
Now looking at some of the lap times here. Charlie Stewart, though, with a 1:08 this time by the 4:55. Let's see, with a 1:08.313. So 2nd place, actually, Schmieder a little bit quicker. Schmieder, sorry.
Yes, a little bit quicker for sure. So there you see Brittany having to pull over. You have Gus Fisher, who is out there working our race course all weekend long. He actually runs the whole entire park for the most part. He's head of the park, but he's out there making sure that door's shut and all safe. And look at the battle.
That's not something I'm used to seeing. They usually have that, with sheet metal or something,
right,
or at least zip tied closed, so they can't do that.
Exactly.
They don't want something broke on it.
Charlie Stewart and Justice Schmieder, they are showing up right now to see what's going to happen.
And Schmieder in that 2nd position. You can see Schmieder trying to battle now with Stewart as he comes around up and over the hill, Pam.
Yes, I lost your audio there for just a moment, but there we do have Justice Schmieder on the tail end of Charlie Stewart. Great battle going on for 1 and 2, and you can see how hard they're driving. Their tires are slightly lifting in that turn, but that means that they're getting amazing grip also in these corners.
Yeah, a little bit on the bicycle for Stewart as he comes around there. Schmieder goes a little bit wider, uses that middle preferred line. Looks a bit quicker. Another hero line through that section. As ready to get a great overhead shot there up the race line ridge.
And
add a little air.
They're getting some air on those jumps. They are pushing it super hard, but these guys have great times. I mean, we have a 1:08.302 by Charlie Stewart, who is actually the fastest lap of the day in the amateur turbo class so far.
And versus the 1:08.428 there, so about tenth of a second off that pace. But I think it's going to start getting a little closer here. A little mistake by Stewart. Schmieder's right there trying to capitalize, not able to it. Stewart gets back on the gas. Schmieder had to get on the binders there, lost his momentum.
Yes, and you can see Charlie Stewart. He is trying to check out, not quite going to make it, but you can see right now they do have pristine track conditions. They do not have, the mud sections and stuff. They have a little bit of it, but they are on the binders right now, and they are both battling out for 1 and 2. That is not slowing them down like we keep saying happens, but right there, Charlie Stewart bicycles a little bit.
Now notice Schmieder is now starting to move outside the line there, changing things up. Oh, another great shot there. The 26 making a good run there again. Schmieder trying to change the lines up. We got lap traffic. They split them.
That's killed the time just a little bit. But between 1 and 2, the third place position is 8 seconds behind, almost 9 seconds in total. Hank Hall in that third position. But Charlie Stewart, Justin Schmieder, they are the men of the hour. They're going by Brittany Crisco right there. She's the one that they had to pull off just to get that door shut.
And unfortunately, Schmieder had a little contact with her, and that could have caused a problem there.
Hopefully not, but she is our Good Boy Vodka sponsored driver out here at MidAmerica Outdoors. They're going through our Ultimax turn number 6 right now, not letting up whatsoever. They have 3 laps to go in this race.
Pam, really noticed those lines, how they're getting a little bit higher. They're not clipping down so low this time.
They have been running the same consistent line the whole time.
Yeah, and I'm really watching that from other races where everybody was really low. Schmieder and Stewart both battling. Stewart, of course, out in front. Now look at this. Schmieder's trying to move out, trying to get a little daylight.
And the white flag was just out for Charlie Stewart and Justice Schmieder. Oh, contact was made.
So you might get a little physical. Some elbows might be thrown.
Sometimes it could benefit you, but it did not benefit Justice Schmieder on that one.
Schmieder now going high, trying to get a nice run up. Looking to the inside there. Coming up against the blocks. Contact again.
Oh, look at that. That was Charlie Stewart just now with contact from Justice Schmieder, changing it up. So that gives Damon Langley, Parker Frank, Hank Hall, and Rich Raby a little bit. Oh, and he's broke. What a bummer.
Oh.
What a bummer.
Wonder, I'm not going to make the call or say, but that was a little contact there during that situation.
You can see right now we do have our race directors on it already, but we do have Charlie Stewart that we saw had an incident. Justice Schmieder is going to be coming through right now, getting that green or checkered flag over our mile marker winch jump.
Well, when it comes into white flag racing, sometimes things like that happen, but here comes a checkered flag, and it's going to be Schmieder unofficially taking the win.
All right.
Justice Schmieder.
We still have a battle going out there coming through our finish line here. That's the 811 and the 85 right there. The Rich Raby and Randy Boynter, they're battling it out for 5th and 6th position. What a great race that we just had by our amateur turbo class, and look at them launching off. So Parker Frank coming in that 2nd position. So we will see what's going on here in just a moment. We got some cars still out on race course.
So Parker Frank.
It sounds like we are going to have a replay.
Rich Raby,
so
and
replay.
It's kind of crazy right now. Justin Schmieder, the word is in from race control, has been disqualified to rough driving.
And
it's unfortunate, and, you know, it's a rough situation. So now it gets in the binder, you get into them, but you got to know to lift or get out of it. So it's a little unfortunate that happened there.
It sounds like we're going to have an AMSOIL replay here in just a moment of the incident. So AMSOIL replay right here. Oh, watch this. We can see what happens is he just says, I'm going to keep on going, and didn't let up. Unfortunate, though, that our race leader ended up having an issue. I mean, that's racing, but also it was also on the last lap as well. So rough driving out there. The 143 right there broke down of Charlie Stewart. So an unfortunate incident.
And it's, you know, and it could be a complete accident. Sometimes that happens, but you got to be ready. You can't, you know, door-to-door contact's fine. You know, a little bump from behind's fine. But when you're off angle there, and he gets on the brakes, gets in the binders, and you still got the momentum, you know, sometimes you don't have any place to go. I'm not going to say this guy willfully, you know, did this. It could be a complete accident, and it happens to every driver out there.
Correct, and you can see they're going to get him off of the race course here in just a moment. But right now we have unofficial Damon Langley in that number 1 position. The 2nd position, Parker Frank. 3rd position, Rich Raby. 4th, Randy Boynter. 5th, Ariel Byarski.
Followed by Hank Hall in that 6th position in the 57. Kevin Hall in the 86. Mitch Frank, 210. Chase Shilson in the 754 and the 143 of Charlie Stewart.
And then in the number 11th position, Brittany Dunn Crisco, Jeff Gorshitz, Sean Murphy, Bruce Davidson, Justice Schmieder. Such an unfortunate, but being disqualified. But it sounds like we're going to have Miss Tiffany Stone down there here in just a moment for our post-race interview. So we'll get firsthand right here of the racetrack. So Tiffany, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Damon Langley. And when we talk about first-time drivers to this track, we usually talk about people who have raced short course before, especially in a side-by-side. But Damon, you're telling me this is my first time racing. I asked you here at MAO. You said no, ever. You are a motocross guy. And walk me through then your first experience ever riding or driving here, not riding, sir, and being here at MidAmerica on four wheels.
I mean, it's an awesome track. My pit guy was in my ear telling me to go faster, push the car harder. I mean, it worked out.
Well, and when we also talk about this, you said, Tiffany, I've got to hurry up and go. This is not even my race suit. I've got to go give this to the pro. Sir, should we just mark that pro box for you right now because you've done this and it's a brand new track?
This might be something I might have to get into. It's pretty fun.
Awesome. Well, if you guys want to come out here and do what Damon's been doing, come from two wheels and go over to four, talk to this man. He'll tell you what that's all about. Back up to Pam and Dave.
Thanks, Tiffany. Man, that's incredible there. And here's another good look there from our drone. And you can see just kind of slows down, took the leader out, and fortunately cost both of them.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. Cost both of them the race.
So this has really changed up the point scenarios now.
It has, because Justice Schmieder has been leading the points, and Charlie Stewart was only 1 point behind, but now that opens the door for all of our other competitors.
Or what's going to go on now? Is Parker going to be in the money?
I'm not sure. I got to find out where Parker was, but it's going to be an interesting turnout for sure.
Well, I guess we're going to, after all those replays, we're going to have to find out the final interview when we see. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to MidAmerica Outdoors side by.
Well, welcome back, folks. I got to thank you guys for all keeping tuned in for the great racing. Again, we've got women's naturally aspirated up next. Great shot of the American flag here on Memorial Day weekend, and remembering all the great folks that sacrificed for our freedoms, and we so thank you for that. And love to see the red, white, and blue. So we're about ready to get racing here with the women's naturally aspirated. So we're going to take a look at here.
All right, we have 7 cars taking that green flag. We have Camber Kirchmeyer, Leslie Yoshimoto, Josie Watkins, Annie Schroeder, Brooklyn Singleton, Crystal Rowden, and Jocelyn Ware.
And up the race line ridge, here they go. There's turn 1.
So we actually have had 6 out of our 7 cars take the green flag. Not sure which one is not out there right at this moment, but they are already bunched up. But we, like you were saying earlier, we'll be together and then they go apart and then they get back together. So
the old accordion effect, as I like to call it.
There we go. And they're going through that turn number 4 speed sport
There'll
turn.
be no polka involved in this one.
All right, that is Josie Watkins out front in her RS1, followed closely behind, just now getting passed by Leslie Yoshimoto, and that is Camber Kirchmeyer in that number 3 position. These 3 ladies, I predict that they are going to be neck and neck this whole entire race.
Definitely, you can see the RS1 there in first and second, and then we're going to go back a little bit deeper there, and we've got, I do believe, a lot of Razors, and got a Honda Talon in the mix. Of course, that's going to be Leslie Yoshimoto on top right now, but Camber Kirchmeyer running 3rd. She's in that Talon.
Yes, and she actually won this race number 1 yesterday,
Yes.
so we'll see what she ends up, because she comes back out again, I believe, in the women's turbo class.
Turbo. Of course, running a naturally aspirated car in the turbo class. That's always awesome. But right now, Leslie Yoshimoto.
Leslie Yoshimoto out there trying to make that pass on Josie Watkins. It's going to be, like I said, you know this. We watched this race yesterday. It's going to be neck and neck the whole entire time. But right now we do see Leslie Yoshimoto has kind of checked out just a little bit. But that's because Josie Watkins and Camber Kirchmeyer, they're battling it out right now. And that's what we keep saying. It slows you down as a driver when you know that you're trying to keep that position and not get passed.
Yeah, I'm sure Leslie's not upset that at all about that. Says, hey, guys, just battle it out behind me, ladies.
Yes. Now, in this class, the young women have to be, their starting age is 13 and up in this class. So it's really cool to see the women's out here. The women's NA class, they have a minimum weight of 1650 in this race, in this class as well. But starting with the age group of 13 and up is pretty cool, because I know that we have some young ladies right now in our youth class that'll be stepping up here very soon.
And that's so cool with the women's program and bringing through it. And of course, a lot of these ladies race in the men's class and do very, very well. You know, we'll see Kendra, battling with them later. But right now, it's all Leslie Yoshimoto out front with Watkins and Kirchmeyer battling for second. No, it's getting close. A little bit of contact there.
Yes, a little bit of contact, trying to get through. This is where Camber Kirchmeyer, she's just trying to find that opening, trying to get where she can get past Josie Watkins. And it's tough whenever you're battling it out, trying to run the same lines, but trying to find that line that you're wanting to go around. Yesterday, she was also behind Josie Watkins, filling out the lines, watching her lines. So here we are again with them battling for second and third.
That's one thing I talked to a lot of the drivers, and I said, in practice, we got someone over on their side there. I don't know if you can see the number on that, the teal machine.
That might possibly be the number 17 of Brooklyn Singleton. Can't quite make that out.
Getting back to my thought is during practice, you want to work on one line. Okay, pretend somebody's in that line and work on another line. So you have your fallouts.
Yes.
Break the track down to a couple ones, and then it looks like it is the...
That is actually not the 17.
Nope,
that is the 13 of Annie Schroeder.
Does that make it 31 when they go upside down? 13-31, 13-31?
Well, her and Brooklyn, they kind of have the same color paint scheme, so I wasn't sure which one that was. But unfortunate for Annie, I called her Andy yesterday, for Annie having a little bit of issues and end up on her side. But you can see right now our ladies are all on a local yellow caution. Abiding by the rules. It is a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit whenever they are going by our caution flags.
And you cannot change your position.
Correct. And there you can hear them in the background. You can see them on the screen. They are definitely back up to speed. Camber, just like I said, trying to find that line. In this situation, Dave, what do you think is going through Camber Kirchmeyer's head right now?
Well, I mean, one of the things is getting a little daylight there, is waiting for it. You can't, sometimes you got to go the high side and try to force the situation.
But look at that. Josie Watkins actually made a pass and got by Leslie Yoshimoto.
Yeah, Watkins up in the front now.
They're getting ready to go up this race line ridge. So now we're going to have a battle between Leslie Yoshimoto and Camber Kirchmeier, and Camber gets by Leslie. So I'm wondering if Leslie's having some issues.
Yeah, because she was running a good pace early on, wasn't in danger of doing anything. Now it looks like she's picked it up a little bit as she starts to come on the back bumper of Yoshimoto. But Kirchmeier kind of, made kind of a nice position to be in right now as they got him that local caution once again.
Yes, and right here they can't pass, but they can bunch back up is what they can do. So they're taking it slow through these turns.
Now where's the point? All of a sudden, okay, when they get through the section, they get back on the gas.
So right now they're going through Speed Sport turn 4, and right as they pass this yellow flag, they can get it back on the gas up in turn number 6 in our Ultimax turn 6.
And they're back on the gas once again. Here we go.
And you can see Camber, she was trying to see if she could maybe get on the gas a little early and get on the outside of Josie Watkins, and it didn't quite happen, but you can see she's on her bumper right now. They also know what just happened in the last race too, so you know that that's in the back of their mind. And don't touch tires.
Yeah. Yoshimoto went really wide, lost a little bit of ground there for a second there, and he went way up into the marbles. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Josie Watkins currently our leader as Camber Kirchmeier in the second, and it looks like it's 0.2, so that's 2/10 of a second, dude. Man.
That is going to be awesome to see how this finishes up. But, they are actually the local caution has been cleared up, so they don't have to worry about it this time around.
So they're going to run all the way to the checkered on this one at this point. Watkins, Kirchmeier, Yoshimoto.
We lost
Singleton.
Yoshimoto in the sorry to interrupt you, Dave, but where's Yoshimoto? She's been right there in the mix, and now she is not running in that third position up close. And there we see her back there quite a bit. Making it through this lap traffic, though, this is what's going to make it or break it for these ladies. And that is,
might give a chance for Yoshimoto to get back up again.
And that's the 88 of Crystal Rowden that they just now went past. As a true sportsman driver, she let them get past because she knows, as her spotters are probably telling her in the ears, that, hey, the leaders are on your
the
bumper.
bicycle right now. Kirchmeier gets a little out of control, swaps it, alligator tails.
And that's where we're saying all the time, on this last lap, how hard do you push it? She was trying to push a little too hard and ended up not being able to get right back on Josie Watkins, taking that checkered flag. Super awesome at the MRT Can-Am start-finish line.
So a good run once again. Congratulations to Josie Watkins, Camber Kirchmeier, and Leslie Yoshimoto able to make it in there. She lost a little ground there, but still able to hold on to a third place coming in here in race 2. So that definitely will change things up here for the overall. So we're going to have to find out the stories of what happens when we go to our trackside reporter here soon.
Yes, and there we just had Brooklyn Singleton coming through, getting that checkered flag. And Annie Schroeder as well coming through. We did see Annie Schroeder having a little bit of an issue, so she was 2 laps down at the end. But what an amazing race by our ladies out there, driving their hearts out. I love the women's class.
I mean, it was great. Yoshimoto up front there. Kirchmeier was running good with, her. And then you got, of course, Watkins, who was in third, went to second, got up to first. And then, of course, the battle that we watched between Yoshimoto and Kirchmeier was incredible to watching it unfold.
And it sounds like we're going to go into our women's turbo class next. I have to say, Dave, it was pretty cool. Last year, Visions, I got to race in the women's turbo class.
Really?
I did. It was so much fun. Well, it was Hank's new car was delivered here out at the racetrack, and I was like, you know what? I went to my bosses. I said, can I race? And I entered. And
well, I got to break his car, and you understand. I got to make sure we made a good investment.
What a way to test it out, though. But we are going to have our race 2 number winner, Miss Josie Watkins. That will be down there with Erica Allreed here in just a moment. But it's pretty cool to see. So Josie Watkins, Erica Allreed, take it away.
Joining me is Josie Watkins, our unofficial race 2 winner. Josie, yesterday we saw you pocket a 3rd place finish, and today you came back with a vengeance and claimed this top spot. What was the difference maker for you in race 2?
I mean, race 2, I just had my game on. I mean, I came out for the amateur class. I had a third, but I lost it to 4th, and I just felt like today's my day. I mean, I've been fighting car issues all weekend. I lost the front diff in this car, so I had no 4-wheel drive. I lost an axle. I lost power steering. I've had one thing after another this weekend, so coming off with the win feels amazing.
A redemption ride for you, to say the least. But on that very last lap, you had to deal with lap traffic and camber coming up right on your tail. So how were you able to manage all the variables?
I mean, I just got to thank my coach Travis. Travis is always on the radio with me and stuff, and he's just walking me through like my lines and if people are behind me and my car and everything else. I mean, I just gotta give it to that guy. He's like the heartbeat of my team right now.
Well, a team effort for this race to win. We look forward to seeing you right back out here again for another women's race.
Thank you.
Awesome story there, but I do believe, that's the overall was what she was going for. But I tell you, man, what a great job from fourth to third today, climbing up the ladder, as we like to say. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, Josie Watkins, she's always out here with a smile on her face. I love having a chat with her.
The energy that she was giving in that
Yes.
energy, I just really felt it, and she was so happy, truly happy.
Yes, and she is actually one of our MidAmerica ambassadors as well, and that's exactly what we have. We can see track maintenance is going on right now, so we are going to take a short break here in just a minute. So let's hear from our sponsors, and we'll be back right after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back to round 3 of MidAmerica Outdoors Side-by-Side Championship Series. We are on our women's turbo race. This is an exciting race. We have these women that have been in other classes as well, like our amateurs and our experts, but we are on to our women's turbo class, and we're not even done for the day.
Oh, no, I'm looking forward to the Pro Turbos and the Pro Lights that are coming up, the final race of the weekend here. And I'll tell you, after what we saw, Kyle Cheney yesterday was running, he's been so dominant this year, but Cody Miller, he's been on a tear. But it was Hunter Miller, his brother, who led most of the race. Last lap, couple corners, and then all of a sudden there. And then another thing is going into the trucks there. Connor Berry wasn't with us in Wheeling, showed up there. He moved up, he was running second. But Kyle Greaves, who's been dominated in the first two races. Greaves, he's a former 2022 championship off-road champion, the Red Bull Cup champion, and now he's coming out here swinging so far with 3 races, 3 wins. Now can he get the 4th win of the day, which will give him the overall for round number 2.
Well, yesterday, Connor Berry, he was sneaking up on him just a little bit, so we'll see if Connor can close that gap and try to get around him today. But I have to say, what was really cool is yesterday, being able to go, live in car with him, get a little bit of information from him while he was on the competition yellow. But Kyle Greaves is definitely one of those that we're watching for sure. Like you said, 3 wins in a row. But we have Erica Allreed, who caught up with Kyle Greaves. So let's hear it from Erica.
Kyle Greaves continuing his success in this Pro Light Truck Series campaign with another win here today. Kyle, it seemed as though you were in a league of your own out there. So what did it take to put together that dominant performance?
The start was the biggest thing, and once we knew we could get the start, it was just protecting insides and just starting to get a little bit of a gap on the guys, and then just maintaining and not burning the tires up. I was trying my best to drive like I had an egg under the throttle so I didn't break it and blow the tires off. So that was the best thing I could do, make sure I hit all my corners as good as I could. It's like ice out there. It was like ice with a bunch of ledges because you hit it and it throws your head in the seat, and we just did what we could and maintained and made it to the finish in the lead. So we're just going to get it ready for tomorrow and try and do it again.
An incredible race 1 for you, but what did you learn about yourself and your truck out there that you can apply toward race 2?
It's definitely tires. I mean, we're going to do what we can to keep them together. The track is really rough, a lot of holes. I think Jacob Rosales got a flat from hitting one of the holes, and it seemed like a lot of rocks were starting to come through. So it's watching the track, making sure that my spotter is telling me that, hey, this hole is getting big, make sure you watch out the next lap, and just try and take it home.
Well, congratulations on that race 1 win. We look forward to seeing you back it up in race 2.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thanks, Erica. Awesome insight there from Kyle Greaves on that. We got women's turbo lining up, but I'm so looking forward to this Pro Light. What a great way to finish our racing here. But, of course, we are going to the Barbie Jeeps after all that's all done. So, folks, you can't go anywhere because we've got women's turbo, we got Pro Turbo, and the Pro Lights. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
No matter what, it's never an easy event, and it never will be, and that's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Tire choice is everything. I mean, to have a tire that's reliable and consistent and drives well out in the desert, but yet when we get to these crazy rock sections, still has grip and performs, and we can hit these sharp, jagged edge rocks and not have a problem, is what we need. And the Rockzillas definitely are second to none when it comes to the UTV tires. And it just speaks traction. It's got big lugs hanging off the side. It's got big lugs down the side of the sidewall of the tire. If you're gonna look for something that makes traction and is gonna grip in rocks and dirt and everything, you look at a Rockzilla and go, man, that thing looks like it's gonna do the job right there.
Welcome back. Here we are here for the women's turbo class out here at round 3 of the Side-by-Side Championship Series. Dave Arnold, an amazing day out here. We will have 8 ladies taking the green flag out here. We have the 917 of Kendra Hoop, 14 of Camber Kirchmeyer, Ariel Bayarski in the 735.
Ariel Bayarski and we got Morgan Vanover, Josie Watkins, Jennifer Mayo, Brittany Trisco, and Marissa Smith.
And you can see them lined up right there. They are at our MRT Can-Am start line, getting ready to take that green flag. We're just waiting on the guys to give them the thumbs up. There we go. Green flag is out.
And we're racing green, green, green. Once again, the women's turbo off and running up the race line ridge. They're going to head.
And these starts are always so exciting, so heart-pumping, and so much fun to watch.
And it's all about that anticipation on the start for these, drivers when they get up there, the butterflies that when you're sitting on the line, I know you know what I'm talking about, and anticipation for that green flag drop, and you smash the throttle down, get on the loud pedal, and here we go racing.
Yes, and we do have some familiar cars out there on the race course. We do have Camber Kirchmeyer, who just came off, Josie Watkins as well. Brittany Dunn-Crisco, she was in the amateur turbo class earlier on, but we have the familiar cars literally that just came off the race course.
And once again, the ladies taking a naturally aspirated car and racing in the turbo class, which is totally legal. You just can't exceed, and, well, I guess you could put, 4 turbos in this but, one of the things you just basically, going a little underpowered there.
Yes, and Josie Watkins, you can see she is actually out front right now. I can't quite make out who is in that second position, but we will see here in just a moment. But that is the 719 in that second position.
And it's going to be Josie Watkins, Ariel Bayarski, Camber Kirchmeyer, followed by Morgan Vanover. And it looks like it's going to be Kendra Hoop.
I should have my glasses on. I could have seen a little bit better. I was trying to look on, but look at that awesome view right there of them going up the race line ridge. Kendra Hoop, she won yesterday out here, so we shall see how she pans out today. She got out front yesterday and didn't look back, and she's one of our MidAmerica ambassadors, along with Josie Watkins, who is running in that number 1 spot.
And it looks like they're going to head up into the Project X, turn 2, coming around, down.
And there we do have the 735 Ariel Bayarski, who she was also actually out on race course earlier in our amateur turbo class as well. So we have a lot of crossover class racers here in our women's turbo class. It is a 6-lap race, and you can see Josie Watkins, she's checking out. And again, we keep going back to this, Dave. Once you're battling for position, it kind of slows you up. But Camber Kirchmeyer, she is back on it. She kind of backed off just a little bit, but she's trying to get back up into that battle for second and third.
And it looks like she went a little bit too deep and went high in that. She could have made a position on Bayarski. Bayarski was able to, unfortunately, she was in the same spot there, but also kept her in second place.
So Josie Watkins in number 1, Ariel Bayarski, Camber Kirchmeyer, and Morgan Vanover, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Kendra Hoop coming through in that number 5 position. There is a 3.1 second difference between Josie Watkins and Ariel Bayarski.
And looking at the other drivers, a little bit of a pass off. As you can see the gap right now. So I believe Watkins out front, but Bayarski could be the overall if she stays in that position.
Yeah, she stays in the second position, but you know that she doesn't want, oh no, and there we have her spun out. So that, and she has a broken front tie rod, it looks like, on the passenger side. Unfortunate for Ariel Bayarski just now that we saw.
That just kind of, I'm the old announcer's
jinxed her.
Announcer's jinx.
Just kidding.
We'll throw rocks at our producer later.
So Josie Watkins out front, and I believe that will be Camber Kirchmeyer who's chasing down Josie Watkins now.
Yeah, so that's going to change the scope of everything. We'll take and see what happens here, courtesy of Amsoil on our replay. Bayarski, she was a little wide to begin with. I noticed that there, and something else was going on there because that car just basically went straight right into the cement blocks.
It did. You could see it looked like maybe a little bit of wobble that actually happened on that front right before she actually hit that wall. And look at that, is Morgan Vanover and Camber Kirchmeyer sliding their way through the S turns, coming around through turn number 10 to go up the raceline ridge.
Great shot to Jody Watkins. She came around there. They look a little bit deeper there. Kirchmeyer, Vanover.
It looks like something's going on with the white car back there. I'm not sure which one that is, but they are definitely going a
Are
little
they
slower.
in a local caution by chance? Because they were really off pace.
No, but that would be
No?
Brittany Dunn Crisco that was just now running and passing, and got Josie Watkins going through that turn number 3. Camber Kirchmeyer, Morgan Vanover, Josie Watkins, man, she's been on it. This is been her day. She's definitely out there having a great day of racing. And there we have Josie Watkins again. So Josie Watkins right there, but it sounds like we have on our Rugged Race Radio some information coming through.
Kirchmeyer could take the overall now, but there's also other scenarios. If Kendra gets in another 2 cars, she can move up into the top position. And we still got some laps to go here. This is not over yet. And oh no.
That is Morgan Vanover that we see stopped. She was running in that 3rd position, running a great race herself.
2 cars already out. Attrition once again hitting racing here. The women's turbo class feeling affected.
So that bumped Kendra Hoop up 1 position, so she needs one more spot. Kendra Hoop, Mid-America Ambassador.
She needs Kirchmeyer. Kirchmeyer, basically the battle, that will be for the overall now.
So they do have quite a bit of a distance. They have almost an 11-second difference in their time. So Kendra Hoop, right now, she's running in that 3rd position. If for some reason Camber Kirchmeyer, starts slowing up just a little bit, that'll allow Kendra to catch up. But right now, Camber really can't make any mistakes, because if she does, that will allow Kendra Hoop to get past her.
Yeah, there's a good little gap there. It's going to be close with 2 laps to go. But from whether we've seen crazy things happen, you never know. Fortunately, we just saw that earlier on.
And
a local yellow, so we're now bunching them up. This is going to change things here. She's going to allow, get a little bit closer.
All right, now we do have back on the gas, we have Miss Kendra Hoop. And Kendra Hoop, she also raced in the Expert Turbo class, but there we have the white flag out. Josie Watkins running in that number 1 spot still.
Kirchmeyer goes by, as well as Hoop. Kendra Hoop, let's look at their times here.
Kendra Hoop.
121.9 to a 121.1 with Kendra Hoop.
Yeah, she actually picked up a little over a second, yeah.
Still 9 seconds gap, though.
Exactly.
It's a good gap.
Yeah, Camber will have to have something happen to her to be able.
Yeah, not a lot of time left in this race here for things to happen to make up a 9-second deficit at this point. Hoop doing what she can, but Kirchmeyer second and could get that position here.
Oh, and just now in that turn, a little bit of contact made by a lap traffic. I believe that was Brittany Dunn Crisco was in the turn. Camber Kirchmeyer tried to turn in a little too soon, made a little bit of contact, but you can tell right there it did not cause any issues, but that will create a lesser gap between Kirchmeyer and Hoop.
Well, a great shot of our leader there, Josie Watkins. Coming to the checker flag, up and over the mile marker winch jump, and making her way to the MRT Can-Am start finish. It's going to be Josie Watkins.
Wow, what an amazing race by Josie. She just came off of the win from the amateur or the women's NA class, and now she just got the win in the women's turbo.
She's had some work to do, I'll tell you. That NA class, she definitely fought her way up from 3rd up to the top position here and kind of did the same thing. Kind of got out there and led this one all the way.
Exactly. So we had 3 cars do all 6 laps. So we had Josie Watkins in that number 1 spot, Camber Kirchmeyer 2nd, Kendra Hoop in 3rd, Brittany Dunn Crisco, and everybody beyond that, they were all 1 lap down, but Brittany Dunn Crisco in that 4th position, and Jennifer Mayo as well. We saw Morgan Vanover. She was actually pulled off on the side. Ariel Bayarski had an issue, and Marissa Smith as well.
And, of course, unfortunate for Ariel Bayarski because she was right there. Let's take a look at the handy on Vegetable Resorts. Once again, Jody Watkins in the 237 takes top honors. Camber Kirchmeyer in the 14 will be 2nd. And Kendra Hoop in the 917. And Brittany Dunn Crisco in the 22.
And then Jennifer Mayo in the 519 in that 5th position. Morgan Vanover 6th. Ariel Bayarski 735 in the 7th. And 8th position, the number 14 of Marissa Smith. But she has a 0 on there, so I don't believe Marissa Smith actually ended up starting.
No, I don't think you're you're wrong on that one.
Yeah.
She didn't make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Such a bummer. But Dave Arnold, there's the beautiful American flag. We are going to have a interview here in just a moment, but we have coming up next the Pro Turbos. But we're going to go down with Erica here in just one moment with our overall winner of today. So Erica's got another amazing interview for us. So Erica, take it away.
Camber Kirchmeyer, our unofficial overall winner in both of our women's classes this weekend. Camber, consistency was the name of the game for you in both of your classes. It seemed as though you could do no wrong. So just take me through your successful weekend of racing from your perspective.
Well, you're right. Consistency and just managing to keep the car under control under shifting track conditions, like it being really wet for this one and really dry for the last one. So the Honda Talon comes in clutch with that, being able to shift up and down to keep me in max control.
And who would you like to thank for these performances? Because these do not go unnoticed, and I know you've got a lot of people behind you.
I would absolutely love to thank God for giving me my life and giving me this ability to do this with my family, because I enjoy that so much. And secondly, my family. My dad is the one that builds my car. My brother racing the pro class, he gives me all my pep talks before I go out here and race. So really, they're the core of my winning.
Well, congratulations on these wins, Camber. We loved seeing you out there. Guys, Camber Kirchmeyer came to make a statement this weekend.
Thanks, Erica. Great interview. And talking about that big win there, we got to say, Kirchmeyer, congratulations on that.
Yes.
But, well, folks, we're going to have our awards 45 minutes after our final race. Of course, that being the pro lights there. And it's going to be up where we had a driver's meeting, up by the Jumbotron there. Not far, driver's registration right there. So
yes.
It's not a far walk from Coconuts. So if you want to grab a cocktail from Coconuts and a soft drink for the kids and some water, come on down. So once again, the awards, 45 minutes after the last completion of Pro Light.
And then later on, after the Pro Lights and after the awards, we have the Barbie Jeep. If anybody that's listening from your camp right now and you want to participate in the Barbie Jeeps.
Why did that Barbie song just pop in my head when you said that?
Because it's Barbie Jeep. I'm not going to sing it for you, but no.
I was hoping to get you to do it.
We're still taking sign-ups, though. So if you want to still sign up and you're out here, go on up to the Pro Shop and sign on up for the Barbie Jeep races, and we'll just sit back and watch you.
First, Joey and Matt will be on that and having a good time, and we'll be sitting enjoying.
Yes, and we have Brandon up here doing some magic, and I think I can kind of guess what we're going to be doing again in our Pro Light class, maybe possibly Pro Turbo as well, but I like seeing him up here bringing us these beautiful blue rugged race radios.
We like new toys. And a big thanks, of course, to Rugged Radios.
So we have 19 cars. Actually, we'll have 18 cars taking the green flag today in our Pro Turbo class, and I cannot wait. You can see them all lined up right there.
So absolutely a great shot there, the starting line of all those massive cars on the line there, a full field there. And boy, oh boy, look at this, Cheney. I see Hunter and Cody Miller. Oh my goodness.
Yes, and the Cheney, and we have
it looks like Cody Martin. I see him.
Corey Willis.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be a great race. And again, this is the rolling starts. The pro classes, we're doing the rolling starts with them, and also the expert class we did as well. But we are going to have on board today with Cody Martin, one of our MidAmerica ambassadors.
I was just going to bring that out. Yeah.
Super cool. Look at right there. His beautiful blue car matches our rugged race radios. How coincidence is that? But we're going to get to talk with him here in just a little bit.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the Ultimax Performance Belts by Timken with our lineup here. Cody Miller up on the front pole here in the 22 with the Hunter Miller, his brother, right behind him in the 90. Cal Chaney in the 91. The 17 of Corey Willis. 33 is Zach Beavers. Cody Taylor will be in the 48 with Tim Farr in the number 4. Scott Champion will be in the number 1, the defending champion from last season. And we got Jacob Geisendorf in the 93. Tyler Remreid in the 43.
And then in the 11th position, we have Cody Martin in the number 15, the 139 of Mitchell Langford, the 911 of Chad Dussich, 124 of Mitchell Huddleston, the 64 of Robert Van Beekum. Then we have the 21 of Kanan Baker, 27 of Cash LaCroix, the number 2 of Austin Vanover. And we do know that Johnny Holcher is not actually running his car out here. He had it here but decided not to run it.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and concentrate on the pro lights. And he had such a bad day has been his
Yes.
turbo. He says, you know what, I'm going to throw it out. I had a good run in the Pro Light, and now I can just concentrate on one class. Don't have to worry about running and getting right in the Pro Light.
Exactly. And Cash LeCroy yesterday, he had some issues with his steering rod. It broke.
Yep.
He had the Miller brothers actually had their mechanic come over and help weld it up and everything, but he's back out there. He's ready to get racing on the day. He's a young buck out here. He's normally a rock bouncer.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of cool. And then, of course, Kyle Cheney yesterday had some issues, broke some parts. We saw him pull off, so he's looking for a little redemption. Not that it's going to help too much in the overall, but it will help in the season points.
Exactly. And you can see them getting all bunched up, getting ready to take that green flag at our MRT Can-Am starting line.
Well, they're all lined up side by side.
Oh, I'm nervous. Are you nervous?
Oh, I'm excited to see this happen. And we're green, green, green. Here we go. Pro Turbo underway.
Green flag is out. You can see they are going super fast up to the race line start finish. That's a super steep uphill and downhill, and that is the 911
Oh, no,
stall.
the 911, the Honda Talon, not able to get underway.
That is Chad Dusich.
That's a heartbreaker.
Oh, and we have somebody sideways right there. Can't quite make out who it was, but
And
man, what
actually
a
brought
nice
him all the way
save.
around. He was facing the wrong way.
And there we have Corey Willis, who looked like he's battling actually with Zach Beavers.
I'm hearing on my record radio right now a local yellow for that car spun around. See if they get that cleared, keep him under his speed. So it looks like it all cleared up and looks good. They're able to go underway.
And we have somebody off race course
no.
right there. That is obviously a Can-Am. Can't quite
Can-Am.
make out which one it is.
Is that Kyle Cheney?
I'm pretty positive that said 91 on it, and that was Mr. Kyle Cheney off the race
Oh,
course.
no. That's not something we're used to seeing with Kyle. So it was Kyle Cheney is the word. And it looks like there is a caution. There was a local caution there. And it was just past the Good Boy Vodka viewing area there before you get to the MRT and Can-Am start finish.
And Cody Miller is out front, taking the lead right now. Hunter Miller is behind him. Zach Beavers is in that third position. And there we see Cody Martin. Cody Martin does not look quite correct in that front end there. He's a little bit towed in the wrong direction. So unfortunate for Cody Miller, who has our onboard camera. So I'm wondering if he ended up having an issue like hitting a wall or what happened here.
Yeah, definitely the camber on that wheel is not sitting correctly whatsoever.
Very unfortunate. There's Chad getting towed off right now. Unfortunately, that happens every once in a while. And that's what we call is racing.
Hopefully his AAA's all paid up.
And we do have a battle going on right here. Can't quite make out the numbers, but they are at it. And I think that actually it's Corey Willis
Corey Willis, yeah,
and
that's what I'm
Zach
saying.
Beavers battling it out, going through.
Battle for fourth.
Yes, it is.
A little bit of dust there. You can see as our drone goes right through it, able to pick up the footage. Watching this battle there. Willis, Beavers, and it looks like Cody Taylor trying to get in the mix also.
Yes, so we have a battle going on right there between 3, 4, and 5. Tim Farr's not far behind. But Hunter Miller has a 2.2 second, or Cody Miller has a 2.2 second lead over Hunter. So quite a gap there. It doesn't seem like it's much, but it actually is. Great drone footage right there of our raceline bridge.
And then we get the great overhead shot there showing the gap between the cars. You're watching accordion bunch up there
And
in the turn.
And that is our 3, 4, and 5 right now of Corey Willis, Zach Beavers, and Cody Taylor. They are all bunched up, and they are battling it out for that third position.
And you see a nice little gap going back to Tim Farr there, as well as Jacob Geisendorf.
Great footage here. Our water trucks are sitting there ready. They're actually filling up our Barbie Jeep right there at the bottom.
So with all the crazy stuff going on, I'm hearing a word that Ansel has an instant replay for us with Cody Martin and what happened. We saw that camber sitting wrong, and fortunately that was the car that spun around in the turn that we saw early on, and that's when Cody went into the contact. We saw that car swing all the way back, face the wrong way.
That is so unfortunate for Cody Martin. Cannot quite make out who it was that they made contact with. But that is an amazing prop for getting it on board.
Of course,
camera.
our camera guys are getting that on there. And, of course, Anzoil, the First in Synthetics, always bringing us the great instant replays.
All right, so we do still have Cody Miller in that number 1 spot, Hunter Miller second, Corey Willis third, Zach Beavers fourth, and Cody Taylor running in that 5th position. And you know what, this race, there's so much action going on all over the course. It's kind of hard to choose which camera to be on because there's so much action going on.
Well, that's why we rely on our producers and directors in the truck there to make all the great footage come up so we know what to talk about and when to talk about it. Great shot of the Martins there, the Can-Am. Millers.
Cody Miller.
Cody Miller there.
Yes, going right now. He is going by our Good Boy Vodka viewing area, going through the Can-Am MRT finish line. We have 3 laps remaining in our Pro Turbo race for round number 3 of the MidAmerica Outdoors Side-by-Side Championship Series.
He is not really pulling away from Hunter, his brother.
No, Hunter actually made up time.
I was going to say, he knocked off almost 2 seconds there.
Yes, so it's definitely going to be a race to the finish. These guys are always neck and neck. It's just pretty cool. It would be awesome if we could hear in-car between the brothers, like chatting.
Oh no, another car there. It looks like a broken A-arm possibly, or snapped off the ball joints.
And that is the 124 of Mitchell Huddleston. So unfortunate. It sounds like we are going to have a replay here of one of our cars that got loose at the bottom. So there's our AMSOIL replay. That is the number 31 that we can see. Let's see what happens here. So unfortunate. Oh, there we see Mitchell Huddleston.
Yeah, he literally clipped that tire, I believe.
Yeah, the 124 Mitchell Huddleston. Unfortunately, hitting that tire, breaking off that front right.
And that's one of the things that we talked about them with the tires there, to keep them honest, keep them on the track, and not to get too close to those tires because they do jump out and bite. So the brothers continue to battle up front here. Cody and Hunter Miller, both under the Can-Am flag.
So this is going to shake up the points a little bit too. I mean, they're both running. Cody Miller also was our winner at Wheatland when we had Kyle Cheney as our round 1 winner. But the Pro Turbo class right now is a class that you want to make sure you watch. Well, you want to watch all of them, but this class right here is a very competitive, lot of talent that we have out here racing in our Pro Turbo class.
And that's interesting, because I brought up that Kyle's so dominant in round number 1, and then round 2, it's basically Miller.
Oh, so
Cody.
Sorry, that was Hunter Miller just to hit the tire a little bit, bicycled. Sorry about that one.
Okay.
And Corey Willis, I'm so sorry.
No.
The camera's not there. We're going off of the jump just now. Sorry, out of my view, but the white flag is out.
So good shot of Cody Miller and Hunter Miller, the Miller brothers. So this would be 4 straight wins for Cody if he stays here.
So Cody
on the white flag.
Cody Taylor, and there we have, I'm so sorry I saw him out of my view here. He actually clipped that tire and it popped him right up, and that's what we were talking about earlier, Dave, is, you cut those corners just a little bit and hit those tires and they're going to pop you up.
Yeah, they it seems to jump out and grab you sometimes.
Yes, they do. They jump out at you.
Yeah. Swear wasn't that close, the tire moved.
But the 2 men of the hour right now are Cody and Hunter Miller, the Miller brothers. They are running neck and neck. They are going through This is where Hunter can have a little bit of an advantage of trying to get right on his bumper.
Yeah, look at this. He's right up in his bumper. You said it, Pam.
And once see, look at that.
Cody did not wait. He said, I'm past it, I'm on it.
Exactly. That's when their spotters are telling them to get back on it. Wow, and look at that. How amazing is this? We have Cody Miller coming through and just got the checkered flag with Hunter Miller second place right now. The Miller brothers 1 and 2 unofficially.
Waiting for third place to come across here as they get ready to come across that MRT Can-Am finish line here.
That would be
it's Cody Taylor.
Cody Taylor and Zach Beavers. Look at that, Can-Am 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Tim Farr is going to get that 5th position there with Cash LaCroix, Jacob Geisendorf, and it looks like Scotty Champion.
So that's awesome that Cash came out, finished the race today, had those issues yesterday with his steering as we were talking about earlier. The Miller brothers mechanic going over and helping him. And then I didn't find out confirmation, but he was sitting there talking to the Miller brothers, and they were talking about lines. They're in the same class, but guess what they're doing? They are out there also giving their teammates a tip. But we do have a Corey Willis instant replay brought to you by AMSOIL.
seconds.
Oh. So that right now is our third place finisher right there, the number 48 of Cody Taylor. But right in front of him, Corey Willis clips that tire, and it just takes him right over.
Wow.
Such a bummer when that happens. That's the second time we've seen that tire clip today. But you know what?
Second time in this class
I
today.
know.
It was like the only times I've really seen it in this one is twice.
Exactly. But you know what? They're out there because we have certain areas where
Yep.
the tires, they have to be there.
Well, we don't want people cutting the course and taking unfair advantage there, and it's a way to keep the drivers honest.
And look at the Good Boy Vodka viewing area. What are we talking about? The pro classes are up, and it gets even more full. There's been people out here all day long, filling in the spots. But what a great place to view. You can see the whole entire track from up here.
And I'm looking across. I see the grandstands. I see all the UTVs up on the hill up there. I actually see people sitting in the grandstands, which aren't really officially opened yet. But, yeah, it's great. I was up there earlier today. And what a view from up there. I can't wait for our fans to pack that at Visions.
It is a beautiful view.
Best seat in the house.
Exactly, and that's a great view right there. That is our mile marker winch jump. But here is our Pro Turbo unofficial results brought to you by Handy.
Cody Miller is going to take the top honors in the 22 and the 90 of Hunter Miller. Cody Taylor will be the 48, Zach Beavers in the 38, and Tim Farr in the number 4.
And then Cash LaCroix in that number 6 position, number 27. Jacob Geisendorf, 93 in that 7th. Scotty Champion, the number 1 in 8th position. The 9th position, 21 of Kanan Baker. 10th position, the 43 of Tyler Rimreed.
And in 11th is the 139 of Mitchell Langford with Corey Willis in the 17. Mitchell Huddleston in the 124. Cody Martin in the 15. You got Chad Duth, Kyle Cheney, Robert Van Beek. I'm not making the start. Van Over or Ultra. We're going to go down trackside with our winter interview with Cody Miller. Erica, take it away.
Cody Miller, yet again, our unofficial overall winner. Cody, it seems like you can do no wrong as you continue to make a statement in this Pro Turbo class. Obviously, the championship is the goal, and with 2 consecutive wins in just 3 rounds, where do you feel you stand in this hunt?
I think I just took over the points lead for the Pro Turbo class, which feels amazing. It's been a slow start to the year, but I definitely feel like I'm starting to gain some momentum and get these things figured out. I swear it's always like the easier I drive and the more calm that I can remain, it's like things just start to happen. So my car is just working excellent. My Can-Am X3 is a top performer, especially with the Double E racing tuning on the shocks. The Elka suspension is amazing. Texera Tech products, Maxxis tires, these SC1s, man, as long as I can run these tires, hardly anybody's going to be able to keep up. Obviously, my brother's got the same stuff, and he was right behind me, but it was good. It was fun. I was just happy. The track was wet that time, so it was definitely a more conservative race, and had to take it easy, but the car was hooked up, and I couldn't be happier. I just, thank you very much for the opportunity. Couldn't be more pumped to be out here running MidAmerica.
And talking about you and your brother battling out, that's kind of been the storyline of this weekend in this Pro Turbo class. But where do you feel you were able to find the edge and the advantage over him this weekend?
I definitely think it was just all about patience. Yesterday I was patient, and I finally had an opportunity, and it was only the second to last corner before I found that opportunity, but there it was, just being ready and, not jumping the gun. A lot of people get ahead of themselves, and that's a big leading factor into failure. So I just try and be conservative and be smart. I've been doing this for a long time, so just try and use my head.
Well, it's certainly all paying off for you here. Like I said, 2 consecutive wins. We look forward to seeing you back out there for Visions. But let's go chat with the other Miller brother right now. We've got Hunter right here. Hunter, putting the L on your forehead. Hey, you still came out very consistent this weekend. Like I said, you guys were battling back and forth and really putting on a show for us in this Pro Turbo class. So can you just take me through these battles from your perspective?
Yeah, try to entertain y'all. That's what we're here for. But no, the track, we started off, it was super wet, and you just had to be very calm and patient. I kind of was waiting for the track to come in. It started getting better and better, and I found some lines. I was making up a little ground on him, and then second to last lap, I smacked the tire down there and kind of messed up my power steering a little bit and just worked my way to the finish line. That was the most important thing, was getting a good finish. That should put me second overall for the weekend and just keep me in the points race. It's a long season, and a lot of things can happen. Things get shaken up for sure. So, consistency is the key. That's how you win championships, and I'm happy to be up here on the podium again.
Absolutely. Like you said, consistency is key. But how do you feel like you're going to go into Visions, and what's it going to take to get Cody off that top step?
I guess I'm gonna have to take him out. I don't know. No, it's anybody's weekend. I mean, the 10 guys are so close in this class. It's really all about setup and focusing on that. You know, MidAmerica, I've got to give them a big round of applause. They have done wonders. I mean, we're just on a track that is kind of thrown together. Yeah, not thrown together, it's a bad word, I think, or a bad way to say it, you know, but weather kind of put them behind, and they put together a great racetrack. I mean, we got here, we're like, it seems like it's going to be one line or stuff, but honestly, it really shaped up to be awesome. I mean, it made for great racing, great passing, and the most important thing is, you know, this place has had a lot of rocks. It's no secret, and they put in the work to cover it up. And you know, we're running our MxS SC1s, which we've never been able to do here before because it was just entirely too rocky. That's kind of a game changer for us to be able to do that. And I mean, it really shows the amount of work that they have put into this place, and it's only going to keep on improving. I'm very excited to be here and be a part of it.
Absolutely. Well, we can't wait to see you in our next round and hopefully for some redemption against Cody. But guys, the storylines continue in this Pro Turbo class, and we are only 3 rounds in.
Thanks, Erica. That was a great interview by the Miller brothers. But Dave, give us a little insight of what's going on right now.
Well, we got something exciting to see right there. That's a Pro 2. That's Mickey Thomas. Well, the cool thing is, it was just dropped off there, but the cool thing, it was just one of those things that we're going to get him there. But we got to talk to Mickey Thomas and Scott Rain. He was able to sit down and talk about the difference between a Pro 2 and a Pro Light. We're going to see the Pro Lights going. Here we go.
Hi everybody, I'm down here in the pit area at MidAmerica Outdoors, and what you're about to see, not a whole lot of people have seen in this country. We're about to see a Pro 2 on a racetrack here at MidAmerica Outdoors. But before we go there, let me introduce you to this guy right here, Mickey Thomas. Beautiful, beautiful 900 horsepower Pro 2, but you're more than just a driver, you're also a team owner. You got a lot of toys here to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're here with Jacob Rosales and a Pro Light, helping him race. I own a team out of Dawsonville, Georgia. I also race myself in the Pro 2 division, which is a little bit different than the Pro Light, and I'll try to explain some of the differences. They're 900 horsepower truck compared to a 500 horsepower truck. We've got 20 inches of wheel travel compared to 14. They're a lot wider, bigger tires. We run a 35. You know, the Pro Light's kind of the stepping stone class to get up into Pro 2 and Pro 4. But here in a few minutes, I'm going to hit the track, show you guys what it's all about, and hopefully have a good time. This is our first time out at MidAmerica Outdoors. We're loving it. You know, the track's great. We can't wait to come out here and run full time later in the year with the big trucks.
Thanks to Scott for getting a little insight, and thank you, Mickey Thomas. Speaking of Mickey Thomas, there he goes, puts the hammer down. Now, these are spec motors. They're cast iron blocks. They can run around 800 horsepower. They run DOT tires, and 18 inches of travel and 20 inches in the rear versus the 12 and 14 of a Pro Light. Pro Light, you know, 500 horsepower. They got a V8. It's a spec sealed motor. But they pump them up a little bit, you know, 900 horsepower in these Unlimiteds. Now, they can't run the aluminum box, though, like the Pro 4s, which we'll be eventually seeing here at the end of the season.
Now, and he hasn't been on our track at all today or this whole entire weekend. So
I do believe he did do a little shakedown lap.
It's really cool to see him out there showing off his truck, the Pro 2. I don't know much about the Pro 2s. I know a little bit because of racing with, you know, when they've been on racetracks where I've raced before. But it's definitely horsepower. You can hear a little bit of a difference, and it's really cool to see him out on our track.
Yeah, they're definitely a stepping stone. I always like to say it was always the roar of the big bore, the Pro 2s, the Pro 4s when they hit the track for sure.
The way they set themselves up for these corners is what really amazes me. They're turning their trucks in a position to get them in that corner probably, you know, I don't know, what, maybe 3-4 car lengths ahead?
And we call it backing in. And these guys will literally throw these trucks and get them sideways in the air off a jump to set up and back it into a corner. When you see a Pro 4, which is the four-wheel drive versions of these, it's a little bit different. You know, they got a little bit more horsepower. But these things, they run the same tires. You can go to your local tire store and pick up. And you can see how well these all-terrains or mud terrains, whatever they decide to go with, it's their choice.
And you can see he's making his way around. They drift themselves around these corners, but you can see how he's turning the wheels and setting himself up way earlier than you normally would on a course. But you can see they're getting a little bit of an air on that jump. He is over in our Ultimax turn number 6 right now. But setting himself up, getting a little bit of air whenever he does that little jump. But right here, He is doing an amazing job out here showing us what these Pro 2s can do.
Yeah, definitely. And Mickey Thompson knows, Thomas. It's an easy slip. It goes there. But I got to say, you know, he's done an awesome job over the years. Seeing him on the podium. Mystic Lube, one of his great sponsors on the side. They've been with him for quite a few years now, sticking behind him.
Pretty cool hearing him popping on the rev limiter there, really on the gas, going up that race line ridge. He's coming down that race line ridge. Going up into our Project X turn number 2. Right there on the next turn, that's when you can really see where there's a little bit of a jump that they can do. It depends on how tight they can take that corner, but he's really showing a great preview of what the Pro 2 can do out here on our race course at MidAmerica Outdoors.
Now listen to the revs in the motor. You can hear the throttle, how he's playing with it, and you know, in one of the interviews we saw earlier with Kyle Cheney, he had to get, you know, pretending an egg was in there. It's like feathering the throttle. Finding that point where you're not breaking loose, but you also, to rotate the tire or the truck, you got to have a little bit of tire spin. So you hear him, as he goes in the turn, he'll pick up the speed and get the wheel spin going a little bit and make sure he has traction and takeoff.
Yes, exactly. And, you know, left foot braking.
Look at that jump. Wow.
Left foot braking is key in these, you know, setting themselves up for these corners, but he really did just launch off of that. He's going through our MRT Can-Am finish line right there is where he just went through, going up the race line ridge.
Now, just with a lot of these vehicles, you could also set up the bias on how the front braking, the rear braking, you know, a little bit more pressure in the front or the rear, depending on how your truck's handling, driving, particular track it is, and of course your driving style. Makes a big difference.
It's always awesome. Here's what I always think. I'm not sure which turn it is at Crandon, but it's when you're in the middle with the spectator area, not the spectator area, but the middle where the timing is, that building, and they're coming around that corner, and they're literally...
That is called Calamity Corner.
There we go. I didn't know what it was called, but they're literally facing you,
yes,
but drifting the whole entire corner, and that is such an adrenaline rush being in that turn at Crandon, and it's kind of, you can see what he's doing out here on the course, that he's setting him up and turning the truck to where he's facing. It looks like the wrong direction of where he needs to be going, but it's just all about setup.
Yeah. And of course what you're referring to is the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, which will actually be ending their season here at MidAmerica Outdoors. And of course they'll get to run the new track. Not that Mickey's going to get any advantage running this track, because it is going to change, but he may know some of those switchbacks.
Yes, and this is a cool course though to get out here and preview that they're on right now. Of course, the track is going to change up. This right now is what we're racing this weekend. We have a whole brand new track coming. We should have it done by Visions, but this course out here this weekend has been a lot of fun. The racers quite enjoying the way they had this new setup, because they've been racing on the same course out here.
Yeah, definitely.
So having a new course, you know, the drivers that have been racing out here for a while, they had their setup dialed in.
And they're going to race another new course. I mean, we're going to have some aspects of this track, of course, they're going to incorporate. So they're going to throw out something totally new at them.
I do like having a change-up, though. A change-up in the course is a lot of fun because it makes everybody stay on their toes. But right there, you see him getting some air in that Ultimax turn 6 for us.
You see he's getting a little bit more comfortable, picking up the speed. Of course, Mickey, when they were talking, Scott was talking to him, talked about Jacob Rosales, one of the drivers on his team in the Pro Light, which we'll be seeing. He ran a great race yesterday, was third for a long time until, fortunately, got a flat tire.
All right.
Slowed him down. So that's going to be it for Mickey Thomas.
That was pretty cool to see. I hope everybody out here enjoyed that, because I know I did.
I love hearing the horsepower. That's all I could say. Nothing like the sound of a good V8.
Yes, exactly. And then getting ready to come out will be our Pro Lights. But how cool was that to see a preview of the Pro 2s? Pro 2. There's only one out there.
Yeah, Pro 2.
2, not plural.
And, of course, he left his side beds off there trying to save those. Didn't want to have any damage on those things.
Correct. But you're speaking of that. So when you do start the race,
yes, you must have them.
You must have a full body. We do see, like I was saying yesterday, you do see a lot of these trucks come off the race course and they are not having the full body. It sometimes comes down to how hard they're turning in the corners. They might rip it off with one of their tires or whatever, or making contact, which happens in the truck series.
And you'll see a lot of guys sometimes in practice, they will take their bodies off so they don't get any damage to them, so they can put their nice new bodies with all those cool sponsors on the side of them.
Exactly.
To come around.
We did see Johnny Holter yesterday. He was doing that, so it was pretty cool to see that, and they came back out with the full body on.
So a great shot there of the American flag there. You can see the wind has died down a little bit. Still 82 degrees, beautiful day here. I'm very happy to have all the people joining us online, watching all the great fans here.
Hello and welcome to round 2 of the MidAmerica Outdoors Truck Racing Series. I'm Pam Hall. Alongside of me, Dave Arnold. We are not only here for our races, but our Memorial Day weekend mayhem. Dave, it's going to be an amazing day of races. We have our pro trucks getting ready to start. We'll have our starting grid going in just one moment.
And we can see them all lined up there. 5 trucks here for the Pro Light trucks. Once again, this is the second race to go ahead and get this. So let's take a look. We got Jacob Rosales coming to us from Georgia. He runs for Mickey Thomas.
And we have Kanan Baker from Owasso, Oklahoma.
Then you got, of course, Johnny Holcher out of Wisconsin, bringing the cheese down here.
And Mr. Connor Berry all the way from California.
And Kyle Greaves, our leading points man right now, the guy who has the target on his back.
Yes. And Kyle Greaves right there, the man on a mission. He has been #1 in every single race we have had, so super awesome. It's going to be an exciting afternoon of racing out here at MidAmerica Outdoors.
And I'll tell you, Kyle Greaves, when we talked to him yesterday when Eric did this interview and said, the big thing is getting his tires set up right, getting the right pressure, getting the right groove set on. Now, Kyle Greaves out front real quick there with the whole shot, but Connor Berry trying to get to the inside as they head up the Raceline Ridge, coming around down the hill. It's going to be Greaves.
We only have 4 cars out on the truck.
Oh, no. Caden Baker not able to make the call.
Yes, do not see Kanan Baker, but you see Kyle Greaves right there already out in front with Connor Berry in that #2 spot, Johnny Holcher in 3rd, along with Rosales all the way in that 4th position. It's going to be a long race, long 10 laps. We will do our competition yellow halfway between as we do, and that is where they get to bunch back up, and that's when the excitement is all over again, just like the start.
Now this year I've had the pleasure of watching Johnny Holcher and Connor Berry battle it out at the Great American Short Course Series in the West Coast here. Now it's the first time they get this year to race with Jacob Rosales and, of course, Kyle Greaves as he continues to lead in that KGB Customs. Now, Kyle and his dad, Kurt, they do a lot of fabricating, and they build a lot of the trucks for other drivers out there. So they know a lot of tricks in setting these trucks up. But Connor Berry's family, they know how to cool those motors and keep them going fast. So there's always a little edge here, a little edge there. And it goes to Holcher family. They've had a long history of racing. There's a lot of Holchers that do a lot of racing in the Midwest. And, of course, Johnny Rosales got a great tutelage with Mickey Thomas. He spent a lot of time in the pro lights, and he can pass on a lot of great knowledge to him.
Yes, and he is definitely trying to catch up right now to Johnny Holcher, battling it out for that #3 spot. They are right now in our Project X Turn 2, and it's amazing to see these drivers. I love watching how they drive into these corners like we were saying earlier. They're setting up for the turns early. And right now, right there in the Speed Sport turn #4, this is an amazing race to watch out here at MidAmerica Outdoors. It's so much fun to watch these drivers battle it out. And here we are right now. Johnny Holcher looks like he's catching up to Connor Berry.
Yeah, that's one of the things when the track starts to come to them, how they set their tires up and get ready for the race. That's one of the things we want to talk about. This is competition caution halfway the race. 10 laps make up the distance, Pam.
Yes.
Halfway through the race, we're going to go ahead and bunch them back out, throw that caution. We say it's the race within the race. Now, these drivers will have a little strategy. What do you set your truck up for the first half of the race or the second half of the race? Connor Berry, I've seen over the years, tendency their strategy set up for the second half. Kyle, he pretty much just set up for first and last half of the race.
I mean, yeah, like you're saying, they do set it up differently, but Johnny Holcher right there going down the race line ridge. Amazing shot by our drone pilots out here. And, you know, let's go over some specs really quick of these trucks. These trucks do have to go through a pre and post check. The minimum weight is a 3,200 pound. That is including the driver with all of the safety gear. But there's a lot of specs to this. The people at home that do not know about the ProLights, they are also a 2-wheel drive truck.
And one of the things, too, is the wheelbase and suspension are big things to talk about. Wheelbase 106 inches. Now, one of the things also, only 12 inches of travel in the front and 14 in the rear. These are, like you said, 2-wheel drive, but they are V8 spec motors. They are not tuned up. They're basically stock motors with the aftermarket ignitions on there. And it looks like Holcher went around. Just saw it in the back shot of the camera there. He's going around there. He's going to now have to battle with Rosales as Rosales starts to get up in his back pocket. Here comes Connor Berry making a run up there. Oh, no, Connor Berry up on his lid out of that turn as he heads by. Oh, my goodness.
That is so unfortunate. Connor Berry running in that number 2 spot. Oh, no. So when we saw Holcher spun around himself, so that puts him right now in that number 2 spot. But Holcher, when we saw him spin around, Rosales was not too far behind, but they were definitely battling it out. So there we do see Kyle Greaves right there, and he is coming through our Speed Sport turn number 4 right now. Holcher in that number 2 spot with Rosales in 3rd.
And I see Greaves on the overhead shot. You can watch right now Rosales and Holcher and the HBI Yokohama machine. And Rosales and the Mickey Thomas Motorsports.
And they will be coming around to that local yellow where they have to go no more than 25 miles per hour. No exceeding a spot as well on course. But Kyle Greaves, his time right now, his fastest lap time has been a 1:05.293. So in our Pro Light class, he has the fastest lap time. And we do have Connor Berry had the second fastest at 1:07.055. But that is super unfortunate for Connor Berry being over there on his lid.
Well, it's going to change things up a little bit for the overall there. I know Rosales was fifth yesterday due to the problem, and I believe Johnny Holcher was 3rd. And then one of the things, Connor was 2nd. Now he's going to get pushed back to 4th. So 2 and a 4. Going to be curious to see how it goes. But we still have the competition caution, which is going to be coming out now, and it's going to go ahead and bunch him. We're going to go ahead and hopefully our guys caught what happened to Connor, because we did miss it, Pam.
Yes, we did.
And Amsoil's finally got us our replay here. And we can see as he rotates around to the right, switch back to the left, and just gets up on the bike.
And you can see that he got up on the bike, couldn't quite save it. Johnny Holcher right there, he hit the wall slightly. It looked like he didn't quite get his turn down, but very unfortunate. We do have Connor still right there on his lid. And they're getting the forks out, but Rosales right there and Holcher, they will be coming in, like you said, to the competition yellow, which will slow us down quite a bit. But such a bummer for Barry.
I'm actually a little shocked on that, something Connor doesn't do. He's such a talented young driver, and he's been doing a lot of the iRacing over the last couple of years. He runs his own league, the iRacing Short Course League. And one of the things that he's got a lot of practice time in it. Now, a lot of these kids, believe it or not, are jumping in the iRacing and learning a lot of these tracks. You know, some of the iconic tracks are in there. One day, I see MidAmerica Outdoors having a track in that game soon.
Yeah, that would be super cool.
Or I should say simulator.
Exactly, there
Not
you go.
a game.
Yes, but that's super unfortunate for him. As sure, you know, you're talking about Connor Berry and everything, but he's one of our grassroots kids.
Yes,
he started racing at a very, very young age.
Junior 1s, Junior 2s.
Yes.
Moved up into mod karts. He was the last champion at the Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series until the series ended, and so he went out on a high note.
Yeah, so it sounds like we are going to go in car with Kyle. Kyle Greaves, this is Pam Hall. Do you have a copy on us?
Yep, I got you loud and clear.
So out there today, the track conditions are amazing out there. You're up front right now. Again, how are you feeling today in this race?
We're feeling really good. Truck seems to be on point today again. We're just trying everything we can to make traction out here. It's super rough. It's still real slick in some spots, so we're just going to keep plugging away each lap.
Well, you're doing amazing out there. You're in that number 1 spot. Just hold it together for 5 more laps, and we'll see you later on. So good luck out there, buddy.
Thank you.
How awesome is that,
Yeah,
to get to talk
was
to
awesome.
in car?
Yeah, I was kind
love
of
it.
curious what's going through his mind now. He saw Connor over. Connor was in second, and that threat's gone now. Johnny Holcher could be the only threat, but I think pretty much right now anywhere at Greaves' finish is still giving the overall.
Yeah, that is really cool. So that is an amazing job. Live Race Media,
Yeah, that's
they
so
hooked
cool.
us up. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
They came up and they brought us the rugged race radios, and that's how we just sat there and
So
got
they
to
give
talk.
you on radio talking, and then we've got one that receives it all there, so it's awesome. Thank you, Live Race Media, and of course, Rugged Radios.
Yes.
Here at the Rugged Radios broadcast desk.
And we are still lined up in a caution right now. They're just making sure to get all the way around. It sounds like they'll have one more lap around before they have the course cleared to go green flag.
So as they're running around here, rotating, let's talk a little bit about the strategies now for Holcher. You just basically throw all caution to the wind and just go for it.
I would say if I was Holcher and he's able to just stay on Kyle's bumper and just, make him push it, that's where if the driver knows, so your number 1 position guy or any position that you're in, and you have a driver right on your bumper, that you're sitting there trying not to make any mistakes, but you know that you can't make any mistakes, and then that gets in the back of your head. So with Holcher, he's probably just hoping that Kyle will make some kind of mistake to put him up at the top of the box.
And then Rosales had a flat tire yesterday. Today, looking for redemption on there. Looks like he'll possibly get a podium position at this point with Caden Baker not making the call. Now, the other big thing also, Johnny Holcher, one of our other kids that came up through the program. He raced all the kart series, the short course courses in the Midwest, as well as mod karts on the West Coast at the Great American Short Course Series. And he competed many times in the Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series, too. So it's great to see there. We're still under a comp caution. Still waiting for the CBR General Tire car to get cleared from the track before we go back to green flag racing. Big thanks to Optima Batteries, always keeping us up to date with that timing. Up top, we can see the positions, the names, and what time they're going.
And we can see Connor Berry getting put on the forks right now. They're going to put him off the side of the track, get this race going. We only have 5 laps to go in our round 2 of our MidAmerica Outdoors Truck Racing Series. And it's been an amazing race weekend altogether yesterday with our race number 1. Here, race number 2, Kyle Greaves. He's got it right now.
Well, I don't know.
He's got it.
I wouldn't say that it's quite over yet, but I'd say the odds are looking in his favor.
True. I hope I didn't just jinx him. Saw him last night.
I wasn't going to say that.
Had a little bit of a chat with him last night. He was out playing some cornhole with his team members and chatted with them, and, he was ready for today.
And it's what's so great to see a lot of these drivers get together and they're all hanging out with everybody too. So I do believe the green flag will come out this next time as they head by the Good Boy Vodka VIP viewing area.
And this is where you want to be super close coming up to that green flag, and you want to go as soon as the person in front of you goes, you go.
Green, green, green is the word right now. Here we go. Kyle Greaves, the KGB Customs, Kenda Tires on that. Holcher and his Yokohama machine, and the Mickey Thomas Motorsports of Jacob Rosales.
And this is where skill and experience come into play.
I remember Jacob competed a lot in the UTVs until he jumped into the Pro Lights, though, so he's got some definite skills there, and it's great to see how he's progressed into the Pro Lights, doing really well, and Mickey Thomas and his team building a great race truck there for sure to compete in. As we see now, Johnny Holcher a little bit closer this time to Kyle Greaves.
Yes, he is, and he's no stranger to being in multiple vehicles as well throughout his racing years. Even though he's a young gentleman out there racing, he has a lot of seat time as well.
And of course, as this series continues to grow, we're going to see a lot more competition, and I think it's going to get a lot tougher for guys like Kyle Greaves. I think Johnny Holcher's going to be a factor. And oh no, off the pace, I just saw the corner of my eye, Jacob Rosales.
That is a
and
bummer.
Where did Johnny Holcher go?
Johnny Holcher is right here. He's still behind Kyle Greaves. He just now went through the MRT Can-Am start, but there we do see Rosales right there off of the pace. Buddy's getting going again. Maybe,
I
maybe
wonder if
not.
he's having some electrical issues there.
That is unfortunate for
Jacob's such a
Jacob.
nice young man, too. Heart goes out to him and Connor Berry. Not able to finish this race. Now it's become the Johnny Greaves show. And then there were two.
So now it's just all about finish. Johnny Holter knows he has that guaranteed number 2 spot right now, but anything can happen. I mean, we still have, 3 laps to go. So it's all about holding your truck together and making sure you make it to the checkered flag.
Well, I pretty much think this one has been just chilling out, cruise control on Kyle Greaves in that 34. And that's one of the things you see the red plate on Kyle there, defending champion for the Champ Off-Road Racing Series.
Definitely.
Choosing not to go with the number 1.
Definitely.
Some drivers a little superstitious on that.
Definitely out there staying up on top of his game. And we see Johnny Holter. He's not pushing it super hard, it doesn't look like, but I bet inside he really is, because right there when we just saw him going through turn number 10, he was pushing hard. But they are going through the raceline ridge right now. And Johnny Greaves, I almost said Johnny, that's his uncle.
Yes, that's true.
Kyle Greaves.
There's a lot of Holters and there's a lot of Greaves.
Yes, exactly. But Kyle Greaves doing an amazing job out there. I mean, he knows that he's got the spot right now, but it's still all about holding that truck together until he gets to that checkered flag.
And I know Johnny is just pretty much trying to stay smooth out there, but yet still carry the speed, trying to catch up to Kyle Greaves at this point. Of course, Kyle's cousin and uncle, the father-son duo of Johnny and CJ Greaves. They're such a dominant force there in the Midwest.
And let's talk about this for a minute. This year, the 2023 season, the MidAmerica Outdoors Racing Truck Championship Series, we have 4 rounds in total that are featuring our Pro Light classes with a payout of over $100,000. It's looking really good. It's looking...
Able to hear those numbers for sure.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Kyle Greaves. It's pretty amazing, but there's an official rule book you can go on if you're wanting to, build a truck to come out here and race with us. It's on our website. But Johnny Holter right there on the raceline ridge doing an amazing job. Second place, obviously, we have only 1 and 2 out there right now. This is what they call racing. There's issues that happen. There's things you don't know that might be going on with your race vehicle or your truck. But here we have Kyle Greaves and Johnny Holter still out there running, but they have to keep running it and keep on it until that checkered flag.
Absolutely. You got to make it all the way to the end to see that checkered flag. And that's one thing with these Pro Lights, it's always an exciting race. And I know there's a lot of them still out there in the garage. They got to blow the cobwebs off, blow the dust, bring them on out here. Come race with us at MidAmerica Outdoors. This program is only growing in the truck series now. And so excited to be part of it. And here we go. The checkered flag is going to be coming out. Kyle Greaves. He'll stand on the gas. Oh, it's a white flag. Sorry. One more lap to go then.
Yes, we are on our white flag right now. And there goes Johnny Holter going through getting his white flag. It's a race right now. Their own race. What they're doing is racing their own race right now to just get to that checkered flag.
And that's absolutely correct. You got to do everything you can just to survive. It becomes into survival mode right now for Johnny Holter. So that's going to give him second overall for the weekend because we got the ENFs on the other drivers. It's a shame the way it happens there. But attrition. One of the most overused words in motorsports, but one of the most expected things to happen in a race.
I agree with you on that 100%. And we do see the drivers just out there running their own race, just getting to that checkered flag. It's been a great weekend out here for Kyle Greaves, finishing number 1 spot in race number 1 for the weekend. And right now he's still running in the number 1 spot for race number 2. That will put him winning. If he crosses that checkered flag in this number 1 spot, he has won every single race so far for our Truck Series Championship.
One more time over the mile marker winch. Good boy vodka viewing area. And here he goes. The MRT Can-Am start finish checkered flag goes to Kyle Greaves.
And here comes Johnny Holter getting the checkered flag himself. And that is the end of our race for the day, for the whole entire weekend, round number 2. What an amazing weekend. Congratulations, Kyle Greaves, right now unofficially. Pretty awesome weekend. It sounds like we are going to go to a quick commercial, but look at that. We have the American flag waving. We have a breeze coming through. But We are going to go to a quick break here in just a moment, so we'll be back right after this.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to round 2 of the MidAmerica Outdoors Truck Racing Series. I'm Pam Hall. Alongside of me, Dave Arnold. We just finished up our round 2 of our Truck Series racing. It was an amazing day. We are going to have our results up here in just one moment, but Kyle Greaves just did an amazing job and swept the weekend. This is race number 2 that he just won yesterday. Here we have our handy unofficial results.
And of course, Kyle Greaves is going to take the top honors in the number 34 with Johnny Holcher in the 44, Jacob Rosales in 31, Connor Berry in the number 2, and Keenan Baker unfortunately did not make the call for race number 2. So he is going to hopefully make a little redemption in round number 3.
What an amazing race weekend. We do have Kyle Greaves, like we said, in that number 1 spot. This is his second round out here at MidAmerica Outdoors for our Truck Racing Series. And he has won all 4 races that we have had. Yeah. We have race 1, race 2 on round 1.
Yeah,
and again.
He's been on a roll. That's one of the things. He's really an accomplished driver. He comes off a championship. He's got a lot of momentum in there. Johnny Holcher, fairly new to the pro light class. He's made some runs the last couple of years, but Kyle has been so dominant in the pro lights over the last couple of years. He's bringing more experience. Johnny is just going to get a little more time in the car. Now Connor Berry, a new driver in the pro light, but very quick out there. And I'm excited with a young driver like Keenan Baker. I'd like to see what he's going to do as he gets a little bit older. Jacob Rosales, though, I do expect some great things out of him. He's got some time in the UTVs over the years racing, and I think he's going to translate really nice in the pro lights. Fortunate for Connor Berry today, and, actually in race number 2, and also Jacob Rosales coming to a slow at the end of the race. So a little bit difficult, but Kyle Greaves, he was a man of the mission, and he accomplished that mission.
Yes, he has been the man of the weekend out here. And with Connor Berry, it's such a bummer. He came all the way from California. Yes. He was fast. He was out there. He was pushing Kyle Greaves, and unfortunately ended up having that little bit of a rollover. But it's definitely, round 2. We have 2 more rounds for the year. So hopefully he comes back and he switches that up.
And I was able to talk to him and his father, Clint, and his mom, Georgiana. And, of course, they run CBR race radiators, which you see in most of the race trucks, whether it's desert, shore course. Outdoors, and they said this facility is mind-blowing. They cannot wait to come back, Pam. They say it's so beautiful, all the things that go on here. They said, Connor's like, hey, I can't wait for the Barbie Jeep race later today after I race. So it's kind of cool to see that, but, best of luck to them getting that truck back into shape. I know they got to compete in the championship off-road, but they said they are definitely coming back here, compete in round 3 and 4, and make a run here for the whole series. Still in the points. You never know.
You never know. You definitely never know. But we have the facility out here. The next round will be at Visions, which is coming up in just 2.5 weeks, roughly. So it's June 12th through the 18th that we'll be having our next round. So round number 3. It's a super exciting event that we do have coming up. But let's just talk about the facility for a minute. The facility, everybody loves it. You come here. We have a restaurant. We have all the racing stuff. But the best part about it, you have a pool and a lazy river. But you definitely want to come out and check this out because it's an amazing facility out here with all of the racing and all of the outdoor stuff that you can do. It's amazing.
Yeah, the pit bike track up top, the lazy river, the Barbie Jeep, and all that. Well, it sounds like we finally got Kyle Greaves over to talk to Erica Allreed. So we're going to go down to Erica. Erica, take it away.
He's continuing to assert dominance over this pro light field. Kyle, you completely pulled away from the back pack in both of these races, and we're quite honestly in a league of your own out there. Just how satisfying were these drives and this overall for you?
Honestly, it just showed this track truly helped me figure out these tires. These tires are brand new once again from Kenda. They're their new Kenda RT in these Pro Light tire size, which is 265/75 R16. And man, they made so much bite once I finally calmed myself down and just eased through everything. And I got to give them a hats off because we were going back and forth between what tires we should run, if we should groove them, if we shouldn't groove them. And I got to give it up to them. They definitely kicked ass in this one. And, my whole team, it's just my brother and me and my dad working on this truck this weekend. My fiance, her sister, and sister's boyfriend came out to support. And, it's such a team effort to be here. And, they're throwing this on for Pro Lights. And I don't know why people aren't here. We're trying to do this to help grow the sport and be a part of it. And, there's one person that's sitting at home that I wish was here, and that's my mom. I know she's sitting at home or possibly work watching. So, Mom, I love you. This is also for you and our team to get this done. And, man, KGB Customs, Aaron Precision, Kenda Tire, that's Podium to Pavement Tire right there. And Fox Shocks, Hoffman Motorsports has been working on these Fox Shocks, getting them dialed in. ATD Charlie, he's been supporting me for 4 years now. Monster Energy came on board. John and CJ have always been a big help. Even when CJ beat me, he still gave me hints on what I need to do to make more traction with some tires. And man, just everybody. It's awesome to be here, and couldn't ask for a better dominant weekend.
Absolutely, I would say indeed. And Kyle, we are now halfway through our 4-round truck series. So what is the game plan and strategy going into the second half? More of the same, given all the success that you found so far?
Yeah, we're just going to keep plugging away at this thing. In 2 weeks we start our next series, and then it's back-to-back-to-back weekends. And, my team's ready for it. It's going to be a long summer, but we're going to do whatever we can to be here, to be there, and just try to take both of them for it all. So we'll see what happens, and we'll definitely be back in a couple weeks.
Well, congratulations on yet another win here today. We look forward to seeing you at Visions. Guys, another win for Kyle Greaves.
Thank you, Erica. What an amazing interview with our winner, Kyle Greaves. But Dave, it's been an amazing weekend out here at MidAmerica Outdoors for round 2 of our truck racing series. We would like to give a huge thank you to Dave Arnold, Erica, myself, Kyle Greaves again, and congratulations to him on his win. Dave, what a great weekend.
I was so stoked to be here. I got to tell you, we had beautiful weekend weather. Loved it. Great Memorial Day weekend.
And thank you again, Dave and Kyle Greaves. Congratulations.